At the end of the day, it's a human trait hidden deep down inside of our DNA. One man can build a bomb, another run a race to save somebody's life and have it blow up in his face. I'm not the only one who finds it hard to understand. I'm not afraid of God, I am afraid of man.
Is it running in our blood? Is it running in our veins? Is it running in our genes? Is it in our DNA?
Humans are gonna behave as we think we always should. Yeah, we can be bad as we can be good. Underneath it all, we're just savages hidden behind shirts, ties and marriages. How can we expect anything at all? We're just animals still learning how to grow. The truth is, we live, we die, we steal, we kill, we lie. Just like animals, but with far less grace. We laugh and cry, babies each night, forever running wild in the human race. Another day, another tale of rape,
another ticking bomb to bury deep and detonate.
I'm not the only one who finds it hard to understand. I'm not afraid of God, I am afraid of man.
You can see it on the news, you can watch it on TV, you can read it on your phone, you can say it's troubling.
Humans are gonna behave as we think we always should. Yeah, we can be bad as we can be good. Underneath it all, we're just savages hidden behind shirts, ties and marriages. How can we expect anything at all? We're just animals still learning how to grow. Underneath it all, we're just savages hidden behind shirts, ties and marriages. Truth is in us all, cradle to the grave. We're just animals still learning to behave. All the hate coming out from a generation who got everything and nothing got it by temptation. But we born to abuse, shoot a gun and run, or has something deep inside of us come undone. Is it a human trait or is it learned behavior? Are you killing for yourself or killing for your savior?
Don't need your money to get me what I want.
Underneath it all, we're just savages hidden behind shirts, ties and marriages. How can we expect anything at all? We're just animals still learning how to grow. Underneath it all, we're just savages hidden behind shirts, ties and marriages. Truth is in us all, cradle to the grave. We're just animals still learning to behave.
Good morning. Hey, everybody. How is everyone? Leanna is new. No, Whistle Down. That was just that was like a mashup. I found that a couple summers ago. I love Marina and Diamonds. Hey, Kimmy D, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Shanna B, what up, girl? Alicia RT. Whistle Down. I'm going to be, so I emailed you this morning and I wanted to know if I could use some of your videos because I want to go over some things from last year. And I want to really take a trip down memory lane, but we're not going to do that right away. I wanted to share something, but there's a whole bunch of stuff I wanted to say yesterday. Oh, you did reply? I didn't even see it. Oh, here it is. I have my other phone that I use for like YouTube. All right, so I'm going to definitely be sharing some of those. Whistledown did some amazing coverage last year of the summer's day. And yeah, it's like a field trip, Northern Light. Good to see you also. It's good to see you this morning. Hey, Paula Hour. So it's Sunday. It's a lazy day. Sorry I made you guys wait so long. I've been running around and I was talking to Luda and Nika. Blame them. I was on a call with them. I was running around doing some things. Hey, Shelly Ann. Pam Fogel. Pam Fogel, you're in Discord, right? You're the same Pam from Discord? I just want to make sure. I've been missed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, hey, Summer. Hey, Lorianne Benoit. How are you? I haven't seen you in a bit either. All right. Let me see here. So, what big eyes? Sassy Bernard. Hey, Sassy. Amy Lou. Amy Lau. How do I say your name? Do I say your name right? I hope I do. We're all mad here. Good morning. How are you? Okay. Did you guys catch last night on Shares with Don and Dudley? I'm gonna be straight up. Damn Cher. Like, wow. 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 I have seen Cher hold it down. I've seen her hold it together. I've seen her do her best work. And last night, I was beside myself. I don't know what happened or what caused things to be that way, but it was a disaster. And what a great opportunity Cher had to have Don and Dudley together and to speak. And it was a shit show. And I'm just being honest. I cannot believe that Cher would let this shit fall through Okay, you should be able to hear me. Give me a sec, because what I have to do is, and I don't know why this happens. You can hear me now, right? You guys are so funny. Can you hear me good here? What I'm going to do is, I have to restart my computer, but I'm going to keep myself up here on my, what you call it? Hold on. Okay, hopefully this will hold. So I think I know how to fix this. So what I'm going to do while I'm restarting this and I'm up here on my phone, I need to have somebody check this computer, why it does what it does. I'm going to restart it. Okay. So does anybody else know why that would do that? It's just like the sound just cuts off. Like it just totally cuts off. It's been doing it since I got the computer. So strange. But anyway, all right. So I'm going to say how I feel about what I watched last night. And I don't understand why it was like that. I don't know why it was such a like why there was so much arguing from the creator. Like it felt like Dudley was on the stand being interrogated. I felt like Don was being favored and excuses being made for Don. Instead of having like Dudley and Don actually talk, there was like interrupting, yelling at Dudley. It was really, it was really disappointing to see that she would have let this fall through the cracks like that and drop the ball so bad with that live. Like, that's such a big deal to have Dudley and Don together talking. And I felt bad for Dudley too. I mean, he handled it really well. Hey, Dick Dollar, I haven't seen you around. The Dick Dollar gang of Sir Gowensville. So, are you the Dick Dollar? Or are you another Dick Dollar? Was to say, Cher and PG suffer from hybris. What? Oh, listen, I have nothing against Cher. I'm just shocked that it was so disorderly, and it was just not what you would expect to see from Cher. Usually she's really good about holding it down, and she really dropped the ball with this last night. Does anybody else feel the same way? Because it was horrible. And there's so much that could have come out of it. And there's so many things that could have been done. And it's just a shame. It all fell right through the cracks. Only one Dick Dollar. It was upsetting to hear Dudley refer to Summer as little girl. Well, see, Northern Light, this is the thing. Like, I don't think it was sad to hear him say that, because men in the South do actually refer to like little girl. So it's northern, northern light. So I'm from the north too, right? Are you from the north? And I feel like that's a geographical type of thing. And sometimes it like when I was growing up, no one referred to me as little girl or whatever. But I don't think like she's like you're referring to him to Summer in past tense. That's not, it's not his daughter. It's not his child. So whether or not he was referring to Summer in past tense doesn't matter, because this, I mean, first of all, that's not her dad, it's not her mom. And I just can't make sense of why that went so sideways. Like, why was Dudley treated like absolute shit? Like, was he invited there to, I don't know, distract or something? And why is it a secret that she talks to Don? That's weird. I don't know. I just have a lot of opinions about that live, and it was really important, and I think so much could have been accomplished, and it's just sad. Like, I don't know what was going on with her last night, and I am not going to lie about how I feel. It's terrible. She had a great opportunity with Don and Dudley up there and totally fucked it up. Sorry, Cher, but that is what it is. I've never seen such a bad interview done ever. I mean, it was totally bombed. Natasha Nasty Pants says it was a clusterfuck. I can't finish it. Yeah, cotton candy. That's what I'm saying. Same thing. All right. All right. I'm back on my laptop. Hold on one sec. Let's see if it works. Okay. That should be good. Is it good? Let me know if it happens again. It was an extreme dumpster fire, says Jody Sue. Yeah. So you have the same feelings about it, Jody, because I could not believe when I first, well, this is how at first, so we were on a Discord call and someone had come in and said, I just got a text that Don and Dudley are on panel over at Shares. And I was like, what? And I went and looked and I was like, oh my gosh, this is wonderful. What a great thing to have Don and Dudley together on panel to talk. Although, if you think about it, now, this is where I have to I ask these questions in my mind. I'll go through and think, so why not have them talk privately? Because it's for the show, right? It's a show. And if something was to be done productive, maybe it would have been best handled behind the scenes. I don't know. And I don't know how that all came about. But I just don't think that it's never going to happen. I don't think again. I don't think the opportunity is going to arise again, and lost it totally. It almost felt planned, but Dudley was in the dark. Maybe it was Northern Light. I don't know. So, but I do know she favored the fuck out of Don, made excuses for him the whole entire time. And it felt like Dudley was being legit interrogated. And it was weird. And now I don't know. I know other people are saying they feel like it was a setup or whatever. I don't know what it would be a setup for, but he was attacked for sure, I felt. And I was like, why is she angry with him? But I don't know. Only she can explain that. But I think it was a horrible interview. It's one of the worst I've ever seen. And I was just like, damn, I like I said, I've seen Cher put some good, interviews out. I don't know what happened last night. It kind of makes you feel like something wasn't right because it didn't make sense. She had a show set up and Don came in and asked to link up. Right. But she's been talking to Don, she said, for, what did she say? For a couple days, and that no one knew about it. And it was a secret. And that's another thing. I'm listening to this interview and I'm like, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of everything being about everybody else. You notice that now people are bitching to Don about their personal problems and shit. Nothing is about Summer. Nothing. Who talks about Summer anymore? You've got Don and Dudley on a panel. Dudley's saying that this shit happened on the weekend. And Cher's sitting there it wasn't happening. I sit in amazement of what the fuck goes on around here. It's crazy. And I'm not trying to hate on anybody. I'm just like, wow, is this what we've come to? She gaslit him hardcore. It felt sick to my stomach and beyond triggered. All it did was raise Don to the top of my suspect list. That didn't do him any favors then. Dana's got her eye on Don. Kelly Becker, she's the worst kind of interviewer. Well, I've seen her do good interviews though, Kelly. That's what I mean. So I only really watched about 70% of the Dudley and Don bit. Dudley has an alibi and was cleared by Ellie to Don. So last night was pointless and just to take attention off C&D. I think that is accurate because if you think about the night before, so if Cher's been in contact with Don and privately or whatever, like, who cares? You don't need to lie about it. No one cares. Who doesn't talk to Don? Seems like everybody talks to Don. So why is it a secret? And Cher worked with Don in the beginning. So what's the difference? I don't know. The way I take it is they've been talking all along. It doesn't matter. Who cares? And it does take the attention off of what's actually going on. Dudley is not the one who lost Summer. But Dudley seems to have a story to tell. And I will say it was very disconcerting to watch Don move away from the screen and hide himself when Dudley asked about Don putting Summer in one of the walls. He laughed. Don giggled to himself, and it was a very strange reaction. I don't know. I don't know. It gave me a really, really weird feeling. Of course she did. That is what Cher does. I can't recall one good interview. She rides hard for the guilty. Well, people need to start riding hard for Summer because this is getting a bit ridiculous. Round 2 of the same old news. Christy says she's definitely done better interviews than that. Yeah, well, maybe it was supposed to be that way. I don't know. Chrissy M., it was blatantly obvious Dudley was interrogated while Don sat there eating it up, and great job not. I agree. Did Don ever answer why he didn't come to work on Sunday as he's supposed to? No, Luda. And he looked away and did not answer. And I think watching if you watch Don, like, so what I'll do is, even when I'm watching the whole panel, if you watch Don, it's the first time he actually moves out of view of the camera. So sorry, I had to do it. I had to write a text. Sarisa says, I was caught off guard too. Cher is usually more orderly, for lack of a better word. Yes, I agree. I've seen her hold shit down and really do wonderful. And I felt like last night she didn't even try. She did not even try. And it was just to argue and yell at Dudley. And it made no sense. It did not help Summer in any way. There could have been great conversations had. There could have been maybe some kind of, there was no civility whatsoever in that live stream. Since it's been 2 years, the live should have been a calm convo. Right. Well, I think it was kind of, so I think like the other person that said earlier, Dudley was completely caught off guard. I think he was a little bit, shocked. Hey, Britt. Cotton Candy 65. And Cher did what she has always did with Don. When he went to say more, she shut him down quick, like she always has. Yes, Cotton Candy 65. I was listening and I'm like, oh my God, let him talk. Like, let him talk. It was a disaster. Dick Dollar, Cher kept pushing future endeavors like the Dr. Oz show over and over, so stay tuned. She was accusing Dudley of knowing people he didn't even know and then attacking him when he said he didn't know them. Right. And killer looks. I have never seen killer looks or heard killer looks like he was last night. I don't know. Is there something we don't know? Because it seems like they're under the impression that Dudley knows all these people. And I'm like, why are they asking Dudley? Why aren't they asking Don these questions? It's so mind-boggling. Don is back with mingling with Floppy quietly too. Oh, no, because on the third channel, he admitted that he had a call with Don and played a call with Don the other night. I don't know if you saw that. I don't think a lot of people saw it. I think it only had like 160 views on it. He went live and said he had a conversation with Don and he recorded it and played the call because, you know, all calls with Don have to be played and sent out to the ether. I'm curious as to what good interviews you are referring to. Paul Auer, I can't think off the top of my head. I've seen her do better is all. Like, it felt like it was purposely done. Let's see. The whole thing was weird as fuck. Yeah, it was. And I'm pissed that she dropped the ball like she did. Especially for Summer. Summer deserves so much better. And I cannot believe that people are defending Don over Summer all the time. They pick Don and Candace over Summer all the time. It's wrong. White boy hates Cher, so he probably didn't want him to know he was talking to Cher. Oh, they're all fighting over Don. Whatever. Don said he couldn't really remember why he didn't work that day. Dudley makes Donnie nervous, and Donnie starts having phone problems and dodging the camera. Right. So that's what I paid attention to. What I was going to say was I flip my phone over, right, and I'll go full screen, and then I just watch Don. Like, I'll watch Don's face and his reactions to questions. And that one part where Dudley says, "Did you put her in the wall?" You got to watch Don. It was really uncomfortable. I think Cher and Dee have only started talking again in the last couple weeks. Very weird that Don found anything even slightly amusing about what Dudley was saying to Don about the wall. Yeah, he laughed about it. He like snickered, right? And then he turned and cut his whole face out of the camera. He did not want to talk about that at all. And he had no reaction. Rockford Peach, hello, Tiffany Marie Mods in chat. Hey, Don Wells shouldn't have been there at all. Well, you know, I wouldn't even go that far. I mean, why not have Don speak to Dudley or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, I do think it would have been great to have Dudley up there to have a civilized conversation, just her and him and Mr. Cher or whatever, and that would have been fine. I don't have a problem with like Don being there or whatever at all. I think that if anything, maybe something good could come out of that or a good conversation, but that's not what ended up happening. But yeah, no, I mean, you're welcome to say Don shouldn't have been there at all. That's your opinion. It's like, how did that happen? Why? Dudley was asked about Jose and he said he had seen him a few times but was interrupted and subject change. Yes, all of the important things he was cut off, talked over, yelled at. I can't believe what I watched last night. How about Don's reaction to Dudley saying that Candace drives drunk? Oof. Oh my God. The Paul Auer when I was not happy about that at all. What Big Eye says, I felt sorry for Dudley. He was cleared by Ellie and just trying to share a story. I know. Val says, the baby is so beautiful. Strawberry blonde hair and 9 pounds, 2 ounces. Val, I'm so happy for you. God bless. And congratulations. You're going to be the best grandma. I know it. I just know it. The best I can give Cher is watch that back. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. If she wanted information, you get more honey with honey than you do with vinegar. See, and Alicia, that's kind of why I feel like there was more to it. Because, like I said before, I've seen her do so much better. Why would she make that so messy and sloppy? It was stimulation overload. My ears were like, whoa, you got Candace and Don talking, Cher and Dudley talking. Then you're like trying to focus on what they're talking about, but you can hear like a TV in the back. It was horrible. It was just truly horrible. In my opinion, she's been talking to Don and they planned to get Dudley on her panel, and she told him be just them. And once he agreed and got on panel, she told Don. Laura B, I think that Dudley could have totally handled, because when Don went up, he was fine with it, right? So that probably did happen. I mean, I don't know. Only she can say what she does or whatever. It seemed very ambushy. Ambushy. Handlers be handling. Yikes. Yeah, Cotton Candy says, and the cow lady was streaming and making fun. What? And the cow lady was streaming and making fun of Dudley. I wanted to go through my phone. I think Dudley has things to say, and I think people should try to listen to him instead of fighting with him and defending Don like he's a baby. In my opinion, it feels like Don and Can, that nickname is so stupid, but it feels like those two are 100% entwined in the YouTube drama and Zero about their missing daughter. Oh yeah, absolutely. Jody Sue says they falsely accused Dudley since day one, like they have falsely accused and targeted everyone else too. 2 years does not make that better. I think all of us are getting more pissed with time. I think so too. It's more like you get frustrated faster and easier. I've noticed that even with myself lately, watching stuff, like I'll either get emotional really easily when it comes to summer, like Lil Wayne made me cry the other day. I'll either get emotional really quickly or I'll immediately get upset. And it's like it takes you from like 0 to 60 so easily, because at this point we've been going on and on for so long. That interview shouldn't have been hard last night. Nothing about that should have been hard, and it wasn't. Killer brought up the Coggins guy from Arkansas, and the guy died at the first of the year. Killer, contact me and I'll send you his obit. Oh, the one that was changed to the photo, I believe the profile picture was, I think I know what you're talking about. It was loud and chaotic, yeah. Almost to the point that you couldn't really listen to it anymore. Chrissy M says, all I can say is that it was outrageous, ridiculous, and disrespectful this summer. It was disrespectful this summer. I agree. I'm not happy about it. As soon as Dudley was charged a few weeks ago, he hit the top of the YouTube suspect list again. Yeah, and when I saw the charges, it made me raise an eyebrow, of course, because I'm like, hold up, what am I looking at here? But it doesn't make him guilty of anything. And if that was an attempt to make Don look innocent, that was an epic fail. Kimberly, how are you? Nice Stalker, hey, what's up? Bridget, what new info is Don going to provide now? Well, you know what new info Don's going to provide now? All his jokes and his trolling, because everything he says is a troll on this whole entire community, and it's all a game to him. It's all jokes, fun and games, all in Summer's name. Val and me, it's no point if they're just going to yell over each other and can't hear their answers. I guess Cher doesn't realize that you can't have 4 people or 5 people talking on a panel at once. Don also said he was crying on the tub 14th because he had to fire Dudley. Shake my effing head. It's amazing that he has an answer for that now, because he never did before. Laura B says, it was a setup. She basically admitted it. Then talking to Don, said Don wanted to talk to Dudley, so she asked Dudley for an interview, probably didn't mention Don. Dudley agreed and had no clue about Don. Well, either way, I mean, anything can happen while you're live. You know what I mean? Anybody could come in and say, hey, can I get a link? Or, you know, that could have naturally happened, whether it was a setup or not. Like, it could have naturally happened anyhow. But where is Summer in this whole entire situation last night because I didn't get the feeling or the vibe that it was about Summer at all. Chrissy M, I can't see Jody Sue Brown. If she will accept an olive branch, I would like that. Okay, Chrissy M, I put it right up on the screen. She'll see it. Okay. What Big Eye says, just because Dudley was charged for drugs doesn't mean he kidnapped a child. Agree. Don is still a suspect, says Kimmy D. Yes. What Big Eyes, I have found some of the Coggins. He did die. Okay, Kimberly from it. Nice Stalker. It's also messed up. It makes my head spin. This case has brought out the crazy. I have been so disappointed in many. The Dick Dollar Gang says, and quietly laying on the bed, occasionally making noises in the background is Candy, aka Candace. Jody says, surprise witness tampering via YouTube. Well, witness tampering, I guess that's been going on for 2 whole freaking years. So Shelly Ann says, I agree. I'd be screaming if someone accused me of doing such a horrific thing. Not laughing or giggling. Bridges says, I saw Dudley was the suspect, not Don and Candace. Agree. It was all excuses and coddling of Don Wells. Dudley was willing to speak too. He wanted to talk. I know, Bridget. I know. And I think he had a lot of important things to say and share. I can't believe that you fucked it up like that. Like, for Summer? Nah. I lose all respect for people. In the midst of this chaos is a beautiful little girl that deserves so much better. She sure does. What Big Eye says, it was like listening to a bar fight. Yeah, and Cher was the one fighting with everybody. Was she drunk? Was she on? I really am serious. Because the second she opened her mouth, I was like, oh no, this is not good. I knew immediately the shit was going to go haywire, and I felt it was just completely a wash. Made me sick when Candace went off about them talking about her cousin, but won't do the same for her daughter. Candace will not go on panels as she knows she can't tell her lies. Fact. Cotton Candy, I wish I knew. I wish I knew why Candace does what she does. It would help so much to understand her a little bit better. Bridge, you're talking to Val. Okay, hold on. So Dana says, Cher was talking to Dudley like Summer was his daughter. Yes, I know. And I'm like, it's not his daughter. Why does it matter if he said she was or calls her the little girl? And he spoke of her with, in my opinion, what I heard from Dudley, this is just my opinion, when he spoke of Summer, it was with care. It wasn't like he was like the little girl. Like, he really spoke of her with compassion. And I'm like thinking, is there something going on here that we're not aware of, or what? Does Cher know something we don't? Because I cannot understand for the life of me why you'd invite this man who has actually things to say that are important. I have no doubt that Dudley long ago told law enforcement everything that he needed to, so in that way, I'm good. I'm glad, and I'm good with that. Why even put him on panel? Why do that? How much he has searched. Yes, she asked him if, Cher, have you ever searched for Summer? What the fuck? How much he searched calling her little girl instead of Summer, but Don hasn't searched, and he has called her young lady at 5 years old. WTF. Yeah, exactly. So Don himself did not go out and search for Summer until day 79. Do you guys remember? I do. Him and Candace said they went out looking for her. It was day 79. How could you ever ask somebody, have you searched for Summer? I'm sorry. Summer wasn't born to Dudley. Her father never looked for her. And from what I hear, gave up looking for her the first day. Nope, she's gone. She's far, far away from here. Nothing to see here. The first day. Jody Sue says, I watched it on Critters, wrongly thinking like 9 people were up there. It was hell. It was hell. We were taking breaks listening to it for a couple times because it was just too much. Like your ears couldn't even take it. It was like, whoa, hold up. Need a break for a second. Sincerely frustrated. That's exactly right. Dudley can stand his own ground, says Deborah. Oh, I believe he can. Yes. I don't think he should ever go back there again. I mean, I wouldn't. I think it was a setup also. Don and Candace, especially, will not mention Summer's name. What Big Eye said. I'm trying to get all your comments, guys. So, and we're just going easy does it today. So if I'm behind, don't worry. I want to read my chat. Dudley stayed cool and he wasn't shook. No, he seemed like he was cool. You know what I mean? Rockford Peach says, I probably wouldn't have called C's nickname stupid. I just don't like it. And I really don't like how she speaks ill of law enforcement. I believe Candace said after the police a couple nights ago. Did she? That was nice of you, Rockford Peach, to say you shouldn't have made fun of her name. And Cher does realize that Dudley wasn't the suspect. Yeah, she knows that. Yeah, Bridget, right? What Big Eyes? Don needs to quit dealing drugs. Arkansas might haul him to jail. I don't know what's going on over there in that hotel room, but it's a little elusive. All right, so Cher said to talk to Summer as if she's watching. We love her. He couldn't even say we love you. Bridget C. They ambushed Dudley, planned or unplanned. I agree. Absolutely. Rockford Peach. I'm so glad you're back. Very few channels have your passion for raising awareness for Summer and other missing children. They're out there, Rockford Peach. You just got to find them. There's a lot of really good ones. You know what we should do is make a list of the real good channels, like true crime channels, like the real true crime channels. There's so many great channels out there. I've been finding a lot of good ones lately. I'm a Seahorse says, I did think it might be an opportunistic abduction, as it sounds like the boys stated Summer walked away and Don said she might have stomped off in anger. Then Don reacts the way he did with Dudley. Right. So that's also something that, Dudley did the interview with Sweetie Pie Low, and then he did the interview with J is for Justice, Heels on the Ground. So he's gone now to Cher. So he's done 4, I believe. And what we should do is we should listen to those one day. Because I think that, maybe it's a good time to go back and listen to all of those interviews with Dudley. Maybe I could do that sometime this week. I would have to break it up because I wouldn't be able to do it during the day. It would have to be at night. And I could do maybe 2 nights like this coming week where we could listen to Dudley's interviews. I think it's important to go back over those. And I believe Jody just went over one not too long ago, maybe a week or 2 ago. If I'm wrong, I don't know. I could have sworn she listened to one of them because I was watching one of hers. It wasn't about Summer at all. Cher said she wanted Dudley and Don to make amends. Yeah, but that's not what was happening. And it felt like it was all being instigated instead of, I did hear her say, do you think you guys can ever, be civil with one another or whatever? But it was like you had her instigating between the 2 of them instead of letting them talk. Like, you see that? Do you know the live I did? When was it? A couple weeks ago, where I had a Laura come up because her channel was struck, and Laura was up here and she had gotten into it with another girl. I didn't talk. I didn't interrupt them. You don't do that. Let people talk. If you have a platform and you're a creator, you got people dealing with something, just step out. Let them do their thing. You're not a babysitter. You don't need to like micromanage it all. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it would be so much easier and better. Well, it will be just let them talk on their own. Okay, so it has become all about Don and Candace. Summer is lost in all the drama. It should only be about Summer. You know, Summer's been lost in all the drama since month 3. Truly, month 3. I did a live and it was called Summer is Getting Lost in the Chaos or something like that. And it was the 3rd month of her missing. So she's been lost in this for a very long time. And most of the time, when people do try to focus on Summer, they're completely derailed and sidetracked. Jody Sue says, did you hear Don now claim that Lawson's son is a huge head and like a giant meth person too? That was wild. My jaw dropped. Don has made everyone a meth head or Scarface level dealer in Breaking Bad. Yeah, everybody is a dealer but him. But meanwhile, he's sitting in the hotel the other night helping his buddy out, giving him something or whatever he said he was doing, right on the live. And the guy is asking him for shit while he was mic'd up. I mean, these people just open up the door to the hotel room. I played it back. I watched. I'm like, that guy just opened up the door and Don wasn't even affected by it. Like, what are they doing over there? This is the most wild thing. So you got this rando just fling open the door to the hotel. Can I get a cigarette or whatever? There's like people partying outside his hotel door. And then these people come in and wanted whatever they wanted from Don. And he did it right there on the stream. But then he's going to turn around and blame this one, that one, and the other one of being a drug dealer. You can't make it up. Like, you cannot make this shit up. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Katarina says she effed it up big time. Yeah, she sure did. In my opinion, they were trying to set Dudley up. The thing is, you can't set someone up, though, who doesn't have anything to do with it. I mean, good luck to them. Another channel will be able to do a one-on-one with Dudley. Oh, for sure. I'm sure. He did already. Listen, I doubt the guy's trying to talk to anybody. He already spoke his piece. He did it with 3 people way back when, and that was it. I don't think he was looking for attention at all. You know, so I don't know if she approached him or what, but I was so disappointed. It has been very disappointing a lot on YouTube. Yeah, it has lately, for sure. It was 2 years ago, so that's in the past, says Nika. Dana says, Jody Sue Brown, it's all projection. What he accuses people of equals him. I agree, Dana. It's all projection. Jody says, she said that to Dudley, then never said a word to Don 5 minutes later when Don said it himself in a non-attached, distant way. Okay, so then we have, I'd love to know how he knew that. Hey, Smokey P, how you doing? Damn, I would look for my youngin' immediately. Yeah, Smokey, how have you been? I hope you're well. I hope your little guy's doing good too. I'm going to see you over here within hours, basically. Okay, so this is from up here. So she said that to Dudley, then never said a word to Don 5 minutes later when Don said it himself in a non-attached, distant way, within hours, basically. Yes, Rockford Peach says, I'll see her in the resurrection, Don Wells. That was one of the very first things he said. It was one of his very first conversations with Jeff Bobo that he said that. See her in the resurrection, buddy. And I think that chilled everybody to the bone to hear him say that. Sarisa says, and if you're not feeling well, why go ahead with an interview? If she was sick, that is, I'm just disappointed. I think she's feeling fine. She had plenty of energy. She was screaming her head off, like totally unhinged last night. I don't know what's up with her. Don even went to work the day after she went missing too. Yes, remember, he had to get back to work right away. Yeah. I did so on my new privated live throughout the night. My now privated live throughout the night. This whole shit show just makes me want to cry. So disappointing, says Val and me. I know. I'm a Seahorse says it's pretty normal for Dudley to call her little girl. In my opinion, he's being a normal adult and not trying to suggest a closer relationship than that of a work colleague of her father. That makes a lot of sense also. I'm a Seahorse. He didn't know Summer. So no Summer where, hanging out with Summer, babysitting Summer, a friend that was hanging out at the house with Summer, or a godfather to Summer, an uncle to, it's not like you were talking to her family member. You're talking to a guy that worked with her dad. So absolutely agree with you. I'm a Seahorse. It's just ridiculous. Did I hear Don say that Candace didn't drink? She might not now, but someone had a twisted tea that day, and we have all seen Candace drinking live. Yeah, he has said that she doesn't drink. Cow Lady has mental issues for sure. People are saying it's because she has a big heart. No, it's the Cash App, Super Chats. Cow Lady said it herself. She's got a lot more subs since they've been on panel. Oh, yeah, we all know that Daisy, she loves the attention. I say let these people just do what they want. It's all going to crash and burn anyway. I mean, most of it already has. I'm in the South and I say little girl and little boy. It would have been nice to be able to actually hear Dudley speak freely, yeah, and not be interrupted every 5 seconds or screamed at or accused. It was as if Summer belonged to him. I will give you your due. You have never wavered in your support for Summer. Infidel Lady, thank you. That means a lot coming from you. I know you're not too much of a fan of me and never have been, so thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks. I've known Infidel Lady for many years. That was nice of you to say. Oh, what Big Eye says, Cow Lady might have a big heart, but her head is empty as hell. All right, let me move down here a little bit. Dudley is telling the truth. He may be wrong on his theory, etc., but he's telling the truth. That's what Jody said. I think Dudley's very believable. And I remember when I first ever heard him speak, I did not really have many questions about him. I felt he was being honest. Of course, I don't know the man from Adam, but I never did get the feeling that he was lying or now other people I know did. But I remember when he did his interview, I thought it was a great interview. And I said, I think he's being honest. He seems like a pretty genuine person. So I wasn't even going to talk. This isn't even why I came live, but I had to bring it up when I came live. Like, I could not believe last night. I'm still beside myself, like shocked that it even went that way. Dudley even got Don off guard. Yes, he did. Regarding Billy Grandis' boyfriend. He's with Randy the Roach helping the neighbor for drugs, says Katerina. She scolded him like she was his mom. Do you think you should have interviewed with Hogg while they were drinking? Yeah, I remember that too. That's right, Bridget. It was so late and then I fell asleep. So I forget, but yeah, she was like totally badgering him over doing an interview with heels on the ground. Yeah. Don told Nana he didn't have any idea who Brennan Lawson is. What? Don told Nana he didn't have any idea. Who's Nana? Nana. Maybe it's a spell error. I saw that last night. Strange Stuff for sure. What I don't understand or get is how they are going live every night like they're celebrities and they are not really concerned about Summer at all, it seems. Chrissy M. Dudley showed no sign of being shook by Cher's lame interrogation. He knows Don and Candace are compulsive liars, in my opinion. Oh, I believe so. He did not seem at all shook. He was totally laid back, chilling, like, all right, and just go with the flow. But also remember, like Chrissy M just said, he knows Don. He worked with him. He knows his character. He knows his attitude. He knows probably his mood swings. He can probably predict Don's next move if he worked with him, you know? Val and me says, Jody Sue, I hope you're doing well and happy late Mother's Day. That was nice of you, Val. Think about it. Dudley is most likely heading to jail for his meth mess. He has nothing to lose. We won't get an interview once he goes to jail. Cher effed this up. Well, Katerina, the thing is, though, Dudley already, yes, I absolutely agree with you. I'm not even disagreeing. But I think he said all he had to say in the beginning. I don't think there was anything that Dudley needed to say now, but I think that interview, see, Cher is at the advantage of having Don there and Dudley together, and she blew it. Anybody could talk to Dudley, I'm sure, but it's not so much about, like, just from like my standpoint, it's not so much about being able to get Dudley on a panel or to talk to him because he's already done the interviews, right? 3 of them. And he dressed up and went and sat down at a dinner table with people to speak about this. So he's already done what he probably felt he needed to. And this was an extra whatever. And it was totally a sham, because it was handled like shit. And what could have been done, having them both there together, could have been very important. So I do think that the behaviors of Don were pretty telling. I think that there were certain moments that gave certain pieces like just away, right? But then you've got Cher, who again knows how to conduct an interview, knows Summer's case, she knows what to ask, all of these things. And she let it just slip right through her hands. So I think what I was trying to say is Dudley already said all the things he had to say. This would be like an added bonus where she was able to have the both of them communicating together. And I felt she was trying to instigate a fight the whole time. So what was it for? Because it wasn't for Summer. Cher can never say that was for Summer. It wasn't. The boogeyman door game with his grandson near Summer's age when she vanished to get him to open the hotel door made me want to vomit and cry. I'll leave that there for a second. Also, speaking of, and this came up the other day. Thank you for bringing that up. Remember when Don said that he used to scare Summer in the driveway, that if she went, he said she used to play in the driveway, like she would crouch down in the rocks behind the cars and stuff like that. And he would jump out of the woods and scare her because they didn't want her to go in the woods. Do you guys remember him telling that story? So here, the boogeyman door game, it's kind of, it gives me the same effect, right? Oh, that's right, Laura B. She said last night she wrote him almost 2 years ago and asked why he just responding back to her a couple weeks ago. And he said he didn't even realize the date. He thought she recently wrote. Yep, that's right. I remember that. Thank you. That's right. That's right. Hey, Dawn Holla, how are you? They should not be around any kids, Angie Baby says. Kimberly Brummett, I heard him ask, where's the boy? I really hope they don't have their grandson in that hotel room, she says. Jody Sue says, he made it up. He said he learned it in jail. He's lying on Brandon Lawson just like he has everyone. Bridget, they can try all they want to make someone else look guilty, but you can't dress a pig up and make it look like a supermodel. The pig still looks like a pig. I love you, Bridget. Another thing is, Cher said she could get them on Dr. Oz. Is that show even still on? And Dr. Oz is about health, not about this kind of stuff. I don't know if I don't watch that show, but I remember her saying that. Yeah. Oh, we got all kinds of shows about to go on here. Did you know that, Skilo actually admitted under a post this morning that this is all for a bigger audience? I'm going to talk about that in a second, too. We got lots to talk about today. Lots to talk about. And he called his grandson an MFer and threatened to beat him. Tina Bobina. And this is all happening publicly. I can't believe. Katerina says, yes, Jody heard that correct. Candace was playing boogeyman behind the door, trying to scare her grandson. It was truly awful. It makes my, you ever feel your heart feel like it gets blown up with air in your chest when you, not like your heart drops, but you get that anxious feeling. When I just read your comment, it's the feeling it gave me, right in my chest, and then a nervous feeling in my stomach. It's truly disturbing. It really is. To hear the exchanges that have gone on have been really rough. Tiffany, you would be great talking to Dudley and you will let him finish answering questions. Could you reach out to him maybe? Valmy, he's welcome anytime here. But like I said, he probably already said all he had to say. If he ever needed to clear something up and he needed a place to speak, absolutely. But I think that last night wasn't something that he needed to do. I think it probably, like Cher had said, he answered back something from 2 years ago or whatever. It couldn't have been 2 years ago because it hasn't been 2 years yet, but you know what I mean? So I'm sure that when he responded or whatever, that's what set it in motion. But I don't think the man needs to say anything. He might need to say something now after, not being heard, but all I know is she dropped the ball completely and let Summer down. And that's how I feel about it. And I don't care what anybody fucking thinks about it. And I don't care how Cher feels about it either. I can't believe she did that. I just can't believe she did that. What a shame. Candace isn't going on no more shows. She can't even answer simple questions, says Laura B. Dana says, did you hear Don asking Candace in the beginning where the kid is? They have lost custody or lost all of theirs. What kind of parent would trust them watching their kids? Dana, I don't know, but I did want to ask if Don had spoke to his new neighbors and Don and Candace, if they know about Summer. So at the hotel that they're staying at, do their neighbors know? Do their new friends know about Summer? Have they told them about Summer? I tried to ask that in White Boy Lockdown Radio's chat the other night, because I really wanted to ask that one question, and the White Boy didn't see it, but I would have loved to have seen his, reaction and heard his response to that. It wasn't a fair platform for Dudley. No, it wasn't. But I don't think he really cared. He's probably whatever. Don gets his spot everywhere. I wanted to hear about Dudley's thoughts, actions, etc. I know, kitty cats. So that's where I'm really disgusted with it, because the things he was saying were so important. And every time he was about to say something important, he was cut off and shut down. So I echo your exact thoughts. Let's see. Jody Sue says, after hearing Gavel and Skilo over here yesterday, the Don Share Critter dumpster fire was just the icing on the I've had it cake. Oh, well, I'm going to talk about that again also, because I guess Skilo wasn't done. I instead of clicking my panel link for the third time yesterday, she had to upload a video too. So that woman is unhinged. You can tell she's crazy just by looking at her. I don't know who she is. I don't know what her deal is, but she is off her rocker. Skilo is a whack job. No doubt. I can only hope Ellie are still working. I always remember when shit at the fan and missing 5-year-old Haley Cummings case, and Ron and Misty got hauled in for a drug bust at the least. Amanda L., I absolutely believe that law enforcement is still working on Summer's case, and they are not going to let her down. I think they're trying their hardest. I don't think they've given up at all. Keep praying if you're a praying person. Don and Candace won't go back to normal network. That's all over. It's so sad. Oh, they won't go to a normal network. No, they won't. They won't use the Today Show. Like, how amazing would it have been for Summer if her mom and dad could have gone to Good Morning America and the Today Show, or Fox with Friends, or whatever. None of those things were ever utilized. The only person that went to mainstream media was Pam Wow. She went to Fox News. Unless, they may have hunted her down themselves. I wonder if they ever reached out. That's really an interesting thought that I just had. So Fox News had talked to Pam Wells long ago. I remember she was the only one that used like an actual news broadcast network, right? I wonder if they ever tried to reach out to Don and Candace. Because if they reached out to her, chances are they may have reached out to Don and Candace. Maybe they didn't answer. I don't know. I have lots of questions. I would like to ask Dudley if ever given the chance. I hold respect for a man who would tolerate what he tolerated last night. Sage Sleuth, maybe you could put out, if you have questions you want to ask him, you could put out a video or something. I'm sure he would see it. Or write all those questions down and put them on a community post or something. Maybe he might see. And I agree with you. He seems very genuine. I think he seems like a genuine person. Like in his responses, it doesn't seem fake. It doesn't seem forced. It doesn't seem at all manufactured. It just seems like he's being honest. Of course, I mean, that's just my opinion, but Dudley yelled it out to Don. You and Candace did something to your daughter and you know it. Then Cher said, can you prove it? Can they prove what are they accusing Dudley of? Exactly, Cotton Candy. I don't know what the point of having him up was. All they did was treat him like shit. I haven't gotten a notification for your live in 2 days now. Cupcakes, unsub and resub, and then hit the bell. Sometimes that'll fix it. Some people don't get notifications. Sometimes I get people in my comments who will say they didn't get one. So if you ever don't get my notifications, just unsub and resub and hit the bell. And it should work. You'll get the next one. And that goes for any channel. That's how to fix it. Okay, Jody Sue Brown. Yep, they started yesterday off, and these people are chasing the clicks and likes and views and all of it. Sick and Summer's Day. They're all jumping on summer before the 2 years. Yep. We're going to talk about Summer's Day also today, because we're also going to talk about these sketches going around the age progression. Please, please don't share those. I think it's lovely that this lady knows how to draw. Okay. That's great. Put it in a frame, give it to the family, whatever. That is not legitimate. It's not verified. First of all, naturally, an age progression is a very hard milestone to reach. It would mean the child's been missing a little too long, right? Why we're in a rush for an age progression on summer, I don't know. I can't tell you, but it's disconcerting why everybody's rushing for an age progression. This is the thing. National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the DOJ are in charge of all of that. The age progression, every single age progression photo that's ever done is so specific to that individual that is missing. They take photos, the way that they layer, right? There's a specific process. You can look this up. It's quite amazing. The science that goes into an age progression is incredible, but it can only be done by the appropriate people. We can't have people running around here drawing pictures of Summer and saying that's her age progression. First of all, Summer was misrepresented from Jump Street. They put her out there with long hair in the beginning. That's not what she looked like when she went missing. Now we've got people who are drawing photos of her saying this is an age progression. Hell no. If you love Summer and care about her and want her found, please don't share any images that a random Joe Schmo on the internet has said this is her age progression. It is absolutely not. When they do an age progression on Summer, they're going to hold a press conference. That's when they put out a new beautiful photo. And that's an extremely emotional, difficult time naturally for the family that's a big deal. You don't just go drawing pictures and saying this is an age progression. Please don't do that. Please don't share those. It is really important that people understand the true meaning of the age progression and how important it is for it to be done by the appropriate people. Law enforcement should be the only people making that decision to do the age progression. When they say it's time, it's time. Not when people on YouTube want an age progression because some lady knows how to draw. I don't get this. We've got people all over the place sharing photos of this lady's drawings. And they're like, here's Summer's age progression. No, that's not Summer's age progression. It's not. And I'm not okay with that at all. I don't know how anybody could be okay with that. You can't just take someone's drawing. This is absurd. These people are so out of control around here. It's insane to me. And there's nothing I can do about it except say something. But how could you ever? Unbelievable. It's just so unbelievable to me. I can't believe it. So here, let me pull up. Let me go to NCMEC real quick. I want to show you guys something. Let me put in age. I'm going to share just in the chat. Let me grab something so you guys can read about this and inform yourself. Let me pull this up real fast. So let me take this down. Oh my gosh, I'm way behind. Oh, Jody Sue says, those progressions are disturbing and some are extremely wrong and highly sexualized. Weird how the worst are by the Penny BS forensic artist from 2021 they tried to mess with me with. Yes. So the same woman, and I remember that, Jody, because I remember her coming into your chat one night trying to get you to contact her, even months and months and months later. So this was the same lady, and I can't remember what her name is, forensic artist, something. I don't even know. But they had gone to Jody and wanted Jody to sit down with this lady to do a drawing of the man in the red truck that she saw, not the red truck, but the man she saw driving the red truck in and around her road, right? So this woman had approached Jody, and this all came from Penny. Now we've got the same lady who wanted to sit down with Jody, who was sent by Penny Fizzle, drawing the age progression of Summer. Who are these people? I'm sorry, but I think law enforcement should get involved and handle the age progression situation. Somebody needs to shut that down, because we've got an imposter over here in this community trying to pretend that they are a forensic sketch artist. They're not on Summer's case, and this is not okay. It's just not. Let me share the screen really quick because I want to show you guys something. All right. So here is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I'm going to put this link in the chat. Sorry, I can't see chat at the moment. I'm going to take this comment down. Guys, save this. Save this link right here, okay? So let me take this. Hey, True Crime with Eve, how are you? If this lady was professional, she would be aware of proper procedures on releasing said photos. Absolutely, Sassy Bernard, I couldn't agree more. We are taught that age progression has specific scientific layers to it, is not just an art piece. Magnolia Moonshine, exactly. TM, I shared the blog. Which one, Dutch? Let me see. Hold on. Age progression photos. Oh, it's right. Okay. Thank you, Dutch. I'm right here with it. Let's see. Hold on one sec. Okay. Thank you, Dutch. I was just reading something real quick. Bridget wants to know, Jody Sue Brown, did you ever get a chance to look at Penny's little museum of your Discord chat? Speaking of Discord. Yeah, her museum, you have to pay to go in there and see the fake feds and, you know, all of the setups. Someone needs to investigate that gang that is screwed with Jody Sue and missed of us who care about Summer. What big eyes? I agree. It's all the same group, and it's always been the same group. It's the same group today as it was back then. Nothing has changed. Can you please address this? If Jody Sue seen a red flash and it was supposedly a vehicle, why hasn't Ellie said Bolo for? Well, cursed with curiosity. First of all, that would have nothing to do with Jody Sue. Jody Sue saw the red flash, but the red flash has nothing to do with the red truck that the TBI is looking for. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jody. I want to speak out of turn here and get it wrong, but that would have nothing to do with Jody Sue. I, however, did in the beginning say, why isn't there a bolo out for the red truck that they were looking for? I almost felt that maybe because there wasn't a bolo put out, that it was just a technique of sorts. I didn't know I don't know, you don't know what law enforcement strategies might be, etc. But I did always find it odd that they didn't put a bolo out, because a bolo would actually hit people's phones, right? So unless you were watching WJHL or knew about Summer's case or were reading the paper or saw that they were searching for the red truck, you wouldn't know. So the bolo would have been really, really useful in finding the driver who may or may not have witnessed something on Monday the 14th or Tuesday the 15th, right? So it wouldn't have anything to do with Jody Sue seeing the red flash, because Jody said she wasn't able to see the vehicle. She saw what she believes was it was a red flash, and the truck that she saw with the man driving it was not the red truck that they were looking for specifically, right? So it wouldn't have anything to do. And see, that's just a miscommunication or a misunderstanding. Does that make sense? So because people automatically think, right? We jump to conclusions. So when you hear Jody speak of the red flash, you're like, oh, it must have been the red truck. Oh, and that must be the truck that they're looking for, et cetera, et cetera. But that doesn't have anything to do with the TBI's statement. And the bolo, that should have been put out by law enforcement. And I don't know why it never was. Let's see. I lost what respect I had left for that creator last night. Total horseshit. Oh, I'm done. I'm just done. Nope. I'm just crossing people right off. Like, nope. They don't care about Summer. They don't care about Summer. It's obvious at this point. It's just so obvious. And I'm over it. Just over it. It's so clear to see. I don't think that is the way she meant that. Who? We're all mad here. I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay, Luda, closing the chat for a bit. Still be listening. Sounds good. I'm going through. Okay. And I love how that same gang, you asked Gavel about that video she's got, and you can tell she doesn't want it coming up. Her response got me yesterday. Yeah. She knows nothing. She has no answers to anything I have questions for. She won't give any explanation. Yeah, it's like one big gang, right? Jody said the red flash of a vehicle. You are getting it wrong, TM. So what did I get wrong? Jody said the red flash of a vehicle. You are getting it wrong, TM. What am I getting wrong? What did I say? Did I misspeak? You are reading it wrong. She isn't talking about the truck. I was reading someone else's comment. I was reading someone else's comment. We're all mad here. Someone asked me about the bolo. They asked if Jody saw the red flash, why wasn't there a bolo? So I said, that doesn't have anything to do. A bolo would have nothing to do with Jody seeing the red flash. She isn't I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I don't, maybe I'm misunderstanding you. It is edited and not all pieces are there, like the other rooms, calls, etc. So she's talking about the museum Penny put together of all of the Discord when Jody was in there, and Penny was running all of these little scams behind the scene with fake federal agents and whatnot. So this is Jody's response to what Bridget was saying. Not all the pieces are there, like the other rooms, calls, and etc. For the reality to be there. Also, y'all have to remember, I turned them and Discord into feds and BS'd them to keep them in there talking. Yeah. So Jody had turned over, from what she said, she turned over everything to the TBI and the FBI already way back when. So when she was approached by these people, she reported it. She reported the fake fetish. She reported the Discord. She reported everything that was going on. So the fact that Penny opened that Discord up, Jody is able to look at, and I was never in there. See, they never let me into that Discord. I was never invited into that Discord. And I believe that's for a reason, right? Can't have Tiffany in there because they were all doing dirt. But this is the thing. Jody can actually compare what she has back then to what's there now. And Penny altered her Discord rooms. So when you take things out, delete things, and not for nothing, she opened this Discord up 14 months after everybody had been asking. It took almost a year and a half to get her to open that up. You think it's been untouched all this time? No. It's all bullshit. TBI stated they do not know that the red truck is a valid lead because they have received several dead end leads. These are clips. These clips are uploaded to my channel. Well, I've always just said that they are searching for the driver of the red Toyota Tacoma. They may have witnessed something on the 14th or the 15th. Now, yeah, so it may or may not be, but important enough to them to put it out. Curse for curiosity. The red flash is different from the red truck. A red vehicle shouldn't have been there. Right. That's what I'm trying to say here. Well, the thing is, curse with curiosity, not necessarily. I mean, many people may have a red vehicle. Anybody could be driving. But the thing is, Jody knows the sounds there. She knew that a vehicle went up the driveway. It did not make the full go around. And she saw the flash. But as far as a red vehicle shouldn't have been there, not necessarily, because Don and Candace have a red vehicle, right? Don was at work with the red vehicle, as far as we know. So, no, I guess a red vehicle shouldn't have been there in that driveway at that moment in time. But she did not get to see the make or the model. That's the thing. Yeah, so you get it. The red flash, she doesn't know what kind of vehicle it was. That's what I'm saying. So we're all mad here. Don't type in caps at me, and I'm feeling like you're yelling at me. Why are you so what? What do you need? What? Like you're badgering me here. Did I do something? I don't understand. Like why you're upset with me? The question was about a red car, not a red truck. How could it be about a red car? She was talking about a Bolo. They didn't put out anything about a red car. So no, you're wrong. We're all mad here. I'm not wrong. You're wrong. And please don't type at me like that. You're not paying attention and you're telling me I'm wrong. So please, I mean, Jesus, calm down. The question was about the red flash and a Bolo. Lord. It's not about a car. The TBI never said anything about a red car. So you come on. You come on. You come on. We're all mad here. All right, let's see. Hey, Panberry, how are you? Do we know when and where the wrecked red truck was towed to? I'm thinking maybe it was being pulled away again. Just a thought. No, I have no idea where that one was towed to. No. All right, so the whole chat is saying I'm wrong. Okay, where I don't see anybody. Here, we're all mad here. I'm gonna put you on a timeout because you're distracting me and I don't like it. And I also don't like you trying to confuse trucks and cars. It's bothering me. And I'm not quite sure what you're doing, really. Okay? Because I'm not dumb and I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a moron. Thanks. Okay? You're the only one saying, and I'm asking you what was wrong. There's nothing wrong. You're wrong. Because there was no red car that the TBI talked to. It was a red truck. So let's get real here. I'm going to go back to talking about the age progression now and not the red truck. All right. Yeah, I don't appreciate that, like, at all. And if you're going to do that, like, on a regular basis, I probably won't want you here. We're all mad here. Don't be like, come on, Tiff, and writing all this bullshit in my chat. It's rude. You're a distraction. Okay, so, well, let me first let me see here. Hold on one sec. Let me find this. Okay. Now, I gave you guys this link, right? I'm going to give it to you again because it kind of got interrupted while we were talking about the age progression photos. It was not the van. Good Lord, says Jody. This is crazy. It's just insane to me. Last try. Okay, so you're almost getting me. So that's my point. The vehicle shouldn't have been there. It's unidentified. It wasn't the Wells. Why are we not hearing about this from Ellie? All right. So, well, I can't answer all of your questions, of course, because I don't know the answers, right? I'm just a regular person. But so Jody said she saw a red flash, okay? She did not see the description of the vehicle, like what kind of vehicle it was. So let me make sure I'm saying this right so I don't confuse you or anybody else because we're all mad here. Apparently, I was confused also. So maybe I am confusing people. Okay. She saw a flash. There would be no way for Jody to have ever said, or any law enforcement agency to have ever said anything about that flash because she did not see what kind of vehicle it was. So does that make sense? Now, to say that the vehicle shouldn't have been there, I can't say that either because that's somebody's home, their driveway. Who knows? Maybe Candace had a friend with a red car or a red truck or who knows, a station wagon. I don't know. It's not heard about from law enforcement. First of all, they don't tell us jack shit. If you've noticed, we've got like maybe a couple paragraphs of info that they've ever really given us for 100, right? Why aren't we hearing about the 911 calls from Ellie? Why aren't we? I could ask all the same questions, right, Kirst? So it's kind of like that. Why are we not hearing about this from Ellie? Well, we don't hear a lot. They're keeping things very close to the vest, which also gives me hope because the closer to the vest they keep this, the better for Summer. And the things that they hold on to are important, right, to them and to Summer's investigation. So for them to keep things, maybe that's not something that they need to talk about is possibly, but she didn't see the actual vehicle. She just saw a red flash. So they would never be able to go to the news with that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's unidentified, of course, because she didn't see the make or model. All right. Jody said, "Dear world, please bolo for a random red flash." That actually, see, Jody should have actually taken that question because she summed it up so much better than I just did. Oh my gosh. That just wrecked me. Oh my God, that was a funny one. So I hope that some way, somehow we make sense here. Okay. Justin is responsible for this stupid van nonsense. He needs to fix it. What happened? So, all right, Justin for all. So I know you've been going nuts about this red van. So, this it have you been able to reach him, Jody? Did you try to get in touch with him to let him know what's going on? I know Jody sent a polo for a red flash. I respect everyone, but if there was a strange car, it would have been good to look for it. Yep, we know. I know. I think Jody said it's really something that bothers her after all this time that she did not get to see it, and also that there's other things she is trying really hard to remember certain things. So I'm sure it would have been good to look for it, but on the regular day to day, when we're in our homes and doing things, sometimes we can't always run to the window when we see a car drive by, right? So I could never fault Jody for not running to the window to see what the red flash was, because to her in her home, it's just a regular Tuesday afternoon. You know what I mean? And it can't make me respect her less for not getting up and looking to see exactly what car it was, or how would she know? How would she know? Like, I have to go see what kind of car that is that's pulling into my neighbor's driveway right now because a child is about to go missing in several hours, right? That would mean, you know what I'm saying? I do not mean to distract from what you are doing, and I wasn't blaming Jody. Okay. No, I don't think you are. You're always in my chat. It's okay. I know that things are crazy lately. Okay, TM, in your opinion, what do you think happened to Summer? Well, I think Pandaberry, I don't know anymore. I do think that I have my own theories, right? Maybe two of them, but there's so many things that could have happened. It doesn't really matter what I think, right? I mean, my opinion on what happened is either, in a nutshell, that an accident occurred, and not like a specific type of accident, just that something happened, and maybe Candace got nervous, clammed up, didn't know what to do. That has always been my first initial thought, was that an accident happened and maybe the mom got nervous, didn't know what to do, covered it up. But I also feel that there was room for a targeted situation. I think that when you are surrounded by friends who are not so savory, you are dealing with, this one, that one. We've seen all these characters, right? The friends that Candace surrounded herself with and things like that. So I do think that there was room for them to have been targeted and Summer to have been taken, not even just the people that Candace surrounded herself with, but Don as well. So I lean towards Summer being alive most days. So I guess that would mean that my first, well, at this point, I don't know. I can't even answer it anymore because I feel kind of like 50-50 on her being taken, which I can't believe that I feel that way today, because you would have asked me 2 years ago, I would have never said that. But I leave room for it to be open and for that to be an option, because at first I never believed that there would be an available opportunity to take her off that hill. But now I'm not so sure. But But if it was something that happened in the presence of her mom or her dad or her grandma, I don't think it was purposely done. I don't think there was a planned, premeditated murder or anything that happened. I think it would have been more so covering up and fearful of getting in trouble, losing more children. But I have a lot of hope that she's out there and alive. So I can't go with that theory that an accident happened. It doesn't mean that I don't think they're just two feelings I have, that's all. In my opinion, I think she is alive, and I think the parents might have owed money for drugs and someone took her. See, you think she's alive too. I would really like to. Actually, I don't want to, because I don't want it to be the answer that I don't like, and then I'll get sad over it. So forget it. I wanted to see what everybody kind of thought too, but I don't really even want to ask. I'm a little indecisive today. I've changed my mind 100 times about this case. Honestly, 1,000 times, is Val and me. Kirst says, it's hard to get a certain thought across when you're limited to a few characters. I shouldn't have said Bolo. That was twisted what I was trying to say. Oh, geez. Okay. No, that's okay. Yeah, it's hard when you're in the chat. I used to always say that. We only have like 200 characters to get out what we need to say. So, of course, it's hard. Bridget says, yeah, just a random red flash on your wall. Maybe you're laying down watching TV. You don't want to get up and see who's driving down the street or pulling up. It's just normal day stuff. Yeah. Well, I always feel like people say it so much simpler than me. It sounds so much better when it comes from other people sometimes. I have been dealing with the harassment from this red van live, and I am positive Ellie being bombarded by dumb, idiotic calls because of it too, Jody Sue said. So, all right, Justin did a live on a red van, and Jody's getting a lot of like an influx of bullshit about it. And I really, really, really hope that law enforcement is not being bombarded, you guys. This is like probably the only time that they've had time to breathe and really be able to dedicate their time to summer. We really, as a community, should not be bombarding them with anything. And they've said it a million times. They do not want calls from YouTubers. They don't want people calling from YouTube, but they still call. They still do it. They don't care. There was something really important that I felt like I might have needed to say, right? They don't want calls from YouTubers, so I don't call. Isn't that fucked up? Yeah, I think so. But we all made it that way here on YouTube. Everybody made it that way, to the point that what if somebody on YouTube really had a piece that mattered? They won't get the tip. Now, personally, I totally understand why they said what they did, but think of how sad that is if they'd have to say no tips from people on the internet. But that's the problem with going live and putting out information that people have never heard before, and then 200 people are calling the TBI with YouTube bullshit. It's so messed up, and it hurts Summer. And Jody's going through a bunch of bullshit because of it now too, I guess. I still don't believe anyone went up on that hill, grabbed Summer, and ran. Yeah, BB Diamond. I don't think it was a stranger situation. Like, I think there is room for Summer to have been taken, but not by a stranger, just some random person passing through Hawkins County, Tennessee, who happened to get onto Ben Hill Road and see Summer. You know what I mean? Not like that. see. I'm reading through your comments, guys. Thank you, Duchess, for putting that. I now wonder about Grandis and her actions more. Sheila E., what do you wonder about, hon? Bridget, I've always thought you're really good at reading chat's thoughts with mistakes and spelling errors and all. I've always thought that even when you're doing drama type lives. I try to read the chat because I know like what it feels like to put your all into writing a comment and then the creator skips right by it. Like it's so frustrating. And I like to be able to, but I fall behind on chat is the only problem. Okay, honestly, if you had a legit tip, there's a way to get it to Ellie's attention, but I refuse to put that here. Too many clowns would take advantage. Yeah, true crime with Eve. It's so important that people don't abuse that system. Mrs. Peacock, what does everyone think about Dawn now saying the night before Summer went missing, she wanted to go on the roof? Mrs. Peacock, you want to know what I think? I think Don is trolling everybody at this current moment. He cannot be trusted, and the things that he says should be taken for him trolling the internet. Don't discount what he says by any means. I wouldn't ignore it or forget that he said it. Tuck it away. Remember he said it, but I do believe Don is playing a lot of games with people online, and I believe he's trolling the whole internet about his own daughter. And I think he's very quick-witted and he's got jokes because, this is a funny situation to him at this point. Jody says, or making old info suddenly seem new. That does not help. You're right. It doesn't. There's a lot of that going around. But, I was thinking I had the same thought the other day. I'm like, oh my God, these people act like they've never heard this before. I'm glad people are going back to the beginning. That means they have finally hit a wall and they don't have any other choice but to go back and get actual facts now. Jesus, how long that was going to take. So it took 2 years for these people to start going back to the beginning. Can you imagine? It's crazy. Then she canceled on the roofers. Hold on a second. Dana says, so remember when Grandis was trying to get roof repairs right after that? Then she canceled on the roofers. It wasn't roofers, Dana, right? It was, her name was, she was on Critical Case. This was, hold on a second. Yeah, so Candace's mom, I have those actually. The text. So hold on a second. Candace's mom had contacted a woman. Well, this is allegedly, right? So I'll tell it like I know. I want to make sure I say, a woman had gone on Critical Case way back in the beginning. Let me grab these though, so I can have them for you. Because yes, so Candace Harrer had reached out for repairs. I don't believe it was the roof though. I think it was the bathroom. Hold on one sec. It should be right around here. Give me a moment. Let me see if I can find these. Usually I can find them pretty quickly. They're purple and they've got little bubbles on them, so they won't be hard to find. Hold on. I can read them to you too, or I could pull them right up on the screen if you want. Let me find this here. Wow. So it was later than August that this girl told this story, I think, because I haven't come up on them yet. Oh, you know what? I sent these to someone not too long ago. let me see. Right here. Okay, perfect. So it was Wilkerson Windows and Gutters. Here, let me do this. Let me take a picture of these. I'll show you these. All right. So I'll pull these up real quick. I took that down. Who is this? Stacy? Stacy, I see you. Hold on one sec. Let me grab this. Thank you, hon. Hi, Tiffany, Mods, and Jet. Sorry I missed the last stream and now this one. Thank you for always caring and doing what you do. Traveling back home now. I only have a few hours to go. Fine summer 2023. Stacy, drive safe and don't worry about missing the stream yesterday and today. You can catch up. They won't be too long either to catch up on, and you're welcome. Appreciate you very much. Hey, Muscles and Mascara, what up? Critical K brought the story to the light, and it was 40K estimate. Oh shit, Bridget, you remember all the details. Hold on a sec. I'm trying to send these to myself so I can pull them up for you. Bridget's got it. She's on top of it. So hold on one sec. I'll pull these up. I'll read them to you. So this was, so Critical K was the one that put this out in the beginning. This girl named Chelsea had even gone up on her panel. So she had written in her group, and 1, 2, 3, right? 2. Yeah. All right. Let me pull these up. So these here are the texts between the woman that Candace Hare allegedly reached out to for help with work on the house. They were asking for house repairs, but hold on, let me show these. This was a long time ago, but I'll start here by sharing this first because this is how I found out about it. Present. This is blast from the past. This is old stuff. Okay. So this is her. It was a public post. She said, I never thought I would be in the middle of a missing girls case, but honestly, the name Summer must have made God bring me to this. Here is my story from the last 2 weeks. I couldn't show or tell anyone because of the TBI, but here it is. Let's all pray for sweet Summer Wells to come home. So this was shared on Facebook. She shared the link to Kay's live, and the title of it was Candace and Dawn looking to do some remodeling? And let me grab the actual, this is old stuff. I'm not going to share her Facebook profile. Hold on a minute. One. All right. Let me grab this. All right. Let me make sure they're in order. Today, one. Yeah. Okay. So, hold on just a minute. 2:22 p.m. Okay, this is the first one. Three, 4, 1, 6. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So this here says, it says today at 1:56 p.m. at the bottom. That's how I knew this was the first one. So it says about what Candace talked to somebody and told her how many windows, and I have read, what I believe is RD, anything except someone was coming out. Someone. Been busy, try to help find Summer Wells. Thumbs up. Then the girl who's right. So she's saying that this is Candace Hare. This was the story she had told. the girl says, "Oh my, so sorry. Any updates? I hate to come down there in the middle of all of this. I'm sure this is the last thing you're worried about." Candace Hare, allegedly, this is who she's speaking to, replies, and I do trust that Kay verified this because she did redact the info. She was able to see the phone number. You know what I mean? Like, she was able to see this woman was in contact with, do you know what I'm saying? So she says, if Candace told you it was fine, it's fine. Police and searchers are still looking. The girl says, "Oh, I thought this was Candace." And down here it says, "I'm her mom." Okay. So the next one, and you can screenshot that, guys, if you need. Let's see here. Is this the right one? Okay, so it says, if Candace told you it was fine, it's fine. Police and searchers are still looking. She says, "Oh, I thought this was Candace." It says, "I'm her mom." She says, "Oh, okay." Thumbs up from Candace here. Then this woman here says, "Hey, honey, I could possibly come out tomorrow or Sunday. I have a few jobs getting finished your way. Just let me know what works best for y'all." Candace Hare, Sunday would be best. Okay. Then this one. Bridge, how do you remember it was for X amount of money? Is that because of the live that she was on? Because I wonder, I don't even think that's still up. Okay, so this is the third one. Hold on. She says, "Okay, if anything changes, let me know." And then Candace Harris says, "I will, thank you." And the woman says, "You're welcome. Still praying hard for y'all." Okay. So where's Dana at? It was the roof. Thought it was the bathroom. Huh. I take your word for it, Dana. You probably remember better than I do. True Crime with Eve says, "I hate when creators say X said this but doesn't prove it." Yeah, I know it. Drives me nuts too. A remodeling company was called by Candace within 2 weeks of June 15th. It was windows and other repairs. BB Diamond, I remember the windows. I remember the bathroom. I don't remember the roof. I'm trying to think, was there a different one too? Or I thought it was the roof because I remember thinking, what's on the roof? Huh. Yeah, I don't remember the roof, but it's okay. We all remember different things. Does anybody have proof of it being the roof? You never know. People have stuff like right on hand. Where do we think that DB got this grandest info from? I think it was from the old text with Emma. What about y'all? The ones that Emma had me put out? They're up on my channel, I believe. They should be anyway. If you need them, let me know. We're all mad here. I thought it was within the first week. Yeah, I did too. I thought that it was actually before Summer had already gone missing and that they kept continuing to speak, like they were going back and forth, like it had just happened. So I'm going to try to go back and see if I have that live somewhere so I can listen. I think that would be important. Let's see if we can find the exact info from that. True Crime with Eve. Lawson did make sure to tell the public that everyone was still a suspect or POI, even after Candace and Don took polygraphs, though. Yeah, he sure did. Yep, that is true. Feel like a grandma. Okay, Sheila E says, I feel like a grandma should have been more active in the investigation. And wouldn't you go crazy on people blaming your daughter of such bad things? I would. Sheila E, I used to be very hard on Candace Harrer for not being involved and for being so quiet. That was a big deal for me way back when. And a lot of people have said that Candace Harrer has a lot of anxiety over her missing daughter, Rosemarie Bly. If somebody could grab her information, because every time I say her name, I always drop her info. If one of my mods could just go grab from the VICAP, if you could just grab her VICAP profile there. Rosemarie Bly's, for anybody who might be missing. Anyone who might be missing. Yeah, I'm doing all right today. Anyone who might be listening that does not know, Summer has an aunt that also went missing. Her name is Rosemarie Bly. It's Candace's sister. So they had said that she had some anxiety over her missing daughter, that it was all over again, and all the... I have a question. Does anyone know if LE or federal agents ever conduct multiple polygraphs to finally get a pass for the POIs? Diagnosis crime. Someone please ask Jody Sue to unblock me. Ahmad did that due to me asking about Heckin. Oh, BB Diamond, I don't know, hun. You got to reach out to Jody. All right, let's see. True Crime with Eve. Card Team FBI uses polys for investigative tactics, interrogation techniques. It has helped people confess, so I'm all for it. Hey, Looking Beyond, how are ya? What is she doing? Let me see something. Yeah, Luda, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Bridget, for dropping Rosemarie Bly's info. I could see them conducting more than one poly for investigative tactics, perhaps different questions asked. Yeah, I could too, totally. But not to allow persons of interest the opportunity to pass. Thinking out loud, LOL, says Diagnosis Crime. Agree. Yeah. See, and these are the things like people take so literally, you know what I mean? Oh, Cotton Candy, new member. I just saw that. I apologize. It's sitting in my starred thing, and I don't think I said thank you, and I don't know if you're in here. So thank you if you hear it. Okay, so let me pull this down. Now, what I want to do, now this is going to be the fun part. Skilo, hold on. I'm going to be a little bit all over the place today because I feel like it, and I'm totally unorganized. I want to show you what she did after my live yesterday, okay? So I didn't see this till I woke up this morning. I don't even know when she did it, and I think it's a short. You guys remember yesterday, she came up here acting like a complete lunatic. So hold on. Let me show you this thing she did. This is a bit. All right. So this is Skilo. This is the woman who came on my panel yesterday screaming her head off, okay? Acting like a complete psychopath. Over what? I have no idea. Her own community post letting everybody know how much money Don Wells owed the court. So I want to let you listen, all right? She says, TMXO, since I'm blocked in your chat and you're confused, here you go.
Where it says that I want to raise money for Dawn Wells.
I never said her post said she wanted to raise money for Dawn Wells. Did anybody ever hear me say that? I don't think I did. Skilo, your bullshit's not going to work on me. I don't give a fuck what you have to say or what you think about me either. You wasted time making this video. You came up here 2 times yesterday, freaking the fuck out over something I didn't even say. And she's doing it again. So she's going to say that I said she was raising money for Dawn Wells. I didn't say that. Go back and find where I ever said that you said you were raising money for Dawn. I didn't say that. I did, however, read your community post where you're making it available to everybody to know the exact amount he owes the court. You did do that. So what purpose was that for? To not get him any money? Were you not trying to get any money into Dawn Wells' pocket? Is that why you posted all of the numbers and all of the information so that people wouldn't send money? Now, I didn't say that you said you were raising money for Dawn Wells, but kind of looks that you are. Just saying. Okay.
Show me there where it says that any money is changing hands.
I don't think I ever said that either. Any money is changing hands. Look at this psycho. Look at this woman. This is some real shit. Like, look at this woman. You can tell just looking at her. She's not right. Like, this woman is touched. All right. She must really want attention. Skilo, no one even knows who the fuck you are. Now they do because I'm talking about you. You know that, right? Like, you really know. Everybody was like, who's Skilo? Who's Skilo? Who's Skilo? They don't even know you, dude. No one knows you. So you're getting a little bit of attention here today. Enjoy it. It won't last long.
Anywhere. It doesn't, Tiffany. That was a post with just some math in it. Math?
We'll keep it right here. All right. So that was a post with just some math in it. Just some math. Why would you need to put a post up with what Dawn Wells owes the court if you're not trying to get money for him? It's just math. She just wanted to show what he owed. All right, let me go through my chat real quick. We're going to leave that there. Now they know she's a psycho, says Luda. I'm telling you, you can always tell. Eyes wide open, girlfriend. See, this isn't going to help you, Skilo, because I'm just going to clown your ass. Like, it's just not going to work. This, you probably already regret doing, right? I would. I mean, shit. Girl. She couldn't even hear what you were saying when you're talking to her. How could you repeat anything? You're exactly looking beyond. She couldn't hear what I was saying. She didn't even know what I had said. She came up here thinking she knew what I said and sounded like a complete jackass because she had no clue what she was talking about. I think she kind of jumped the gun a little bit, but I don't know. Yeah, just we're all mad here. Are you like, can you just, cool it down a little bit? I don't want Jody to feel uncomfortable here either. I want her to be, like bombard her and stuff. She has her own channel too, where you guys can like ask her questions, like let her be a normal person and chat and stuff and hang out and be a part of the conversation without, I know people like have stuff to say or whatever, but all right. Dawn Wells is raising money for Dawn Wells. LOL. Yeah. And Skilo's helping. Skilo is helping by putting that community post up. She may not even know she's helping. She's just completely unaware. But the truth is, that was very helpful to Dawn for her to post that so that everybody will know how much he owes and they're able to give thousands if they want to. So here's Skilo denying that she's helping at all, but she really is. It's just more lies from this very same group of people who only lie. They don't know how to be honest. They don't know how to be truthful. All right. Oh, wow. Wow. Here, let's start this over.
Yes, and a little bit of probation violation, charges held in abeyance, fees held in abeyance, which I'm sure you don't understand.
Who the fuck does this bitch think she is? I really want to know. I really want to know. Lose the braids, okay, Skilo? I don't know what you got going on here. This is not a flattering setup, okay? Your braids, your eyebrows, none of it, girl. None of it. You got to bring these back about, I don't know, a whole inch. I would say, Skilo, I'm going to give you some advice, all right, because you need it. I'm going to help you out a little bit. I don't normally pick people apart, but you're a special one. So we're going to say, okay, I can see someone did this to me once, and now I'm going to do it to you. So it wasn't about my eyebrows in particular. They just wanted to take my eyebrow off, but I'm not going to take your eyebrows off like she took my eyebrows off on the screen. So I'm going to tell you, though, I can see where your natural eyebrow is. You don't need all this extra. That is not necessary at all. So what you're going to do is you're going to get rid of, I would say, this whole top part right here, Skilo. All right. You don't need that. You don't need the extra. I know you might be trying to make your forehead look a little bit smaller, but you don't even need to do that. It'll all fall to the wayside once you fix these. And you're going to take just this part here, bring it right to where you started. That's fine. It's a little far, but it's not too bad. At least you got them out there. And you're going to cut off at least half of that eyebrow. I think you went a little overboard, a little excessive on the brows. All right. If you had bigger hair, you might be able to pull it off. Like thick, really thick, full, beautiful hair bouncing and stuff, then you could totally do the big brows. But I wouldn't advise it because this is really messy. But you can fix these. These can be fixed. Thank God it's pencil. You can fix those. I promise they can be fixed. Yeah. She's not wearing any makeup at all, which she doesn't need to, but I just don't know why she chose to put such big eyebrows on. Wow. Like, just take the whole half part off and just leave the bottom right there. You have see, Skilo, you have a pretty thin face, so you can't do the big, bulky eyebrow look. All right. All right, we're going to move along here. Hopefully next time I see you canned up, you can fix those.
And I try to make it super simple. I'm sorry that you're so confused. What you see there is just me putting out the truth, regardless of whether or not I support the person about whom the information is.
See, this is why this woman is telling me that I can't understand simple math. I can't read. None of her sentences are even making sense. She doesn't even know what she's saying. I really think she's so far off her rocker. This is the one who said, now wait till you get a fucking load of this. This morning, hold on, I'm going to show you in a second. So we've actually got some verification that a larger audience is going to hear about Summer. Everyone wants to know why. No one has seen this footage, right? No one has seen anything that happened in Tennessee. You're going to see it. You're going to see it, but you're going to see it when it actually gets to its destination, like I said yesterday. And Skilo even went as far to really confirm that. in a comment. So I want to share that with you guys. But first, I'm going to keep playing this. She's going to sit here and say she was sharing the information regardless, just because it was the truth. Everybody knows how to look up if Don Wells owes court fees. They don't need you to post it on your community post, Skee-Lo. My point is, you didn't tell people what those court fees were for. I don't care if it was $4,000 or $40,000. I care what it was for. Now, all of the charges accrued afterwards that you think I don't know anything about, they still stem from that domestic violence incident. Am I going to make sense to you? Are your eyebrows too fucking thick that your whole brain cannot comprehend that you left the most important part out, Skee-Lo? Are you getting it yet? I'm making it really, really simple. Now, I don't know if I would trust someone who can't even put their eyebrows on right, but here I am trying to explain it to you.
So that's it. It's a post saying, these are the fees. This is the charge. This was.
Oh, no. You'd never stated what the charge was, Skee-Lo. That's the whole problem. You never stated it was a domestic violence charge. You said a charge in 2020, never stating what that was. You omitted that information on purpose because you had to.
Was the reason that he had to pay the fees on the original charge.
Which he never did. And the original charge you left out. It doesn't matter what fees accrued after, okay? That is not the fucking point. The point is that stemming from that one incident, October of 2020, it could go on and on and on for years and years and years. Court fees on top of court fees on top of court fees. But it stems from the incident that took place in front of Summer and her brothers. And you are supporting it. That community post told us so. All right? You can't gaslight someone like me into thinking that they're not smart, they're not intelligent. Bitch, I will run circles around you. But you already know that, don't you, Skee-Lo? That's why you lost your shit up here yesterday.
Which is the DV charge. Show me.
Look how happy she just got. I missed that part. We'll watch this again. Which is the DV charge, she said. Well, I'm glad you finally admitted it, Skee-Lo. It took you all of what? 24 whole hours after being called out? She must have been so excited to make this video.
Me in the post where it says that I want to raise money for Don Wells. Show me there where it says that any money is changing hands anywhere. It doesn't, Tiffany. That was a post with just some math in it. Math. Oh, goodness. And a little bit of probation violation, charges held in abeyance, fees held in abeyance, which I'm sure you don't understand. I try to make it super simple. I'm sorry that you're so confused. What you see there.
Do I sound confused? Does anybody think I sound confused? I think she's trying to confuse things because she wants to look like a decent person, but she knows she's a piece of shit because she's supporting giving money to Don Wells for these domestic violence charges for what? What he did in front of his missing daughter, who she claims to care about. She's full of shit. Skee-Lo doesn't care about Summer because if she did, she would never, ever be putting out the amount of money he needs to pay to get rid of those charges. Summer went missing 7 months later, and she has the nerve to sit on YouTube and say, people, this is how much he owes. This is exactly how much he owes. And then leaves out one part only. Everything else is crystal clear, down to the equal sign and the decimal points, right? You didn't leave any decimal points out, but you did leave out that charge and what it was for. That's the point. And you can never go back and fix it because you did that and we all saw it. Sucks to be you. Shit, I wouldn't want me calling me out either, but oh well. Do better next time, Skilo. If you say you care about Summer, you should actually do it. I bet she regrets clicking that link yesterday. Dang, Luda, this girl will click the link over and over and over again. I bet you if I put it in my chat, she'd jump up here right now and go crazy again. She's a lunatic. Like there is no escaping what we saw yesterday. It was so psychotic. Yeah, I know, right? It's the squealing. She did it on my panel yesterday too. Squealing and squealing and squealing. Yes, Luda. Luda says, see, this kind of beautiful ends up shitting on your side of the bed. Oh, I know. It might be a whole Amber Heard over here. You just never know. I think she's definitely got some issues. What they are, I couldn't tell you because, I'm not a doctor and stuff, but yikes. Get on it. Yeah, so she says she's wearing scrubs, but she works for a show, No, Kirst, Don doesn't need a payment plan. He has people like Skilo to help him out. And Krama Mama, Squeaklo, that's a good one. Yeah. Sound like she being poked with this bitch is off her rocker. But I really I didn't even know this was here until I saw the comment she left. So this morning she left a comment. There's a channel, Social Fade. They hate me. They literally hate me so much. Don't know why, but they're excited because I'm back live streaming again. So they like to clip like everything I do. And I have to thank them because there is a story about Social Fade. Let me take her down off here real quick before I show this. I just can't with this one. Social Fade, as much as they drove me nuts, I do have to thank them because, and I'll even share their link, all right? Even though they made a video of me this morning, it's okay. So Social Fade, here you go. I'm going to drop your link right here in my chat because you make videos about me. So whatever. But hold on. I have to thank them because had it not been for Social Fade, the Fake Feds Live would have never happened. And I've talked about this with people like from time to time. Here you go. I'm going to give her the attention because without them, the Fake Feds Live that I did would have never came to be. Because the day that I was doing that live, it was actually, I was going live to bitch about Social Fade. So I don't ever drop channels of people who hate me, but there you go. That Fake Feds Live was really important. And had I not been irritated by Social Fade, I would have never done that live. And what happened on that live would have never came out. And all of the things that were pretty much exposed there would have never been exposed. So there you go. That's Social Fade. But I found, this is the whole point, I found this comment from Skilo under Social Fade's video because, the comment section is usually super hateful. Skilo's got to get in there. And what she said was, hold on a sec, let me go grab it. See, Skilo hides behind the scenes. So you don't know she's there. You only know when she comes into the chat grandstanding for her friends. Literally. Like, this is Skilo comes in to be an attack dog. Now, yesterday you notice Skilo came in like a whole hot ball of flaming shit. And who had to come in behind was Jenny. Usually you don't see that. It's usually Skilo doing the cleanup and the bitching, right? Jenny came in behind Skilo yesterday. And listen, this is, hold on one second, I gotta grab this. That usually doesn't happen. It's usually the opposite way around. But all right, here's Skilo's comment. This is what she said. Hold on. All right. So I thought that this was interesting. And this is what made me go to her channel. And that's when I noticed that she had put up a short about me or whatever. And I was like, what is this? When did she make this? And you can't see the dates on shorts. So I have no clue. I guess she must have done it yesterday after my live or something. But did it come through or no? Hold on. All right. So that's when I noticed that this was there. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me right now? Why is she making a video too? That's why I just shared that. I didn't even know it was there. But this, okay, this is under Social Fade's video. She clipped of my live yesterday with Skilo. Something like Tiffany doing what Tiffany does best or something. Because, you know, I guess Skilo is some kind of miraculous savior in Social Fade's eyes. Why? I don't know. The post was so incredibly specific. Yes, it was incredibly specific, right down to the penny, right, Skilo? It just wasn't about the charges. It was about the fines. And it wasn't for TM. It was for the two creators who were at the beginning of the post. Do you know what's crazy? One of those creators was in here yesterday saying they didn't know who she was, who's Skilo, and they also said they had no idea why they were tagged in her post. So she says it was for the two creators who were tagged at the beginning of the post, but one of the creators said they didn't even know why she would be tagging them and couldn't understand. So she says, I will fight to put out true factual information until the day I die. I learned from the best. Who'd you learn from, Skilo? You're a fucking liar, dude. You're a liar. You learned from who? Who's the best liar? Let us know. Seems to me that if you wanted Summer found like I do, the opportunity to tell her story to a larger audience would be a good thing, no? A light bulb, a little movie icon, a productor icon, right? And a purple heart. Don't be fooled. I'm telling you guys, this bitch, listen, they're working on a production. Don't say I didn't tell you. I've been saying it and saying it and saying it. Yeah. And I'm not the only one who knows. I'm not. Tiffany, you're great at triggering dumbasses. I don't know why. Squealo. Oh, that's a good one. Squealo was a great example yesterday. Yes, Joellen. Yes. Skilo is in charge of it. So we're going to also, real quick, this is what we're going to do now. Take a screenshot of that. Remember, Skilo She was going to go to Hawkins County when I was going to go so that she could wear her little body cams and run around making a film for summer to send to ID Discovery. I guess a whole van was there with was going to be there with all of this production material, and the Skilo was in charge of all of this. But they didn't bring any cameras with them or anything. Remember, they found evidence that they turned in that they were hopeful would lead to summer and all the stories, right? It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. They're using summer. They have been using summer for a long time. For a really long time. Skilo's just doing it behind the scenes for ID Discovery. Whoever the hell she works for. Cramo was wearing a body cam the whole time. She said so herself. Yes, she did. Right in Circle Jerks chat. Yes, she did. Cramo Mama admitted to wearing a body cam after telling everybody she didn't have a camera with her. We didn't have any cameras. That's what she said. These people are vultures. Vultures. It's horrible. So anyway, hold on one sec. What I want to do. Okay. Maybe they had secret cameras like MGL, Spy Pen, etc. Val, no, they wore straight up body cams. Like body cameras. So it's really alarming. I don't know why they had to lie. It just makes it so much worse. Okay, so here is what I want to show you. Yesterday, Whistledown was up here. Remember, Jenny didn't know who she was? Whistledown, she did, hold on a minute. I don't want that. Take that out, Dutch. I don't want that in here. If you don't mind. Here, I got it. I don't want any, no, she will get no, attention like that from me. I don't want anything of hers in here. I don't need to promote her shit. But I got it out. Thank you though. No. I don't. I'm going to take that one out too. I don't want her stuff in here. I don't trust her. She's a scuzz bucket. So, this is what I want to do. So I'm going to share this. Now, Whistledown did an amazing job documenting this stuff. And I want to show you. This is last year. And there will be a repeat this year. So we're going to watch this one. We're going to show Gavel and Krama. This video is really, really well done. And you guys are going to love Whistledown. I'm going to put her link in the chat for you. She's also going to be documenting the one this year as well. So she's ready for it totally. She was up here yesterday. And yeah, I can see you. Let me see. Yeah, I can see you. Reaper's Grim. BVK's dogs pissed on their animal bones. Yeah, I heard that the dog, that's how they alert to. I've never heard of that before. I don't know. Jesus. She, Gavel, and Crumb, etc., are all after fame, not for Summer. No, this is absolutely for a production. Everyone's going to find out why they're here, and they're going to be really, really, really disappointed to find out who they've been dealing with. Why do you think no one's here anymore? Why do you think Gavel's not going live? And Jenny and Crumb and Mama, they don't go live anymore. Who's going live about Summer? You notice the people that aren't going live about Summer anymore? Yep, Chasing Truth is one of them too. And I have no problem saying that. I have no problem saying that at all. Because I can't tell you how fucking disheartening it is to watch this shit. And I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about it. It's horrible. I'm so disappointed and disgusted. They all lied. They all lied. Every single one. Fuck them. Whatever. I'm here for Summer. I'm not here for fame, so.
The event, Summer's Day event that we had Wednesday evening was not a celebration. It was not a party.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I'll keep it on there. I'll just keep it right there.
What?
Kid bags, glow sticks for the kids. Have confetti cannons that we'll do here in a little bit. Sorry. We've got, I'm trying not to get them in the camera. We've got fun stuff for the kids.
We have pizza, donuts, cupcakes. Help yourself. We're just gonna turn the music back on. We're gonna hang out for a little bit, and then we'll do some more door prizes. So go out and throw it over there.
I was gonna do some door prizes.
And we didn't ask anybody for anything. We asked local businesses if they would like to help, and they donated, and that was the way that they could help. And we didn't ask anybody for anything.
Just we went out and talked to all kinds of people that have donated free stuff, for us to give away, and coupons, and free skate, free night of skating, a putt, all kinds of stuff. So a lot of businesses, we have tons. And this is our first annual Summer's Day event, and we want to do this every year in honor of Summer. And ours wasn't a prayer vigil, so everybody knows.
We have this that was from the prayer vigil, one of the last ones that someone had made.
Ours was not a prayer vigil.
Got your ticket. 3 tickets to Wetlands Water Park. 692008. Yay! 2 IHOP, one free entree and beverage.
It was not a money grab. It was none of that.
692037. 2037. 37. Anybody? Any takers?
Freaking door prizes. We didn't raffle. There was no money grab. So we did a raffle.
Going once. Next one. Going twice. 6920. That's freaking cool. You guys got some fun stuff to do.
Yeah, the door prizes.
692007. Love your shirt. 692007.
It was not a celebration. It was not a party. There was not one song that was played that was party music. There was not a dry eye in the house most of the time. That doesn't sound to me like a party. Summer and the boys did not deserve this.
Please, eat these donuts and cupcakes and pizza. Take a box. Okay, everybody, there's also confetti cannons over here.
Next year we'll have we'll have more. Hopefully, we'll have people there, law enforcement, like there was supposed to be.
We are also aware that there are some people using this case for their own personal gain by spreading false information on social media posts as facts. Some go as far as to solicit donations. This has had a major impact on the investigation and not in a good way.
It helps the community that certain people say are harassed and sick of YouTubers and sick of this, and they're harassed and treated terribly and blah 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 blah. We've been very transparent about everything. Always have. Not meant for YouTube. It's disgusting. This is a missing 6-year-old little girl. I'm not expecting a freaking pat on the back for it.
But that's what we've wanted.
And we did it. Things get reported. That's what happens. That's what comes with the territory. Yeah, the boys can be hurt by it. The boys can. They're still here. Exactly. Yeah, I'm mad. Yeah, I'm mad this is being played, but let me play it twice so I can get the spin too. Yeah, so I can get the clicks and the views. Right. We did everything right with that. I never took monetary donations, even the other day. An amazing woman who's a couponer brought a whole carload of stuff. And I was able, we were able to get that to Isaiah 117 house.
But most everybody,
there was no exchange of hands.
other than Wednesday,
there was no exchange of hands for any of that stuff. So they sent gift cards. They sent, Amazon cards. They sent stuff through Amazon. They did monetary donations. Every detail was about Summer. Cooper's Gem Mine donated dirt that had gems in it so that the kids could do a gem dig. Every small detail down to, the music that I picked, the font, everything down to the font that I picked for everything in my stuff that I made was well thought out. The font that I chose was called Little Summer. Little Summer is the name of the font that I used for almost everything. We did everything right. And I didn't do anything wrong. Fizzle didn't do it. Jenny didn't do it. Chasing, Benny, nobody did anything wrong. Even the font, Scott, was called Little Summer. Everything. That's what Ellie keeps saying is everything's still on the table. They don't have a clue. Why would they give us anything? Why would they give us any details of anything? We don't deserve them. I mean, we weren't going to keep the two $100 watches that the community gave. I mean, that wasn't about us. We didn't want anything from it other than to honor Summer. I don't understand why people have to be in the center of freaking attention. I don't understand why everybody has to just pick apart, people that are trying to do good things. Inflatables and games and all the things that Summer would love. And a lot of people asked about the shirts. Like, we're not selling the shirts because, we talked about maybe doing it at cost, and having that, but still, it's like, no, I don't want to, because somebody might sell it, you know what I mean? And then it's my design, and I don't know.
We gave Chasing a shirt because we knew she was coming, and we wanted her to have that because she loves Summer as well, and because
Oh, and another thing, when Nightbot popped up right there, it reminded me. Someone made a comment, Nightbot, Karma Mama, Nightbot, Karma Mama, because I forgot to turn off my Nightbot during my live stream from the other night. And I'm very sorry. I had more pressing things on my mind, like that my computer was not hooking up to the projector. I forgot to turn my Nightbot off. I had full intentions of doing so, and I forgot. And I couldn't turn my monetization off for Super Chats, but I could keep it off for AdSense. I think I got one new member and a like maybe $20 super chat or something. I had to put up on the screen, please don't super chat me tonight. This is about summer. And never got any like Cash Apps or PayPals or anything that evening. Never. So Nightbot was ignored, thank God. And anybody who is regular here knows that I would have never, ever, ever wanted that. So we've never wanted money that day. Yeah, see, Chasing, she donated hers. I was even going to go live and do a members only stream like earlier in the day to like get all the tech and stuff set up. You know, I don't even know if I changed my subscriber countdown to from I think it was I had it set at like 3 days or something. So I don't know. If $20 is the most money anybody made, I think that was a pretty good day. Oh. So, and I'll gladly donate the $20. I'll donate it to Isaiah 117 House. Just to piss him off. I don't owe any of them an explanation. What if one of the boys got on YouTube and heard that? What if one of the boys, because you know that they have access to YouTube, you know that kids can get on anybody's devices, right? They know how to work tech better than we do. What if one of those boys pops on YouTube and because maybe, I don't know, maybe the foster home heard about it or the foster parents or maybe whatever the case may be, and it's in their algorithm, right? And they pull it up and they listen to that. Do you think that those boys will ever?
Okay, so this door prize is for 2 day passes to the Kingsport Aquatic Center.
They're never going to feel safe if that's the kind of things that are put out there into the ether. Like, we need to think about the children in this. These children under the age of 18 do not deserve this.
692008. Yay! 2 IHOP, one free entree and beverage.
It was not to mention those boys have to be around kids they don't know and have to fit in where they are, and YouTube will cause them not to have a normal social life at minimum. At minimum. It's not fair. It's not fair to the boys, and it's not fair to Summer.
2 free tickets to Appalachian Caverns.
Think before you put things out. Think before you speak.
3 tickets to Wetlands Water Park.
It is not okay. These are kids. Just please, if you played it, take it down. I'm begging. Please, for the love of God, take down the videos that you have on your channels about those boys and Summer. You know, kids should be left to be kids. The boys have nothing in this. This kind of stuff is damaging to them. Yes, please take it down. And if anybody has any kind of moral compass, it doesn't matter because it's not meant for YouTube and it's not appropriate for YouTube and it's not appropriate to put out there into the ether for the boys' sake. And don't play it on your channel. It's not okay. Yeah, it needs to be reported. It's not cool. Just please take it down. If you have any kind of a heart whatsoever and you're a creator and you're listening to this, please take it down. They're hurting these kids, but that means not give the people that do this clicks and views and support that kind of behavior. Because every time you click on that to watch those things, even if it's a shit show, right? Every time you watch some drag session and you watch this and I mean, you're just contributing to their paycheck. and they don't deserve the view. They don't deserve it.
Okay, so that was done by Whistledown. She did an amazing job. That was 17 minutes long. It probably took her a whole day to do. She documented now, not only this, that was called Take It Down, hashtag Summer Wells. Now, if you notice, last year when they all went out there, everybody had the same problem. No one knew how to shut off their monetization. Oh, I don't know how to shut it off. I don't know how to shut it off. Every single month when I did my prayer streams for summer, which I do believe I'm going to run a prayer stream on her missing mark, because I want people to have a place to go to really truly send prayers for her. I won't be at my computer though. I'll be at work, so it's going to be running while I'm not home. But I want to have that up and I want to keep it up. So I believe I will be doing that. Let me tell you, it is so easy to shut off your monetization. Everybody knows where to shut it off. I shut it off every single June 15th. Mark, June 15th, July 15th, August 15th, September 15th, October, every single prayer stream. Shut off the monetization. You cannot shut off memberships. It's the only thing that you have no control over, so people can join memberships. That is the only thing you can't shut off. If you can, I don't know where to do it, truly. But it's one button. You go right into YouTube Studio and you shut off on the actual stream. You customize it and you shut it off. All of those people had their monetization on. Okay. PayPal's running all this shit. You're going to see it happen again. It will happen again. They're going to go out there and say the same shit. I don't know how to shut off my monetization. Listen, please just know it is the click of a button. It takes 2 seconds. And I've never had any trouble on any 15th of the month shutting it off. Never ran a single prayer stream with monetization on, so it was no problem for me. In fact, I've shut it off on other streams about summer too. You know what I used to do? I used to shut it off when Jody would come on my panel also, because she was not comfortable with that. Back in the beginning, when Jody used to come on my panel, I would shut off the monetization. Anybody see people do that around here? No one does it. They don't care. They are here for money, period. Okay? They are. And it's sad but true. It is what it is. So hold on. We're going to go to Summerland Part 1. Okay. Whistledown comes from the same community that I come from. Okay. And our introduction to each other wasn't the best at all, actually. We didn't get along. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want Whistledown on my ass. I'm sure she'd say the same about me, but she is top notch when it comes to documenting. Go look at her channel. She did some on Ziggy. She did some on Heels. What you call it? I was going to say Heels on the Ground. She did on the Krama Mama and Gavel, the Summer's Day last year. Impeccable job. She's got like 10 videos up. And I know that none of the other creators are going to do this, but I am. And I don't care who I lose. I don't care who doesn't like it. I cannot fight how I feel about this. And I'm not going to lie how I feel about this. It is how I feel. I don't like these people. I don't. And I put this up on the screen before because Jody Sue said, I still want to know where the promised bench and garden is. Yeah, where is, whatever became of that? Hey, beach lady, my mermaid friend. Good to see you. Thanks for sharing this. And thank you, Whistledown. Known her from long ago. Yeah, Chrissy M, she's really amazing. And she's made a couple of videos about me long time ago. You can't find them anymore. This was when she first came on. And I remember saying, who the hell is this bitch? And now I'm like, dang, girl, you're doing so good. And I'm so proud of how much progress she's made. She's really done great things here. So Pixie, listen, you know what's so funny? There's another Pixie, and I always say that's not my Pixie. My Pixie is with the X in the middle, the big X in the middle. All right, hold on a sec. Let me get the next one. So Summerland Part 1. And this is important to me because Summer's 2-year is coming up, and they're planning to do this all over again. And God only knows what's in store this year. Now, I really hope they won't be taking money for raffles and watches and all kinds of things this year. But we'll see, I guess. Moral compasses walking around with no morals. Imagine that. Hey, the real Brenda. Chrissy M. Yeah, that's my girl Pixie. She's very, very, very important to me. Love her very much. All right, let's see. Looking beyond. This case makes me so mad. I know. You know, it's not even like the case. It's the interference. It's the grifters and the vultures. These people are like scavengers. It's terrible. Tragedy pimps. I don't even think you guys know who the greatest tragedy pimps of all are yet. Wait till you see, though. Wait till we all see. I don't even think I know how bad it's going to be. That's the thing. Everyone's looking over there and over there and over there, but they're not looking straight ahead at the very people who are actually doing the most and the worst. We all just turn a blind eye. And that is the reason why they swarmed around me to get me on board. This is what it was all for. that 13-hour call, they couldn't have done what they did without me there. And they needed me there for my endorsement, which they got, right? For a short time. But I know why all of these things happened the way that they did. And I know why everything that took place, because they could not do what they wanted to do without all of our people. And that's exactly why they came in and tried to swarm around all the people here in my chat, came into my Discord, rummaged through every single person. It's absolutely terrible. They needed my approval. They don't have it anymore. So many here for summer have been hijacked by these grifters who have contaminated how people look at all of us here for summer. Yeah, whoopie guys. And I have to take responsibility in being a part of these people's group, which is sickening to me. And I am embarrassed about it because back before, listen, I knew and I was on point and I knew who all the snakes were. And I listened to myself before they all came around. And I was calling all these things out, right? One by one by one by one. I was so in my own like groove. I knew exactly what the fuck I was doing. And then little by little, I fell into a trap. And I truly did. And I have to take responsibility for being naive to that. And it is what it is. But it's over. Because from now on, the way I'm going to do things isn't going to be the way I did it before. What is it, Jody? I see at Tiffany. I got a little emo when you were hanging out with them, I won't lie. Looking beyond, you know what? I'm so sorry. Hold on one sec. Part of life, we live and learn. We do, Misty, but how many times you need to live and learn? You know what I mean? Like I learn lessons that I know I don't need to learn over again. Like, I guess we're our own Play Hawkins vid. Listen closely. You want me to listen to that one? I could pull that one up. I have it right here in my hold on one sec. Hold on. We're gonna get this. I listened to earlier with Nika and Luda. And I had to listen closely because, and I think I know what you're talking about, Jody, already, because we were like, wait a minute, what? And I had to stop it and rewind. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that I listened to this before I went live because I wouldn't have wanted to have questioned anything. You know what I mean? I think you're saying exactly where I stopped on this video earlier. Hold on one second. Let me pull it up. So this is from Hawkins County News. All right. And you guys know I literally adore Tim Coop. He's like my favorite ever. So this is for the Child Advocacy Center. Got the money from the Summer Wells Reward Fund. And this is Tim Coop, who he led the search for Summer. You guys will remember he's such a doll. I literally adore this guy. And I wish that he would have been able to stay longer. But so yes, Jody, Yes, Jody, hundreds of thousands raised. I heard the same thing and I had to stop. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. It was just me and Luda and Mika. And we were on a call and I was like, what did he just say? And then I played it back and then I stopped it. I played it back again. And I was like, what? I don't know. And then I was like, well, maybe he meant hundreds of $1,000 donations is what I meant. But then Nika's like, well, even that would mean it would be over $100,000. So yeah, let's listen to this. Listen to this, guys. This is a really good thing. The Child Advocacy Center has gotten the money from the Summers Reward Fund. And although it didn't go to, the person who may have led them to Summer, which is what we had all hoped for, and it's going to go toward helping other children so that hopefully at least one child or more can be saved, or this can be prevented from happening to another child. It's going to go toward helping children who need that help. And I really think I think that's a great thing. And I'm so happy that it went through. I am really, really confused as to why the people who went as far as they did to hold up this money, they didn't show up to court. That's what was said in here. I don't know why go through all that trouble then. Why did these people make it such a hard situation if they weren't going to show up to court? But either way, it doesn't matter. Whatever. I'm going to play this for you. It's just really disheartening that they've tied up this community's resources the way that they have, like, and all around the board, from law enforcement, their phone lines, the bullshit that they've pulled, all the way down to holding up this process for nothing. These people know what was done. They absolutely know. There is no doubt in my mind. And he says they had no way to verify who was sending money. So they caused a lot of problems for them. It's really crazy, but at least the money got where it was supposed to go. Did I say Chasing is in all of this mess? Well, yeah. I mean, I do hope Chasing will come to realize what she's caught up in one day, but I'm not going to hold my breath. And I had to take her rent off my channel several months ago because she's involved with the very people who are doing this. And it's not anything against Chasing as a person. It's because I know that these are her friends, and I can't. I cannot do it. And I hope she realizes what is going on. And if she doesn't, I don't know. I really don't. I don't. Penny, Jenny, Adrian, all this, these are her little fish, the little fish she had the school of fish she was talking about on her community post. These are her people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say, but whatever. I mean, she had the clownfish and this fish and that fish. One was Penny, one was Jenny, one's Adrian, whatever. These people are corrupt. You're terrible. They're terrible people. And God only knows who they even are. Think about, why would they have gone to these lengths? Why would they have made these scenarios and these lies, all of it? Yeah, she's surrounded by little snapper fucking turtles. For real. Like, these are not fish. They're snakes shedding their skin all over. And they call me slithers? Fuck out of here. For real. Like, okay. It's the most insane. I've never seen anything quite as crazy as this case. But all right, hold on one sec. Whoop it, guys. Let me tell you something. I've never had one bad experience with chasing. I think she's a great person. And I remember at the beginning of the case, like we had very opposite views from one another. And I was like, damn, I hope that it doesn't like come between our, I have no ill feelings toward her, like nothing. I just can't be involved with the people that are around there. I can't do it. This has gone too far, especially with Fizzle, Jenny, and Adrian. The lies and the things that have been done that I know about, I don't even know if she knows about. I have no idea. I just hope that it all works out. That's all. All right, hold on one sec.
I know, this has been an ongoing thing that's happened in a lawsuit and it's been resolved. Just kind of walk me through what's happened, how we got to this point.
Okay, so originally, when the Summer Wells incident started, a couple days in, we had a gentleman that had sent a $25,000 check to Kingsport Times News. In the process of trying to figure out how or who would be able to do a reward fund, Churchill Rescue Squad took the initiative to go ahead and open up a account at our bank we were banking at the time solely for a reward fund. We did advertise the reward fund. Originally it was a 6-month time span, be expiring in 6 months, be going back in front of our board of directors, look to see if it was going to be able to be extended. And at that time, the first 6 months it went in front of our board of directors. Board of directors decided to extend an additional 6 months for a year total. From the get-go, at the original board of directors meeting, one of the things that was discussed was at the end of the reward fund, what are we going to do with this money? So if Summer was not found, what are we going to do with the money? After speaking to several other agencies, state and local officials, it was determined obviously the easiest way was to find something that money could be given to. From the start of the Summer Wells case, speaking with state and federal employees, they utilized the Child's Advocacy Center, I believe in Mossheim, for quite a bit of the case. I believe it was used for obviously Summer's other siblings. With that, after doing some research, talking to some of the officials and stuff, Churchill Rescue Squad's board of directors felt that whatever money was generated at the end, hopefully will be going to somebody and obviously in finding Summer. But if not, we wanted that money to go to an agency in our region, in our area, that obviously can help with other children in the area. Under the same situations, and I'm sure she can elaborate more on this, but there are so many things that Department of Child Services, the Child's Advocacy Center in Mossheim and here, they do so much more than what I think even people realize. My eyes were open quite a bit just during that 2-week stint we were there, on what type of services they provide. So at the end of the year, obviously, all donations had stopped. We were in the process. Obviously, there are many legalities behind doing something like this. So through our legal counsel, through the Child's Advocacy Center's legal counsel, going through all the motions that had to be went through, finally determined, hey, this is what needs to be done. Well, obviously with anything, a couple of hiccups come in. Some of the donations that were direct deposited into the account, there were some concerned people that had donated from across the whole entire world to this. And in that process, there was some other legality questions that our agency had just to make sure everything was covered.
So you had 2 big checks that were donated that were returned uncashed.
So yeah, the $25,000 check that we originally had, we never had ownership of that. The gentleman that wrote that, when I explained to him that it would be deposited into an account, he pretty much wanted to keep a hold of that. Hey, if she's found, this $25,000 goes to that individual. We had an additional $10,000 check that was wrote from a local business owner in the Kingsport region who said, hey, I don't want it deposited. Either I can keep it, you can keep it. I'd rather you guys keep it locked up. It was locked up in a safe. And at the end of the time frame was asked, hey, $10,000 check's here. We're either going to deposit it. How do you want this to be done? He requested for that check to be given back to him. And he stated that that money also, that sometime later, if in tomorrow, something leads to this finding of summer whales tomorrow, a year from now, from my understanding from both of those two big donors, that money is still available for that. So the money that will be given to the Child Advocacy Center is what was remaining from those two amounts.
And those contributions that are comprise that check there,
Yes.
they came in from people, from all over the world, basically.
All over the world.
Small increments, basically.
Some of them were, we had $1.50 donations up to hundreds of thousands of dollar donations. And like I said, everything
I mean,
from
hundreds and thousands.
hundreds and thousands.
Okay.
Yes. There was one group, from my understanding, that done a campaign over Facebook and YouTube, I believe. Comprised of that donation, from my understanding, was close to the hundreds of thousands.
Oh, wow.
That was part of the questions in amongst of what caused for so long and what led us to having to do, in essence, the lawsuit was because of the hundreds of donations that went into this account. A lot of them we had no knowing of who made the donation.
Right.
The bank doesn't ask that information. It was, hey, I want to donate, for example, $10 or $100 to the Summer Wales Reward Fund. They gave them that money, they got a receipt, they left.
So the lawsuit gave contributors an opportunity to claim.
To claim what money that they gave. So
nobody did.
Nobody showed up to the court date.
What's your dollar figure now that you have left over?
So the dollar figure now left over, once all court costs and everything else was given out, there is a total of $39,774.35 that will be donated to Child Advocacy.
Okay. All right. Now, remind me again, what's your name?
My name is Dina Hicks.
Can you spell that for me?
Yes, it's DEANA, and then Hicks is HICKS.
Okay. And what's your title?
I'm the executive director at the Child Advocacy Center for the 3rd Judicial District.
Okay. So what's your history behind this? How did you find out about this contribution coming, and what are your thoughts on that?
I think, like most of the community, we found out through the various media reports that people were wanting to make a donation and that their board of directors had met and had nominated us to be the recipient if no one was able to come forward with a credible lead that would lead us to summer. And of course, we were incredibly grateful for even the opportunity. The Child Advocacy Center covers 4 counties in the 3rd Judicial District: Greene County, Hawkins, Hancock, and Hamlin. And we are the best kept secret.
What do you
in
guys,
those counties.
what services do you provide?
We are providing direct services to children and families when there are child abuse allegations, particularly allegations involving what Tennessee would consider severe abuse, when a child has been sexually abused, severely physically abused, methamphetamine exposure, prenatally exposed, those kinds of the abuse that's going to cause the most trauma in their lives. So we're providing these specialized services with highly trained individuals in a safe, comfortable, child-friendly setting, so that when kids and families come in, that child's only job is to start being a kid again. We take their story, and it's up to us big people in the investigation and the rest of the system to make sure that they heal and they're okay. And then we're working with all of our resources with the Child Protective Investigative Team in each county. So we're making sure that kids are not being re-victimized by the system, and making sure ultimately that kids are safe and are going to heal from their
And this is a state-funded agency?
No, we are a private, non-profit,
There you go.
501c3. We do receive some state funding, but we are fundraising constantly. So that's why it's so important for the donations from the community and the support. And we would very much like to thank the community, not just for the general support, but mostly their love and their care, as many agencies were involved in this search for summer. And the outpouring of love and compassion has been amazing.
Mhm.
And I think I speak for you and all of us when I say we still are hopeful and
Right.
optimistic
Absolutely.
that a tip is going to come in any moment and is going to lead us to summer.
I think everybody feels that way.
I do too.
But,
yes,
you know, if one positive thing can come out of this whole nightmare,
yes,
it might be this right here.
absolutely. Until that day comes
Mhm.
that we can find summer and put that case to rest, that money will be used directly to make sure that kids have a safe environment.
How
Just
big
like
is
the
this
other.
for you guys? This is probably,
This is
obviously,
huge.
it don't happen every day.
Oh, not at all. This is the largest single donation our agency has ever received.
Wow, that's great.
It's huge for us. We
Yeah.
are a small agency. We have 5 employees and we serve about 700 kids a year from our 4 counties. So we're in a building that's was in the 40s, was built
Right.
in an old bank building over in Mawson, and this will be put to good use.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make the official
Great.
exchange now? All right, now look at me and smile. Okay. I think I got it now.
The outpouring, one from the start to the finish, which I can't say finish, I don't even consider it finished yet because obviously some rest have been found, but the initial search / investigation that occurred over 2 weeks in Beech Creek was the outpouring support of one, local, state, and federal agencies that, like I said, come to Beech Creek.
Mhm.
You know, and I mean, it's not like you sit there and say Bristol Motor Speedway or Bristol. People know where that's at. You bring up Hawkins County, you bring up Mossheim, you bring up Beech Creek. People don't understand. They have no idea. And then the community support. We felt it there at Beech Creek, and has continued to see it evolve, grow. And when the final figures were wrote, that shows a very large outpouring of support, not just for summer, but as mentioned, then from the start, once our board of directors decided to do it, was that it would go in the Child's Advocacy Center. That was the main drive. Was, you know, hopefully we find summer, and hopefully we still find summer. But ultimately, while we're working on that, this hopefully can go to better other children's lives, not just here in Hawkins County, obviously 4 8 counties in the state, and that's big.
Is there something that you'll be able to do now that you wouldn't have been able to do without that? Or you just got to process it?
We are still processing. My board of directors and I are still processing
Yeah.
such a large amount. So that at this point, we know we want to utilize it to carry on the mission and making sure that there is always that sustainability in a place where kids like Summer and her brothers and all the other kids in our community have a safe place for healing. But exactly what it's going to be used for, we haven't determined
Okay.
yet.
All right.
All right, so that was really good news. I don't know if people were able to concentrate on the video because there's a busy chat, but hold on a second. I'm gonna listen, chasing. We all saw the celebration. I just played one of the first videos. We saw the celebration. We were all privy to that because we watched it last year on the lives. We saw it here. We saw it on YouTube right in front of us, right before our very eyes. We saw the happiness. We saw the dancing and shaking, grooving and moving. We saw it all. And that's the truth. We all saw it happen right here. And to say that, well, hold on a second. Let me grab really quickly. Let me go over here to let me see. Let me pull this up. So if I go over to Jenny's just yesterday, listen, so it was said out of spite, right? Okay, here we go, 10 minutes ago. And well, I guess we have here we go. I'm so glad Jenny was able to find Social Fade to share how proud she is of Skilo for being a psychopath. Let's read this real quick. I'm so proud of AZ Skilo for being a real human being who makes a difference in so many people's lives every single day. I am proud of all she's accomplished and all she will ever accomplish. It's gross to see her treated this way. I love you, Skeeter. What exactly is gross about this? Where's Jenny at? Why chasing? Not for nothing. You don't need to be in here cleaning up for her. And I don't want that. I don't think it's a good thing. I really don't. Because you and I have always been able to keep a really good rapport, and I wouldn't want that to muddy anything up. I have no problems with you. I do, however, find it to be a little unsettling that, let's see, how do I say this? I put you in a different category than I do others because I have history with you and because I have respect for you. And that respect stems from our previous, before Summer, before Baby Cash, like before I ever started going live about crime. And I know you from a different time. So therefore, I have history with you. Whereas with Jenny or Adrian or Penny or Skilo, I did not know these people. You know what I'm saying? So I would never hold it against you what Jenny said. Like I said, you're not the one that said you were going to dance all day, you know, to spite whoever. And I don't want you to have to come in here and defend someone else's behavior or actions or words that you didn't say. But if you support it, that's a different story, obviously, which it appears you do because you're here saying, you know, explaining, which is fine. Now, I want to make sure that I don't cross the boundary where other people are going to affect the way that we ever communicate, because I've never had a problem communicating with you. We've always been able to email if we need to, text if we need to, whatever, if something has come up. I haven't talked to you in quite a while, but if the situation is to arise and I need to hit you up or you need to hit me up, I like you to be able to do that. And I don't want to have a bad experience with you because I've never had one with you before. The reason that I put you in a different category than them, I hope I made that easy to understand, because I do think you're a good person, because I've seen you be a good person many times. I think you have a lot of really nasty people around you that you don't see for what they really truly are. And that's not my business. That's why I don't say anything about it. It's not for me to say. You have to figure that out on your own. But no, I don't believe Jenny has a good heart. And I don't, because of my experiences with her, where I have actually been set up by her. I've been used by her. She's done some really unsavory things, and she lies relentlessly over and over and over again. I have been lied to, even just yesterday, sitting right here on my own panel, straight to my face. It's a joke. It's all a joke, right? When I bring up the 13-hour phone call that everybody needed me on so that they could attack Jody's whole life, that was to get me on board. I'm pretty sure I have figured out what their need for me was, because they know I don't bring up kids. I keep kids off limits. I will not, unless there's one exception. Everyone knows what that is. You come for mine, I'm coming for yours 10 times harder. Always been the way I do things here. An eye for an eye. Don't care if it makes the whole world blind. That's the way I go. That's what I do. That's how I move. Anyone who said I talked about their kids, well, they must have talked about mine at some point. That's the way things go. They know I wasn't ever going to let them discuss, and this goes way back, even back to when, and I'll tell you when it all started. It was when Cam came over here. It was the live about Jody's son in the woods, remember? Now, that whole debacle is really what I feel spearheaded a lot of things. That is when, now also way back when, Jenny used to absolutely love Jody. Literally. She adored Jody. And then she made this turn, right? Hey, no judgment, whatever. People can change their mind whenever they want. But I watched Jenny change overnight. And it was the influence of others. I watched it happen on a live. Those lives are no longer up. They take down everything they do. So every live stream that's ever done is gone. They delete it, take it down. You can't find it. It's all hidden. It's all hidden for a reason. But either way, the live about Jody's son in the woods, that was not Jody's son. We saw the photos of the people. Jenna was here yesterday. Jenna Hyman had come in here yesterday. Now, she had sent me a slew of information way back. And it was texts with her and Candace. That was to prove it wasn't Jody's son. There were pictures taken of a man standing on the Wells property. And I don't know if you've ever seen this photo. And I had sent it to Jody because Jenna had provided it to me and said, hey, I really need you to see this, because Candace had taken pictures of the people that were on her property. And it's important. And I know her son's being blamed and I want to clear it up. Now, that turned into a huge debacle. And it's when everything started. So in order for me to try to maintain some kind of peace here in this community, I'm like, okay, I'll try to work with this person. I'll try to work with that person. Next thing you know, I'm making peace with people, talking to people, trying to work together for summer, exchanging info, whatever we can do to help. Until they want me on this phone call. And it's all about Jody's daughter. And you remember, Chasing, when Jenny came on my panel and started talking about how Jody's daughter was in danger and all of this stuff, and I shut down my live and all of that stuff. That is when all of this shit really hit the fan, and I actually realized what was all going on when I found out they lied to me about the phone call. That phone call took place in February, and they had me believing it had happened that day, August 28th. So they've got me on this phone call 13 whole hours and making me believe Jody's daughter was in danger. All right. Jenny doesn't have a good heart. Jenny lied straight to my face. She lied to all of the people here. And this is like, I'm only telling you because you are asking what, I know Jenny's got a good heart. I know this, blah, blah, blah. And I want you to know you're surrounded by snakes. I don't believe you're a snake. I think you're a caring person, and I think that you try to see the good in everybody. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just saying I don't believe Jenny has a good heart. No, I thought she did. Yeah, I really did. I talked to her every day and I thought she was a wonderful person until I realized she was actually using me. She was using me so it would be okay to go after Jody's kids. That's exactly what they used me for. Why? I don't know. They needed all of our approval, I guess. And it had to be that way for them. They had to use this phone call that was recorded in February, and they played it off to everybody here as if it had just happened and it was going down right then. And there were all these lies strewn about. And at the very center of it is a minor child, Jody's daughter. And not just her daughter, her son. I mean, do you see the meddling that they do? Do you see them meddling in Jody's actual home life that they are doing with her kids? They're meddling in her children's lives, families' lives. And I know that you would never be okay with that. But I know you know what's going on. I also know you care about these people, but I don't understand. I don't understand how you don't see this as all. Either way, I think that a lot of people have questions about Summer's Day. TM, Jody thinks I torture her. All right, I'll tell you why. Jody still to this day believes I was involved with harming her children, and I can't change her mind about that at all. Because I truly was involved with some of these people. Did I ever try to hurt her children? Never a day. But if you're involved with the people who are actually doing this to her kids, then it only makes sense. I think, and I can't speak for her, as I'm not going to speak for Jody ever, or anybody else. It's not my place. I think because you're involved with them and you're privy to that information and the things that they do, she sees that as you torturing her and her family too. So I can't disagree that Jody's life has literally been turned upside down when it comes to these people meddling in her family life. And they have so much as gone and befriended family members of hers that they talk to on the daily. Their recordings of her son on the phone that they're putting out, saying her daughter was in a hostage situation. This happened here. They told me she was being held hostage. She wasn't, and they knew that. Right. So Chasing says, I've never messed about with her child, period, ever, not even a tiny bit. She knows that, yet still says it. See, I don't know because, listen, I can't say what Jody feels, what you feel, what you've done, what she's done. I can't say. I'm telling you that even though I know I've always tried to protect her kids, we've also had people here that have hurt her kids. So automatically, we kind of are, right? It does make sense. So being associated to the people who are causing the harm puts us in that category. And can I ask you, Chasing, just straight up, would you be okay with Jenny telling you that Jody's daughter was in a hostage situation and that she was going to take her out and then finding out that it was a lie? And knowing you were on a 13-hour phone call, believing this bullshit that wasn't even real? And I'm over there saying, I don't know what to do because I don't agree with calling anybody. They had people, a judge's wife get on the phone. They had a social worker get on the phone. They had all these people. There are really, really serious, strange things that have happened. And you may not have been around for them, but I was. And they are, your friends. So, I don't know. No, I don't think Jenny has a good heart. And I think that she actually is something I wouldn't even imagine that she would act this way, but she does. I mean, right here, we've got her spiting Jody. This is what it is, and using Summer to do it. The truth about Summer's Day, which is not a vigil or a party. Summer's Day is a day for spreading awareness of various educational topics in Summer's community. A huge thank you to Circle Jerk for listening and being fair. All right, then you've got, okay, where's her dancing post? Did she take it down? No, it's right here. This is not a vigil. We will dance if we want to. Your name is tagged here. Your name is tagged here. So are you going to dance too, Chasing? Because I can't see you dancing at Summer's missing anniversary here. Your name is tagged. So, like, are you dancing too? I don't know. I made the flyer. Yeah, I know you made the flyer, but no, what I'm asking you, well, first I asked you, let me see if you answered. What never happened? I don't know. I think she's talking to somebody. Listen, would you be okay with Jenny putting you on the phone and telling you Jody's daughter would be was being held hostage and that Jody was about to take her out and then find out that it never happened? Like, do you know Jenny did that? Valerie, I've not seen Chasing go after Jody's kids. You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's the involvement with the people who are. They still are. And I don't care how I feel about Jody. I'm not going after her kids. I said it the whole way through this case. But they do. TM, yes, I know the story now. If it were fake, I'd be pissed. Andy's on that recording, seems as though some serious things were happening. Chasing, why is her son being recorded? This is what I'm saying. If it was your son being recorded or my son being recorded or anybody's son being recorded, it's only okay for Jody's son to be recorded, right? Like, for real? She's welcome to have a link, Justice, but she'll ask for one usually if she wants one. I will always talk to Chasing, but she might not have time. Didn't his dad record him? No. And Jenny should be telling you these things. Like, you should know. This is what I'm saying. It's really bad. There was no emergency. Yeah, Andy wasn't on that call ever. He never got on that call. I actually brought up on that call a bunch of times. I said there is absolutely no way that this man can take care of these kids, and that's a lost fight because it was all about how he was going to get custody of his kid and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, the guy's sleeping. You're telling me he's taking a nap, and this is what's going on with her daughter? I'm like, well, that makes no sense. There was no emergency. There was no emergency at all. You are claiming it was a lie, but you have never proved that Gavel lied? Darkness unmasked. Jody's daughter was not being held hostage. That did not happen. Are you kidding? Darkness Unmasked. Listen, I don't even fucking know. But anyway, this here is disgusting. We will dance if we want to. And this is despite who? I was told it was despite Jody. Because she has made reference to Jenny twerking in front of Summer's poster. That actually did happen. I just played it. But we know that happened. So we will dance if we want to. Yeah, people are really outraged by it. And people don't agree with celebrating on Summer's missing anniversary. And they also don't agree with it being called Summer's Day. It's not Summer's Day. The day she went missing is not her day. That was the worst day of her life. I think that we've come to a point in this community where people have had enough is all. And it's disrespectful. I don't know. I have no problem with the gathering for Summer, but to say you're gonna dance and it's like a celebration is gross. It's just gross. I did not babble. You had a whole life concerning me. Are you well? Memory loss. Who is this, Sage Sleuth? Lisa Kleckner. Curse with curiosity. The fact of the matter is people get too caught up in the moment and forget why they are doing what they're doing. Yeah, every day. You can't see how fucking disrespectful that is to Summer and the people that live here. What the F, says Misty C. Emergency me. Andy slept through that 13-hour call. There was no emergency. Yeah. The recording is him and his dad speaking. Yes, but the recording is not being recorded by her son, nor was it being recorded by his dad. Jason, do you know who recorded the call? All right, she assumed his dad recorded it. I don't know. Okay. I'm proud to say I've always believed Jody Sue, she and her family have nothing to do with Summer missing. Let's have Candace review the events of that afternoon, says Annabelle Roma, I'm sorry. Misty C, I live here too and feel the same way, says we're all mad here. I've had multiple people that live in Hawkins County. Just yesterday, Muscles and Mascara was up here. People are speaking out. People that live there are speaking out. Toaster oven. I have hung hundreds of flyers over the last 18 months. Most all are taken down within hours to days of going up. There are more in the area who have no clue who Summer is than who does know. Toaster oven. That's because of corporate America. They don't allow the posters, sadly. So these businesses that are taking her flyers down are doing it because of management, and literally the corporations themselves will say no. Walmart is the only corporation in America that shares the missing kids' faces because they're coordinated with NCMEC. But a lot of people bitch about the flyers not being up. You've got to go into like mom and pop shops and places that are owned, like small businesses and things, are the best places to at laundromats or little markets, not big chain grocery stores or coffee shops. Like you've got to go places that the manager will actually, yeah, sure, we can put this on our counter or we can put this on our door and whatnot. It's the fact that, and people will say that they don't hang flyers out there. They do. They just come down because they're being hung without being asked. People will hang them on the door of wherever and walk away. It's best to always go in and ask for the manager to post it up so that you know the manager's putting it up. Do you know what I'm saying? Hold on. Jody says, I kept my kids safe. I kept my voice. I didn't break. I knew I could withstand and protect. I'm sorry you feel so weak you couldn't, or that silence or running is best. That is you, not me. Okay. Let me see. Did she raise something above here? Hold on. I feel like that was a continuation. Continuing to align yourself with those that are going real life on a minor child does not prove to me or those who have watched that you were not involved in it as well. Proof is in your own words. D Designs. Dana said Summer could be suffering and desperately wishing someone would rescue her. If everyone is flying into where she went missing, why wouldn't it be for a search? Oh my God, Dana, that is such a good idea for people to search for her on the 15th. Oh, wow. I love that idea. You have such good ideas. That would be beautiful. Seriously. What a freaking great idea. It does make more sense, right? That would make perfect sense. I love that. And you're right. She could be suffering and desperately wishing someone could save her, and we'll be dancing. I can't with that, man. I can't. Hold on. Yeah, Luda, Andy slept through that 13-hour phone call. He wasn't worried at all. There was no emergency, no hostage situation, no nothing. There was literally nothing. Andy didn't give 2 cents about his kids. That's what I feel, says What Big Eyes. Misty C says, we're all mad. This is real fucking life. A real 5-year-old baby girl and twerking and celebrating is okay? Fuck no. Dana, it's Andy and his son talking about personal things that were no one's business whatsoever. How does that concern YouTubers? This is a circus. Poor Summer, for real. Sorry, sweet love. We'll find you. It is a circus, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. As the days go by, it's like anything goes and pretty much anything is acceptable. I think that the meddling in Jody's children's lives needs to stop and cease immediately. But who am I? I think all of these people need to pull the fuck out of that. I think they need to stop right away. And I think they need to cut communication with her family members. It's gross. It really is. You know, let me say something. And I think I can say this because I covered Jody for a really long time. Okay, so for how long? I never once reached out to any of her family. I never once tried to talk to any of them. Never, ever would intrude on her family life. These people have done that. And D Designs had a really great comment when she said, hold on, I want to go grab it again. Right here. So continuing to align yourself with those that are going real life on a minor child does not prove to me or those who have watched that you are not involved in it as well. Proof is in your own words. Now, this comment itself is the aligning with, right? So you're aware, like, you know, we all know, because it happens even on YouTube right here. So there's no way anyone can say that they don't know what Jenny and Adrian have done with Andy, his stall pump, whatever, and her children. Everyone has seen it. Her sister. There are loads of family members these people are involved with. Literally talking to daily on the phone. How is that? And I know, Chasing, that you don't support that shit. And I know it's got to be they're the exception. And if that's the case, just say it. Like, I make the exception for them because I care about them and they're my friends. Like, just say it. You know what I mean? I've made exceptions for people. I still do make exceptions for people, certain people, whatever. I'll be honest about that. Certain people I do give more leeway to others depending on, your closest friends, of course. It's like, I don't know, if your family member was to make a mistake, they're still your family. It's not going to change anything. So yeah, like, yes, I know they're going real life on Jody, but they're my friends and I'm making the exception for them. Do you know what I mean? I was used to attack Jody's kids when all I've ever done is sit here and say, do not attack her kids and don't bring them up. But slowly but surely, as more of them started coming around, it began to be okay because it was so urgent and there were serious things going on, according to Jenny. And then we had this hostage situation and then all bets are off. We could totally talk about the kids now. See? And that's how it like leveled up and leveled up and leveled up. And it worked. For a short time, it worked. That's kind of the gist of it. Judy, no one's saying that Chasing has not tried to help Summer. No one's attacking Chasing, so calm down. I don't even want to know about her kids or any recordings. Well, right. But you do know. Darkness Unmasked, you can get the fuck out of my chat, okay? I don't even know who the fuck you are. And if you want to talk to me, come in under your own name, okay? Jenny? If everyone is flying into where Summer went missing from, well, she could be suffering, praying to be saved. Why not fly in to search for her? How is this helping her? She said, Dana Keiko, that's the plan. To do a search? Are you going to do a search? Emmy's Mima says, find Summer Moon Utah well. Summer's day should be about organized searches. Ellie has said they believe she never left the area. Jody Sue, Chasing Truth, TM. I'll hop on a plane and search for Summer any day, but I will not stand around with a bunch of people from YouTube and pretenders who say they care about Summer. I won't do it. And that group is loaded with people who don't give a fuck. And that's facts. In fact, I'll be honest, there is a no doubt in my mind, Jenny cares more about Andy and Jody Sue than she does about Summer. I don't believe it was always that way, but it is now. The obsession with Andy and his life and with Jody is real. I've covered Jody. What I was going to say was for a really long time, never had any need or want to talk to Andy, never needed to talk to any of her family, never needed to hurt any of her kids. And I don't understand. What are they trying to do? We already know she was trying. Adrian and Penny and Jenny were trying to get Rue removed. That actually happened with me on the phone for 13 hours. They wanted her out of Jody's house. So, like, I actually was there for that. So, maybe that's why. If anything, it should be called Summer's Visuals, not Summer's Day. She's missing, for God's sakes. Can people get it together and find this baby? Betty Joe, the vigil, the VIGIL. I think it probably auto-corrected you or accidentally messed up your word. Okay, Downtown Wonder. I've also seen that, and it's not a legitimate posting. I don't know how to get it removed, and that's why I really would like someone from the state of Tennessee to step in for Summer. I've been saying this for a while. She doesn't have people advocating for her as far as family and parents go, and nobody is trying to protect her online. So I don't know how to get that removed. I don't even want to highlight it because it's horrible. But there is nothing I don't know. I'm trying to read all of your stuff, you guys. Chrissy M said, please let Jody know that I'm sorry as well. Okay, Chrissy M. I think that a lot of people feel that way after I spoke about what had truly happened on that call. Jody said, my eldest is pissed at all involved. Y'all hurt his sis and him. You almost broke their unbreakable bond, but thank God I fixed your damage. Y'all are fucking evil. Like this is something that I really do have a problem with. And Jenny, I know you're listening. You did that shit, man. You did that. You and Adrian and Penny did that. Heard it with my own ears. I was there. I don't think you should have ever really pulled me in if you wanted to be successful. But I mean, this shit really happened. I never met anybody on YouTube that's meddled with children. And like literally a brother and a sister tried to break up their bond where they were fighting with each other or not wanting to talk to one another or pitted against each other. It's wrong. Yeah, small town girl, they don't last long. Those are big corporations. That's why. Jody Sue says there was no anything ever, not ever. And we still, and we had and still have proof. Why is this about Jody? Isn't it about Summer? You came in asking about Jody and you tagged me and asked me about it specifically. That's why. Chasing, you literally asked me about Jody. Yes, my live is about all kinds of things. So I'm all over the place today. I'm jumping all around. It's not really like an organized, like perfectly put together. I'm just winging it. But you came in and tagged me about Jody and said that she said that you were torturing her. And that's why it turned to about Jody. Grammy H, everything here is always about Summer. So you don't find many channels like that, though. You don't ever have to remind me it's about Summer. I'm over here always talking about Summer while half the community puts her away for half a year and then pulls her down off the shelf like a little Raggedy Ann doll. They play with her when they want, and then they put her away. Lots of them. Oh, thank you, Luda, for clearing that up. That Jody's sister came and took a link onto my panel. I never, ever went looking for her, ever. But that's a good one. That's a good one. See, these are that's why she won't come in under her own name. Yeah, this is what happens when people insert themselves into people's lives and cases because they end up bringing their own feelings into it and decision making. Yeah, but Val and me, I was able to talk about Jody for like 8 months straight and never go into her real life. They weren't. I knew where the boundary was. They didn't. They just clear on went straight forth into her whole life, her ex, his relationship, her children, her sister, her family. Like, this is crazy. And how was I able to manage covering Jody and never do any of those things? It is possible to do. They just didn't want to. And now it's turned into an Andy coddling session every single day. And meanwhile, what's going on over here? And the shit's not happening in front of you online. It's happening behind the scenes in discords in closed quarters. So all of these things that she says are happening really have happened. Like, I've always said this, like they really did happen to her and her kids. Like, it's not a lie and it's not fake. And even I will sit before you and say, I am responsible for being involved with the very people that did that. I was there for 13 whole hours while they were doing it. Like, it actually is happening. I don't hold grudges, and you are my friend. Life is too short to be any other way, Sarisa. Chasing. No one has ever asked me to do anything. No one asks me to go after kids or agree with anything that I don't. I support Summer in the Wells and am good in my opinions. I didn't think anybody asked you to go after anyone's kids or do anything. No, Chasing, that's not what I asked you. I wasn't asking you if anybody had asked you to go after her kids. I was asking you if you were aware that it was happening. Jody said, I do know who recorded. They are illegal. I came in late, so I'm not sure how Summer's day is all about attacking Jody Sue. I don't know what that means, Toaster Oven. I don't think, no one's attacking Jody here. Okay. What, let me see what you're responding to. Chasing, why is the day Summer went missing about getting spite on Jody Sue and not about Summer? Chasing says, emergency me, they can, I don't. It isn't my business and I couldn't give an entire fuck. So, okay. So Chasing, you're cool with the fact that your friends are more involved with getting, having it out for Jody Sue and spiting her in Summer's name, and you don't give an entire fuck. It's looking like really bad right now. Like, it really does. And I I know you're better than that. These are your people, man. Like, they're actually doing this shit. It's happening to kids. It's not cool. And it's not okay. And you're way better than that. And I wish you would give an entire fuck. Because if we cannot protect the kids that are not missing, what help are we to Summer? It's not your business, and I couldn't give an entire fuck means you make the exception. Just like I said earlier, it's just very cut and dry. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to be real with you. Like, I don't know. Not liking what I see. I give an entire fuck. I mean, I really do. I don't like this. Don't like it at all. Let me get a little bit more current here. I'm baffled. What exactly do people think we're going to do? Run in a circle at Warriors Park? I don't know what you're talking about. No, people are upset, Chasing, that it looks like a party, that Jenny's sitting around talking about dancing at Summer's day, the worst day of her life, the day she evaporated into thin air. They're grossed out by the title of Summer's Day, which Adrian was very proud of back when the first annual Summer's Day took place. Nobody thinks it's cute to call it Summer's Day because it's not her day. It's truly just another milestone for the person who did this to her. It's their day. It's another day that they got away with it. It's the second year they got away with it. It's not Summer's Day. It's not Summer's Day at all. That's why people are upset. They're upset because people are acting like it's a celebration and like it's a party. It's a big meeting of YouTube people who have done what exactly? I don't show up for them. There's a reason for that. I think it's fucking gross, Chasing. I'm being honest. And I think it's disrespectful to Summer to sit around and say you're going to dance all fucking day on her missing anniversary. Dana says, Chasing, her parents moved out of state, for fuck's sakes. If you were the mother of a child who vanished at home, would you move out of state before she was found? Serious question. Dawn knew she wouldn't be found. I'm telling you right now, if they put that house up, it's a wrap. Like, I can't think anything other than they're guilty. Like, that's going to be the end all be all for me. If they're already gone. Dawn got an Arkansas driver's license. Like, are they ever going back to Tennessee? I don't know. But if they move, there's no doubt in my mind. There is absolutely 100% involvement, at least with Candace. That's just my opinion. I know Dana, you believe Dawn has complete involvement. Me and Dana, like, we don't all share the same opinions, obviously, but there's no way. And I agree with Dana 100%. There is absolutely no way you would ever be able to leave and move completely away before your child was ever found. No. There's just not. It's a dead giveaway. They are snakes, Hadley. Those three are snakes. Yes, they are. And yeah, Jody says, leave my kids alone, go back to basics and facts for summer, actually help her and help the public hear the facts so that the right ears may have and hear the key to find her. That's like probably one of the most important things Jody could say right now in this moment, because I think her asking people to go back to helping Summer is really important. People got really distracted. Even I got distracted. I got so distracted with Jody. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say that I'm glad that I focused on Jody. I am, because it was important, right? Really important. And I listened and listened and listened and hung on to every single word for so long, thinking, she's got to know something. She's got to know something. She's got to know something. Right? But even then, still didn't do what these fucking people do. But then again, think of how much time has been wasted focusing on one certain thing. And that is what Jenny does. Like, people don't know this, but Jenny has never missed a single live. Never. She streams Jody in her Discord for hours, sometimes days. I've seen her go 2 days straight streaming Jody in Discord. Like, I've actually seen with my own eyes. So haven't my girls. We've all seen it. Actually, she streamed Jody in my Discord one day. That was the 2-day. I woke up the next day and she was still there. And people were still on the call watching Jody. She records every single video, which is fine. But like, at some point, it does turn into an obsession. I mean, shit, at least I could shut the computer off at night and go to bed. It's unhealthy. And the obsession is so real and so bad that it's leaked over into meddling in her kids' lives. And all she's saying is, please leave my kids alone and go back to the basics and help Summer. Hey, that's like really kind. That's all someone could really ask for. Luda says June 15th will never be Summer's day. I agree. Unless she's brought back on June 15th. Or found alive on June 15th, but there is nothing good about June 15th. Not a single thing. It's not Summer's day. It's the day it was the day she went missing. That's why people are upset. You know? So Jojo Husky says, Jody Sue is the only one, the one who ruined and destroyed her own family. I don't think Jody Sue's family is destroyed at all. Actually, her kids aren't missing, Jojo Husky. Her kids are here. They're not missing. Who destroyed Don and Candace's family? Are they responsible at all? Or no? Do you know? Or what? Is Jody ruined and destroyed her own family? I think Jody's family's intact. She has her family right there with her. It's an odd statement. Are you angry too? Are you an angry person who wants to attack Jody's kids also? Don't forget Jenny being on Deets, whining over being Don. Oh yeah, when JLR doxed her, I never saw JLR dox Jenny. I never saw anything of the sort. But yeah, I guess someone called her grandma or something. I don't know, but it was pretty interesting to watch her reaction because it was a really big to do. And I mean, no skin off her back to do it to anybody else, though, right? I only dox people when they deserve it, you know, like people who are threats to others and such. Usually it's like a public service to make people aware of who somebody is when they are a danger to somebody. Maybe JLR felt that Jenny was a danger to somebody. I don't know what Jenny did to get JLR's attention. Still, I just don't. But I mean, shit. Imagine if somebody like started calling her family and befriending them, and her family members talked to them. What would Jenny do? Or her ex-boyfriend? Shit. Like, what would they do? Adrian? Like, what if someone from YouTube started calling her husband every day, talking to him every day for hours? That'd be cool. Just like find people's family members and befriend them and try to get in their family unit. That's stalker shit. It's uncommon for a child to go missing in Rogersville. Data shows Tennessee isn't even in the top 5 states for missing kids. So why not spread awareness in your home states any day or every day of the year? Dana, I was going to say that earlier, but I didn't. I was actually going to say, why doesn't everybody just stay where they are and spread awareness in their own community for summer? Because how far of a reach is it going to go where she went missing and everyone knows she went missing from? To hang up flyers there, if everybody's hanging them up and they're all being taken down, there's no point. Just share them in your own town. Like, totally, every day. Why is this day different? Why is summer's missing anniversary different? Betty Jo, Tiffany has been here for summer since day one. I remember because I followed Tiffany since day one when Summer went missing. So all you haters and users of this baby, get off YouTube. You're cute, Betty Jo. Thank you. Summer Wells is still missing every damn day, 705 days to be exact, what Big Eye said. I'm behind, so I will chill unless you catch up. Okay, hold on. I sit around and read and then fall behind, so sorry. All right. Andy, Amy, Amanda, and Luke were in the secret room in Gavel's Discord. They're the ones who went seeking family and friends. Yes, they are. Chasing, like, listen, I'm going to say it because you already know. I already said it before. Like, you know, the shit's going on. And I know that you wouldn't accept it from anybody else. I know that you're accepting of it because they're your friends. But, like, at some point, are you going to, you know, maybe give your friends a nudge and tell them it's wrong? Because, like, earlier you said you didn't give an entire fuck. And, like, it's, like, sad to see you say that. Even now, Jody still is being harassed, what Big Eye said. Chasing says, TM, in a reference to what you are reading, I'm not aware that anyone is going after Jody's kids. They haven't ever done that when I've been around in a chat, not one time. I'm on live chat. We're all mad here, but I take my time reading comments and I try not to ignore my chat when I can. So I'm reading through. If I'm not going fast enough, I apologize. I have to move my own chat to read it, so it doesn't scroll for me. I'm behind in my chat. If I come current, I'm probably skip over stuff that's important. Okay, so fair enough. You haven't ever seen them do that when you've been in a chat. Okay. Gavel and Adrian are obsessed in an extreme and scary way. They even put targets on my back, thinking that Discord was real and could get me murdered. Fact, their own live on it proved it. Oh shit, hold on a sec. I got you. You need a link. Hold on. All right, hold on one sec. All right. Did you not search last year? You had Cam and Allie drive you around and point out the places where this and that happened. Okay. I'm here. Okay, hold on. Lips helped for Candace, just like she did Marlena's child, both witnesses. All right.
Oh my God, that took forever.
I apologize. I'm so behind, I guess. I like to
Yeah.
read. I don't like to miss things. And when I have time, I like to take my time and go through your comments so that people know I'm watching. Okay, so apologies. I didn't know that you were asking for a link. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Some of the comments, so as you're going along, you've already talked about what you're like
Oh,
5
okay.
minutes ago. So
Okay.
I'm like,
Let me
yeah.
come down
Okay.
current to the bottom. Okay.
Okay, so the comments about what do people think we're doing, like running around in a circle at the park or something? No. The whole thing is planned for the community, for awareness. It's being pushed out to local organizations so that they can also promote it. It's focused on child safety, domestic violence stuff, resources on what people can do if they're in a bad situation, they don't know how to get out of it. Maybe that was the case in Summer's home. I have no idea. Other resources, if there's child abuse and you see something. And I think it's important because, and there's locals in the chat saying the same thing. When I went to Kingsport, I was live from that coffee shop. I don't know if people remember that, but it was way before I ever went to Summer's Day that year. I was in a coffee shop. I asked them, I was asking them. One of them heard my accent. I'm like, no, I'm not from here. I'm down here for a little girl named Summer Wells. She's missing. Have you guys ever heard about her? No. People behind the counter had no idea. The coffee shop's in an office building. They had no clue. Then I asked the two ladies who were sitting at the counter. No idea. So now I'm baffled. So I start walking around. In this building is like a hallway. There was a older gentleman sitting out there on his laptop. I talked to him about it. He'd never heard about it. I'm like, oh, okay. Start walking down the road. There's a tattoo shop. I talked to the guys out there. Never heard of it. Went to the fish store. The lady did hear about Summer. She knew all about her. Her customers had no idea. She was talking to me about Summer. She's like, oh my gosh, I pray for that little girl all the time. I hadn't heard anything about her in so long. I'm like, well, people are still trying to keep her face out there. And, I don't have a flyer with me, but I showed her on Facebook. I'm like, maybe you can, print this and hang it up. And she was like, I would do that. She was the owner of the fish store. The people in the fish store had no idea. So if people in her community where she very likely went missing from, like, why would I do it in my tiny community where people don't know what the hell I'm talking about? In her community, they didn't know. Her own community. I'm like, that's impossible. This is impossible. And they're saying in there, I've hung up flyers, and they pull them down. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be more creative ways, like what Miss Kathy does with her grandchild, putting out little eggs and, like little things that people can find that have Summer's face on them, those little baggies that they're doing. They're putting them in washrooms and gas stations and everywhere. It's only about trying to put out awareness in some way. I mean, what else can we do for Summer? We all know each other here on YouTube, so that's not really spreading awareness. We know each other on Facebook. I mean, I still do Facebook posts all the time, but is that helping? I don't know. And then People are like, well, go searching. Well, yeah, we did. We walked over 8 miles searching with machetes, cutting stuff down, looking under brush, looking in little caves, looking everywhere, trying to. She could be anywhere. She's tiny. She could be anywhere. So if I'm justifying to my husband, listen, I've got to leave here and I'm going to be gone for days, I wouldn't leave without searching. Of course, I'm going to search. Of course, I'll be prepared for a search. I'm going there to do that. I'm not just going there to, somebody was like, well, why have an event for YouTubers by YouTubers? It isn't even about YouTubers. There are locals involved as well. It's not about any of that. And I don't know why people are so mad. I don't understand it.
So I don't have any problem at all with people gathering for summer. I've no problems whatsoever with having any kind of event to honor her. But when it's used, like, for instance, to spite somebody, like Jody Sue, listen, you could be a fan of Jody Sue or not a fan of Jody Sue. It doesn't matter. It could be Joe Schmo. You're using summer, not you. I'm saying the person, Jenny, who did it, is right there. She's spiting Jody Sue and using summer to do it. That's the problem. That is a problem. It's gross to say. And I'm not expecting you to answer. You can't answer for Jenny. And I would never do that to anybody and expect someone to answer for someone else. All right. Like, this all happened yesterday over here. Jenny came over here, whatever. Like, this is, and you say it's some people had a problem with a YouTube event. YouTube, what did you say? Some people say it's a
no, somebody in the chat, and they're still saying it right now. It's a YouTube event for YouTubers.
That's the way I see it.
Not true.
That's the way I personally view. That's why I didn't go last year, and I'm not going this year. I will never go with the YouTubers because I think it's gross. We are here and cover summer, right? Or have covered summer as much as we can to spread awareness, do what we can. There's only so much we can do here on YouTube.
Right.
But this is the thing. When I see everybody flipping their phones on, going live, pointing their phones at each other, doing this, doing that, it didn't look like it was for summer. The only time I felt truly like everything was really beautiful was the first vigil they ever had. That was the very first one. And I thought that was very touching and very sweet. I liked all of the pretty things around. I thought that was a nice little gathering, and it was quiet. It was not a bunch of people dancing around, bullshitting. It seemed like everybody was really genuinely like somber that day. This does not seem somber when, people come together and then they're going live. People are upset about this because from what I see, it's the way that it's put out there as if it's to party and bullshit. And you've got, and I'm going to tell you this, if Summer's alive, she's truly out there suffering while people are going to be sitting around dancing and shit. Now, you said, no, I think that it was just to spite somebody or whatever. But it was said. And it's sitting right here. Like, it's right here on the screen and Summer's face. Like, it's being done.
I think you know me. Right? Enough. You've watched me enough. You know me enough. A lot of these people in here do. You and Jenny and Gavel and whatever. Y'all don't like each other. Okay, fair enough. This is not. And this is from me organizing with them. From making the flyer to putting the event on Facebook and whatever else they ask me to do, I'm going to do. Laminate all the resources, make sure we have handout, whatever I'm asked to do. This is not about YouTube. It's not about celebrating YouTubers. I don't even go live because there's nothing in Summer's case that can be said except the fuckery her parents are doing. What the fuck am I supposed? There's nothing there. So there's no updates. Is her story just going to fade away? Is it just going to go by the wayside? So for me, I wouldn't do this unless I believed that these people had their hearts in the right place. Never. If this
I'm
was about
telling
fucking
you,
Jody Sue
those
Brown,
people,
I'd never. Mm-mm.
sorry, I missed what you said.
I said if this was about Jody Sue Brown and that was the topic as we're putting this together, if that name kept coming up, I would be like, I don't want any fucking part of this. I don't care about Jody. She's irrelevant to me. Literally. Whatever is going on with Jody, she's delusional. She thinks I torture her. She thinks I'm the one leading all of this behind the scenes. She's delusional. None of that's ever happened. You think I'm going to drive 6 fucking hours because I want Jody to be upset? I'm going to take time from my family because I think Jody will be aggravated. Are you kidding me? No, I would never. And they've never. Gavel doesn't sit around like, oh, wait till Jody sees this. No, they're
Yes, she does.
serious. Not to me. I'm saying in planning
all
this
the time.
event. Well,
Jason,
she doesn't
I'm
with
telling
me.
you, I literally have. I don't think
She
you
doesn't with
have
me.
seen- Yeah.
So
maybe
are there
you have.
secret rooms somewhere? I don't know. I don't believe so. I know they've been very serious about this event. There are lists and what we need to do and who's assigned to what, who's getting what. We're paying for it ourselves. We're not asking for donations from anybody at all. Nobody wants any of that. And all we did was put out the posters. Nobody went live patting ourselves on the back. Look how great we are. Look what we're going to do for summer. None of that happened. People saw the posters and immediately are feeling some kind of way. And I can't change anybody's mind. I don't want to. If people are mad, they can be mad. But I wouldn't do this in Summer's name to be disrespectful to their community. And that includes to Jody. If I wanted to say something to Jody, I'd go in her chat, but she blocks me. So I make a short or something. I mean, nobody
The thing
cares.
is,
I don't.
Jason, I really believe that maybe you haven't seen certain things or heard certain things or witnessed certain things go down the way that they have. I don't know what people keep from you, what they show you, what they're open with you about. I have no idea. But I really do think that you might be unaware of how bad it truly is now. For when you said Jody's delusional, right? Oh, Jody, I sent it right to your thing. Here you go. Let me put it here.
I can hardly wait for this. Here we go. I'll focus off Summer because Cuckoo's coming up here.
It's not delusional. I'm going to tell you why. And I see this from where I am sitting now because I know what they've
If
done.
she thinks I'm part of it, then it's delusional.
But she thinks I also have been a part of it. But I have in the way that I was associated to people who did it. And I understand that. But I've never tried to hurt her kids. Do you understand? But this is the thing. When a group of people are all working together. I just put it there. Do you see it, Jody? You have to drop it in chat. I just put it right here. Did it not go? Hold on.
Nobody asked you to drive hours, though, Tracy. Y'all coming keeps people away. From where? Who else is doing something for awareness for summer down there? Is this happening that we're just uninformed and have no idea about? If it is, then okay, I'm wrong and I don't know.
Where did you read that from? Sorry, I was dropping a link for Jody.
Misty said. She said, if we go there, it keeps people who love summer away.
Okay, and I understand that too, because I've had several people I've had just yesterday someone up here saying they don't attend. This is It's not, it's truly happening. There are locals who won't attend because it's not an event created by, thank you so much, Sheila. I apologize. I missed that. I just saw it up there. Thank you for joining. I
But there
get
are
that
locals
there are
helping.
people.
There are.
What
There
is
are
it?
3 locals. There's 3 locals directly involved, talking to
Yes, and those
people, trying to get
locals
the
that
word
are
out.
directly involved chasing are some really nasty fucking people.
No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
they truly are. You
Nana
have
for
not
life.
experienced what I have experienced with these people. You have a very
Well,
different
that's
experience.
okay. For example, you have a different experience with Molly Golightly, right? I think she's I'm not going to use those words on here, but that's what I think. But
I don't speak
you
to
had
Molly.
friendship, but you used to, and you used to think that she was okay, right? So
I
we
gave
all
her
have
a
a different
chance.
experience.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, I definitely gave Molly a chance, but I always was aware of who she was. I was hoping she would do better and be better, and I think she was for a little while until she went off the rails again, but that was clear to see what was going on. I think that there are people that live in Hawkins County and around Hawkins County that aren't comfortable going to these events because
Maybe.
they feel they're in fear and they feel that they're in danger.
I
And
hate that.
I do
Every
too. And
single local I
I
met
can't
was
imagine being
wonderful.
local to somewhere and feeling I was in danger to go show up for a child that went missing in my town. I can't even imagine feeling that I couldn't be safe
No.
there in my own, I don't know what that feels like.
Every single local I met down there was
Yeah.
just the nicest, kindest people. None of them were ugly. The ones I talked to and met, they were all, I mean, they were people. I had no idea who these people were. They were local people who came on that day. Just the nicest people. And nobody seemed afraid or uncomfortable or weirded out or thought like all of a sudden, we were going to break out knives and kill each other. Nobody, everybody was there because they cared about Summer. And then we went, I went to Robbins and prayed. It was beautiful. There was nothing negative. Jenny in front of the camera, I mean, part of it, I think, really was nervousness because she did not want to get up there. But the other part was while they were straightening out the camera, she kept moving. And they're like, what are you doing? And she did that little dance thing. And of course, I mean, it was caught on camera because it was live.
Right.
But she wasn't running around dancing and celebrating and partying.
I know, but now you've got the turn of events where Jenny's sitting online saying, we'll dance if we want to. She must not have felt that bad. I mean, she must not have cared that much. I'm truly, hold on one second.
No, she didn't. She didn't feel, she wasn't like, oh my God. No, because that wasn't the intention. She wasn't trying to be an asshole while she was doing it,
But she is now.
But as soon as people saw it, they were like, oh, you're dancing. I mean, what? Has nobody here in 2 years laughed or smiled or thought about Summer and just hoped that she is somewhere dancing, that she is somewhere happy, that somebody saw her in a bad situation and took her away?
And it might sound far-fetched, but I do
Wow,
pray
she's pulling
someone
the
out
bad
here
thing?
is taking
Really?
care of her.
Oh, shut up, Jody.
Go ahead, Jody.
No, I don't think so, Jason. You pretend you want to be the most oblivious fucking person in YouTube ever, but know the most.
I'm not oblivious. I ain't oblivious to shit.
What's been done, and you up here calling me crazy or acting like you're really that important that I think you're the only one doing what you're doing.
That's what you said in the chat. You said I'm running it. That's what you said.
I didn't say run anything. I'm saying you're behind the scenes playing games. You ain't that important,
No,
Chasing.
you said I was running it. That's what you said.
Chasing, knock it off. Con artist tongue bullshit. Ain't
Yeah.
nobody got for it today. All right.
Definitely con artist, yeah.
Keep real community members who really know Summer from going to these places with your tragedy pimping. That's
Yeah.
what you all do. And I know it for a fact.
hmm
Get the soap eaters, the crazies, the Michelle Duncans who don't know anybody but want to be part of something. What you do is you keep the real people. And of course, people down here are going to be nice to you. They're not raised to be rude New Jerseyites or whatever the hell it is you are.
I'm from
They're raised
Boston.
on- I don't care where you're from. You
Well, I'm
suck.
just letting you know it's not New Jersey,
I don't
bitch.
I
It's not
don't
New
care.
Jersey.
I don't care. If you all can say whatever you want, I can say whatever the hell I want. There, it's truth now. So it works.
Great.
All right.
Great. So we're both saying whatever we want. And what do you do for Summer on a daily basis, Jody, besides get on your live stream and talk Crazy Town?
Crazy
What do you
Town?
do for Summer? That's what I said. Crazy Town.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jason. Hey, you can keep up. How many times do you think you've tried to imply that I'm crazy or hallucinating or, just
Jody?
psycho on here since you've been here? I'd say a good 30 fucking
At
times.
least
With
30, maybe
just
more.
like
But
user,
do
just
you know
like a
why?
girl. No, you want
Do
to
you know
know why?
why?
You are
Because
sick.
you think I'm behind the scenes and care about what you're doing. And I
Right.
don't.
Right, Jason. Right. It's weird you care so little that you always
I
make sure to
don't.
put some PMs or somewhere and speak for me or to make jokes.
Never.
And you've not been part of it or the torment or the harassment by my family. You're full of
Never.
shit. I've proved you to be a liar time and again, even though you keep that truth from being seen too, and you've double dog
No.
dared. I've met your dares. I don't want to hear it. You
I've
can say
asked you to show the videos. You haven't.
you
I've
are
asked you to show me.
literally
You haven't.
going to stand there, and you were just one of those creatures that I could literally stand here, play the video for you, and you would try to spin it. You were
Nice.
full of shit.
I would
And
explain
that's
it
what
if there was
done.
something.
And those of us who have done our research know where you've come from, what you were before you want to come over here and play pretend detective. You're no better than the rest of the tragedy pimps. There's a reason Grey Goose
Well,
got rid of you.
me and Gray talk every day. Are you crazy?
Yeah, okay, Jason. Yeah.
Every
You ain't
day.
like you
Every
were.
single day we talk.
You aren't his
Hmm.
buddy anymore. You know?
I'm what?
You ain't the buddy you were. Jason,
I'm not?
you know it.
Oh. You're
You're just
quite
another
wrong. He's in my messages literally this morning saying,
Good.
"Are we going to meet on Tuesday or not?" I've been
whatever.
busy, not Gray. So
Whatever you want to say.
either way, doesn't
Always-
matter, Jody, what you think. You can make up whatever story you'd like.
No,
I've
it
never
matters,
harassed
but I
you.
can
I've
do
never harassed your
for- and I
children.
promise
Not
you I can.
ever.
And you
Hmm?
are on that list. I promise you. You
I'm
can
on
play,
what list?
play patty cake with Scott and the rest of them. You could
What
pretend like
list?
it's the harassment. You could pretend like you don't see everywhere I am and call me crazy and do whatever it is and go on about how old Jody Sue doesn't do anything. But what was it? Stream of
Do you know who the
conscience?
Scott is? Do you know who the Scott is that you accused me of talking to on the phone? That's
Chasing
my
with one
husband.
Chasing.
His name's Scott.
Yeah, the one panel. I'm talking about Scott H.
I don't talk to Scott H at all. Not at all.
Okay,
Ever.
Chasing. All right. Whatever you
Why would I
say.
lie about that?
Because you lie about everything and people can believe your bullshit wrapped up
Oh,
in
Lord.
all they want.
Prove it.
I'm
Prove
not.
it.
I have.
Do a live and prove it. You've
Yes.
never. Not once. Not ever. No.
Yes,
You
I have. Yes, I
No.
have. Over and over again. You're just
Not one time. Never.
other people, not just myself, but many others have proven you to be a liar, Jason.
That's a lie, dude. You're lying right now.
No, I'm
Oh,
not.
okay, Jody. What have I done to you? Can you at least tell me that? What I've done to you?
Chasing. I'm not going to sit here and waste my day with you. You've been in with this
Just
group,
one thing.
harassing
One
us.
thing.
Chasing, I'm not going to play your stupid games with you. You
Just
know. and
one thing, Jody,
I
that
just
I've
told
done
you,
to
Chasing,
you.
what you're doing right now is one of those things.
You come up here to talk to
know
me.
what you are doing, Chasing.
Oh my God. Okay.
You know who and what you are, just like I do. And I'm not the only one that's caught you in lies. Many have. There's bids out there. We all know where you come from and how long you've been around the YouTube streets and what you're about. Hell,
Since
I mean,
2017. Yep.
yeah. And then you come out pretending you were the end all be all, and you had all this criminal background. But then your
I
dumb
don't have
ass
any criminal background.
worked on fucking YouTube.
I don't have any criminal background.
You
I've
lied
taken
about
courses in criminal
yourself.
justice.
Never. I literally did like a whole 12-hour mumbling live on how you lied to Candace and Dawn, saying you always supported them and you always this and the other. And I proved video after video after video
You were
that
right.
you were.
You were right. You were
Oh
right
yeah, I
on that.
was right. But it worked
You
for
were.
you, didn't it? On the property, didn't it? Because you're after more.
No.
Chasing. Yeah, you are.
I
Just like
no.
the rest. Summer is
No.
no more than a stepping stone to you for YouTube
To
clicks, views,
where?
Vegas true crime fucking conventions. You are
Do I
nothing.
do live streams on Summer? Wasn't I just getting criticized for not doing live streams on Summer? What are you
don't need
talking
to.
about? I don't
You
even
don't
do them.
party either, but right now you're too busy blowing Dawn and Candace and keeping contact. And because you
Usually.
are about things, then
I
you are
don't even
about.
get to talk to them anymore. They're very busy with other people at the moment.
Oh
So
yeah, all
I
of
don't talk to them. But
all of them.
I support them. I don't think it's right for people to torture them. No, I don't.
But you
So
think it's right for the rest of your group to torture and harass, tamper with witnesses,
No, I don't.
conflicts? You've helped in it. I've seen you stand on
Never
panels,
have.
Benny's, and do it.
I've never helped anybody
Chasing,
do
listen,
any of that.
can I just
But you
step
have.
in really quickly here
No,
and
I haven't.
you with okay, so when it comes to the things that have happened to Jody and her kids, and they have happened. I'm telling you, they have happened. I have been there. It happened on a call with me. And I also have more, right? I have text messages that would prove these things, right? Not that I'm going to send them to you, that you even care about them, but I'm telling you, there are things that Jody says daily that did happen, are happening still, and they've happened in front of even me. So, and this is the
But
thing. So,
that's
like,
the whole point, though, Tiffany. They haven't
Here's
happened in front of me.
the
okay,
thing. All of it. Here's the thing about all of it. You can ask me what I've done while I'm mumbling on my live. You know what? There are lots of things I do on this box and on live, and things that come together in pieces, and this are things you all as tragedy pimps do not hold the receipts for, that are helping figure out where Summer is and what happened to her. That's what I do. Because I can
Good.
stand here and I can listen to my community. I can listen to the other voices. I can go back in time and put them together with their pieces that help Summer and law enforcement, while you all plan dance parties to twerk in front of our missing signs and call it Summer's Day.
I hope that you are doing that, Jody.
Ask me again, what in the entire fuck any of the rest of us do, you random ass YouTube low count human being.
That's right. You're right. I'll still be down there, though. Feel free to come visit, Jody.
Chasing, listen, it's difficult to. Can I ask you a question? So, because when I hear you laugh at her, like it kind of.
Because she makes me absolutely. She doesn't listen at all. I've told her I would never participate
feel like she maybe does not
in
feel
that.
like she's being heard, and I don't know, Jody. Maybe I just
can
feel
hear
like
her.
Let's not
But
forget
I
the
would not.
talk
I would not
I mean,
participate in that.
competitive thing that still exists. You remember that, Chasing? How
I didn't
Tiffany
hear you.
had clarity and clarification on that in my life, and then you come over here and you correct him, and you're like, oh no, 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 no. You're the reason that shit still exists is because of what you did. You did, and the lies and narrative you spun around it. You did that, Chasing, and I proved it. It is provable.
Tiffany,
what
yes.
We were both here that day. Did I come up there to speak for Jody Sue? Or I was actually saying, no, I don't think she meant it that way. Maybe
Yeah,
she meant it this way. And you came up and attacked me. So no. No.
I think that when all was said and done, Jody
I didn't come
felt
up
you
anywhere.
were speaking for her. And
Mm.
that's why I'm always careful to say, like, I'm not speaking for Jody because I don't know. And I think that we as creators can sound like we're speaking for somebody and not realize it, right? Or make someone think like, oh shit, she just answered for me, and like to take some. I'm guilty
But
of
I
it
offered to
myself.
get down. I said, I'll get down. I'm not trying to speak for her. I'm not. And that
But
wasn't my intention at all.
I
you did.
think that
But I didn't.
no,
You
I
did.
truly
Tell
think
people what
Oh,
you
God.
thought I meant, what you thought this, you thought that, and then Tiffany Marie clearly had concise explanations in the live that day. She was telling her chat that it was not what everybody was making it be. You come over here and spin it back around, and now the bullshit still exists because of what you did, Chasing.
I don't
You
even know what the conversation was about. I don't even
Yeah.
remember.
it was
Okay,
about
about the FAFO video and about the sedatives. You know exactly
The
you
sedatives.
proving
Okay.
it.
You reminded me. Now I remember. It was
Yeah,
about the sedative.
you're responsible for that bullshit tragedy pit
No,
marriage.
it come out of your mouth, not
Not
mine.
the way
You
you
said
spun it.
Andy. You said
No,
Andy
no,
gave them sedatives. You did.
no,
You
I did
said
not
that.
say he gave
Yeah, you
them
did.
sedatives. I
You
did
did.
not say he gave
You
them.
said, why don't you go ask him to harm
so
little girls on the hill?
I can tell you
That is
You did.
not.
she did not
You
say
did.
sedatives. She said to sedate. To
And
sedate.
I didn't
Okay.
say,
It wasn't
I
said
So
didn't
that.
sedate them
say,
how? By hitting them over the head with a bat? Sedate them how?
I said that the
Hmm.
thing, including pot, because that's all I knew about. I didn't know what else, but that even pot on little ones would have a sedative effect. You took and spun it into something entirely different. And by
You
that
said
point, Tracy, no. And by that
you
point,
said
Tracy,
to
you and the
harm
rest of this
the little
group,
girls on the hill. That's what you
that
said.
it could have been used for that because little ones, even with pot,
No,
it has a
you said
sedative
you had the receipts. You said you had the proof and the receipts.
Tracy.
Not that it
You're not
could have been.
Tiffany.
Oh, come on. Tiffany, is that not what she said?
You
Come
know
on, dude.
what she's doing right now.
I
You
have
know what she's doing.
You have it, right?
listen, this is the reason why I stay quiet, because I'm seeing the chat and I'm listening to both of you at the same time. And people in the chat are saying, you definitely said that. You definitely said that. But they don't remember exactly what words are used. This is where I'm super particular. Particular. Like yesterday, for instance, someone said, Jody said, it was Lady R, actually. She had written a comment.
Oh, well, imagine that.
Jody said something, but she did not say the word she said. She used a different word, and context matters. The words spoken matter. So that's where I am a stickler for the wording. I always try to like get it exactly perfect. A lot of people in the chat are going to say you did say that, but the way that Chasing just said it is not the way it was said. I have it. It's not the exact way it was said. So it matters.
Okay, so she said to sedate, and she had.
He was not selling it in order to sedate. I said it could have a sedative effect on kids, little ones. And
That's not
then
what she
I
said.
said that you don't know if it could be used, and it was basically implying Dawn and them could use it to sedate the kids, to do something to them, the little girls on the hill. That didn't mean Monster knew about it as far as that being used for that. It also was not, you all made it into like this big thing, but here is the truth of the matter. You all knew from Don himself, Dudley, all kinds of others before that, including Allie, and in the same exact thing I said during the FAAFO video. It was not a new thing that Don smoked pot with them or they bought pot for the kids or anything else. But you didn't eat the rest of them alive. You all ate me the hell alive for it, though. and you made it into something it wasn't. Monster didn't sell it on purpose over there to sedate children. I just said it could have a sedative effect on especially little girls coming and going, and that maybe something was happening to them over there. Not by Monster, but by, I don't know, maybe Dawn or somebody else. But you all, it's still yet that shit persists around me, but does it persist around Don himself who's admitted to it? Or how about Dudley? Or how about Allie? Or how about Leslie? Or any of the other people that said it a long time before I ever did? No, it doesn't. You know why it stays around me with your tragedy pimp jerk shit? Because y'all make sure it does. Because you all seed it in real well. And Chasing, you're the one that's responsible for that.
I don't believe so. But if we have the original
Right,
words
but
and we can
why,
play them, that'd
Allie,
be great.
why is it that you all think that somehow pot on children having a sedative effect is fucking nefarious when Jody
You
Sue
didn't
said
say pot.
common sense it would. It would
You
have a
didn't say
sedative
pot.
effect.
You didn't say
Yes,
pot, though.
pot
No.
and who knows what else, because I don't know truly what was going on over there. I still don't. Chasing. What am I? A fucking psychic? No, I don't. And I don't know how many ways they're all connected or what Monster and all them are up to, nor do I care. The law
All right, well, that's
enforcement
good. Y'all go
failed.
over there and ask why exactly is it that he was selling drugs to the children at 110? Why
asked.
was he potentially
I
causing
asked,
little
and I
girls over
have.
there to be sedated, to be touched with the shit he was selling
It
over
was
there?
not.
Go ask, because I have questions. I'm not standing in front of him anymore. Those are your words right there.
Yeah, I
Those are your
said,
words.
you know, whatever, Tracing. I've got screenshots too.
So
The
do I.
point is that, you know, those things are true, but it wasn't that he was doing it on like purpose.
Okay.
Like it would have been Dawn and them or somebody else if something was happening to the little ones over there that would have been responsible for that. There's a character limit on comments, Jason.
Well, none of them should have been doing it. That's
Right.
sick.
No, when I see you all give as much hell to Allie or any of the rest,
I think Allie's a damn liar who let shit go on that she later fucking talked about as if she was appalled, but she obviously wasn't.
But I don't see Allie. I don't see any of the rest where you all have placed me for the same thing, even though this had been long known that it was happening and it was public, and yet who's the only one y'all give shit to about it?
I don't give you shit, Jody. I don't.
Right. Okay. You're the reason the shit exists in the first place.
Because those are the words you said. You
No,
said that.
they weren't. You spun them to fit a fucking narrative, Chasing, and you and I both
Do you
know
want to
it.
hear them again?
Chasing?
At
I'm not doing
17
it.
minutes, 38 seconds? All
It was
right.
almost
Well,
6
that's
hours
good.
live and there
Y'all
was
go
abs
over there and ask
everything.
why exactly it is that he is selling drugs to the children at 110. Why he was potentially causing little girls over there to be sedated and to be touched with the
But he
shit he
wouldn't
was
have known
selling
that.
over
He
there.
doesn't, would he,
Go
Chase?
ask, because I have questions. I'm not standing in
Yeah.
front of him anymore.
And I
Well,
wasn't. And I'm
okay.
still not. But I'm not going to let y'all make Monster into something he's also not, because he would have only had a certain part of that. The rest of that would have been whoever was allowing it. And then
Absolutely.
if, it's still an if something could have been being potentially done to the little ones coming and going from there. That's up to
I
law
agree.
enforcement to figure out. And law enforcement
And
will.
my opinion on that when you said it was, if that really happened, Dawn and Candace should be in fucking prison or
Yeah.
worse.
You know, Jesus and law enforcement, they work in mysterious ways and take their own sweet ass time, Chasing.
Well, that sucks.
They don't work
Because
on
that's
case
fucking
time.
crazy.
They don't work on
That's
narrative.
unfortunate. I don't
It's
work on a narrative either, but
yeah, you really do.
no, I don't.
Right. Well, you sit on your porch with your coffee and your cigarette, and I guess
am.
Yeah, I know
I
you
am
are.
right now.
And
Yeah.
you let everybody know your stream of consciences, okay, sweetheart?
I
Because
try to.
yours matters more somehow.
Jody, we're more alike than we are different. We do the
No,
exact same thing.
nothing
Yes.
alike, and I promise
You
you,
sit inside, I sit outside. We do the same thing.
I
And it's
don't
just a
sit
stream of
outside
consciousness.
because of you all.
Well,
See,
I sit inside, you sit outside, or whatever. Opposite.
now,
You
I'm
know,
just
you're
saying,
in, I'm out.
we don't have
Same
that
thing.
luxury. We can't sit outside because people like you sit on their porches with their
Not
coffee, with their stream of consciousness on YouTube and think they're really solving cases.
no.
Yeah,
No.
well, you cause chaos and you tamper with witnesses and you target and harass them and you destroy things while you destroy
Let me know
community
when.
lives with your smoking and drinking of coffee and your stream of fucking consciousness on your porch so
Play the
far
proof. Play the
while
proof.
you plan gross ass shit like vigil parties where you can all twerk in front
Play
of
the
them and
proof.
greets.
Play the proof. That I've tampered with any witness or
Yeah,
tortured
it's okay.
you or made it impossible for you to go out of your house or threatened you or ever talked about your children.
I think
Any
we've
of
all
that.
been in the background. I don't know how quiet you think you've been, but you ain't been quiet enough.
Well,
Go ahead.
if there were receipts, you should put them out so that everybody knows who I am. I think you
Right.
should do that.
No, Tracy, I know you come from world of the YouTube realm and hate channels and drama, you know?
No, I don't. No,
Or you,
I
yeah, you
don't.
do.
Nope.
And the Molly Golightly team there at first, but let me tell you something.
Never in my life. I've never liked her. She's disgusting.
Some
Back on
things.
topic, please.
No.
Huh?
Okay. I believe she just told you no.
No, I said Molly, no. You
Right.
said I was on Molly's team. The
Well,
fuck
that's
out of here.
like, what the fuck?
See? Now you
Okay, I
made
was
Tiffany
like,
choke.
dang, all right.
She's gonna die outside. You see what you did, Jody?
No, yeah, I killed Tiffany Marie. What a pity.
I want to truly, like, because I feel like this has gone elsewhere and
Yeah.
headed into a whole
Yeah.
different territory. Yeah. So this conversation, we come right back to it if need be. I'm outside having a smoke real quick.
And see, what part of this does chat not get that I was not aware in real time?
Not aware.
See, they're still going with chasing his narrative, which is, well, if you knew, then why didn't you? I didn't know at the time. How many times did I say this shit before they
I
get
think
it?
this chat is not fond of me, Jody. So,
Toward Jody, I don't really see any toward you. But
well, they are.
all right, I wasn't looking for long. I was just looking to answer
Oh,
someone.
look, somebody just watched the clip. They watched the clip, Tiffany. It must be true if they watched the clip.
The thing that I truly would like to see happen here is some kind of some way or form where I like you may have so let me ask you this. Do you feel that the people around you influence you in any way at all when it comes to your beliefs
No.
on Jody?
No.
Well, because you've
Or the
stated
Wells.
you don't watch Jody Lake, so that's why I'm asking. Because I have my own opinions, right? Like I have all of my own opinions. I know what I think, but I also listen to Jody a lot, like a lot.
I really liked Jody in the beginning. I played her live from Facebook, and people were like, "Why does she talk like that?" I'm like, "You'll leave her alone." She
when did that
was very sick, and I think she was being abused, and nobody will talk crazy about this lady.
I remember when you
Time went on.
I have cancer and I had surgery, massive extreme surgery, and I'm disabled. My speech is disabled. How about you explain all of it? How about that?
Right.
Yeah.
And that was in the beginning, and time went on, whatever. and you didn't like the people I was around, apparently,
Okay,
and
there, time went on.
somehow I ended up in all of this with you.
That is exactly what I didn't even need to say it to get the answer from you. Was time went on, and the people that I hung out with or whatever. So this is what I was going to say, and that's why I had asked you, do you feel like the people in your circle have had an effect at all? And you said no. But right here, when you said I did like Jody, and then time went on, and the people that I was
She
around,
didn't like me.
okay,
Right.
okay. So
I didn't
That's how it started.
started hanging out and doing what you were doing, and I got wind of it, and I watched you pretend like you were some end all be all.
That wasn't pretend.
You hang out with Benny and Penny and Jimmy and Adrian as they torment the shit out of, and you could clearly see as any sane human being what they were doing in a real and active investigation, and you didn't call it out. You made buddies with them, you protected them, made jokes at what they were doing, including naming your stupid fish, and you gave no damns about what they were doing around Summer's case, and you still don't. And if you condone it and you don't call it out, you are one of them. And
that is absolutely untrue. Jenny and Adrian are friends of mine.
That's
period.
Sorry.
Whatever has gone on with you guys prior to my friendship with them has nothing to do with me. Nothing.
Right.
Well, what about
when
what's
you
gone
started
on?
calling me out?
What about
is
what's
when
gone
I was
on
like,
that wasn't prior?
But there's nothing going on in the present.
No, because it has been going on for very many months while you've been friends with them. That's why I'm asking. So what happened?
But what
prior,
has happened?
They're still ensconced in my family chasing. They're still playing it behind the scenes.
Everybody in Jody's family, like all throughout this, even while the things that were happening while Jenny came up on my panel that day, you were friends with them then. I was friends with them at the time. And that all happened, them saying that Jody's daughter was being held hostage, that she was in a hostage situation. Jody was going to take them all out. This all happened. Truly.
I wasn't friends. I was not friends with anybody when any of that happened. I heard, and the way that I understood,
Now stop.
I heard that this was
them since last year chasing.
I heard this was all a long time ago. Number one,
No,
I just heard the
This
recording
happened in
between
August.
Andy and the oldest child. I just heard that.
Andy, it was legally recorded by others. All of them were.
I don't know.
All of them weren't even during the time.
The next person that tells me or anybody here, just stop, just block them. The next person that comes in and says, how is this helping Summer? Just block them. I didn't say this was a Summer stream today, did I? So chill the fuck out in my chat, please. Don't write it because I'm just going to block your fucking ass. I don't want anybody in here telling, just stop, just then get the fuck out. I don't have fucking patience for little babies in the chat that may be babysat all fucking day. I'm sorry, I don't. Okay? How's this helping Summer? What else has helped? Nothing helps Summer here. Hello? Does anybody realize nothing helps Summer in this community? What the fuck? So anyway, this shit happened chasing just several months ago. Like all this shit happened when they said Jody was going to hurt her daughter and she was holding her hostage. This happened just 5-6 months ago. The call they used
to wind through all of what they did and to finalize not that long ago. So yeah, you were friends with them during the events. You were friends with them.
I had no knowledge, none
Never
of
knew
anything. No, I have knowledge of a lot of fucking things.
Weird how
But
around
what I'm
you
explaining to you, what I'm trying to tell you, I had no knowledge of what went on, as you can clearly verify. I was in no Discords, no back chats, no phone calls, none of that. That's a fact. Tiffany can tell you that right now. And I didn't hear this alleged recording that somebody else recorded. I thought Andy recorded it to this day until you just said that. I thought he recorded it and gave it to somebody.
Nope, that's why
Till today.
Out because even he didn't want it out because
Tiffany, am I in your Discord? Have you ever seen me in Penny's Discord? Have you ever seen me in any of the Discords you go into beside my own Discord that I don't go into? Have I ever been on one of the phone calls with any of you?
There is not a recording of him saying what was accused, and I have the fucking recordings immediately upon police leaving here, and my kid being entirely confused, and I've played those. He's like, I have no idea how the hell some girl named Adrian is saying that or why. And I've
But didn't it come from Andy? It came from Andy.
No, it came from Stall Pump twisting shit in the inbox with Lips and everybody else, and then Penny taking off with it and twisting it. And then Monster just went with it, and there's proof of all that shit and how it worked and how it went and who twisted what. And then Monster being pissed that he wasn't going to get cash apps because this place had took and twisted what he said, and that it was a lie. Even Monster knows it was a lie. What Penny put out and what Stall Pump helped twist and do, it was a lie. And he was pissed because he was then punished, according to his words, by not receiving money because everybody around here had everything twisted.
So the question that I have then, it was just put out recently. Gavel just made a video. She got permission.
That's amazing. Holy shit. Thank you for saying that because she denied it yesterday.
Yeah,
she never fucking
What do you mean? She didn't deny it.
I swear to you.
It was up. The video was up. The video was up with receipts.
She said she never did.
Not really. Not what she
No.
She said she never put it up. That call was
She did not.
That I had to shut down my live that day. We all said we would not be talking about Jody. We were very concerned about her daughter. I was put onto a phone call, okay, that was recorded, unbeknownst to me. They say, and
That's a different recording.
Well, after. Hold on one
Tiffany, weren't you asking her for some long recording that you guys were on, something to do with Penny? I'm talking about a video that had
No, I'm talking
like
about the
screenshots.
Oh yeah, screenshots that Monster and sent this year, that Stall Pump sent. That's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah. And the thing is, even Adrian / Krama put up a post saying, well, here's what was said, and you can see what's said in it is entirely different than what they accused. And I have witnesses on the damn phone for hours that day that know nothing was wrong here. I have recordings of my son being entirely perplexed like the rest of us. I have Monster's own words saying it was a damn lie, and what was said was twisted by you all, including Adrian.
By who? Why do you... Not by me. Why are you saying you all? Not by me, ma'am.
Valerie Ventura, you're not going to do this here. I just put you on a timeout. I'm going to clear something up really fast, all right? And anybody can take from it what they like. It says, Jody, you were just pissed because people were talking to Monster to collaborate the crap you were saying. No, Valerie Ventura. Would you be pissed if a bunch of YouTube people came into your real life, started talking to your kids, to your sister, to your ex, and just wove themselves right into the whole material of your whole family life? I think you would. So don't do that again in my fucking chat.
And helped an abuser who has kept me since I was 11 years old in the same way.
Disgusting.
Eyes and strings on and me in a damn box, and YouTube helped further do that. They helped.
Well, I can tell you, I met him and I was not impressed. So he's
yes.
not my friend. I don't talk to him. I don't think he's a good person. And there you go. I don't think that he sounded very interested in his son when his son was talking to him on that recording.
We have recordings of him literally saying he was getting married to get me. He was going to use our son as a prop for YouTube money. My son took some exception to that. Everybody did. I mean, you'll have no idea what this place has helped do. They literally helped ensconce that right back in months after we were released, right back into a child's life who for most of his life by our abuser and that family have been taught that if he does not talk some form of shit, especially about me, whether true or not, then that means he's not included or loved. And they used that to do what they did. And he would come here and be like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. But y'all don't know the damage these types of abusers do and what they do to these children and how they train each of us and the nuances of the fucking abuse, nor did you care. And you've helped further keep us from justice every time he violated orders to where the phone calls weren't taken seriously. And none of you cared. You watched it, you clapped, you cheered, thought it was funny when he was wearing fucking clothing up there. Judge didn't think that was funny. The judge and DAs knew. The specialist knew what it was. You didn't hear him when he tried to blackmail my daughter a while back. You know, you didn't care. You have
I was
no
not
idea.
involved in that. I'm not involved in that, Jody.
That
I
just
promise you I'm not.
Lips is back at it again. She's been back around Candace the past couple weeks, and here we are, right after that with Monster making posts, and Adrian putting back up this stupid fucking phone call, and he's pushed for all these recordings to be released again. To what? Target again? To hopefully silence another witness, another minor? I mean, what the hell is it? Can't y'all find something better to do than to target kids out here in a community that's supposed to be advocates for abuse, survivors, fighters, or kids not off limits? I know what the hell this place is doing in the past 3 weeks. They're going back after this shit again. Instead of doing anything remotely tangible for Summer, like going back to the actual basics, which some were, I thought, at least going to that direction, but it shows in the past few days that nope, they're just going to go off of that track of the basics and facts and go right back to the drama, because drama sells. Facts and newspaper articles and real press releases, those don't sell as well, but me and my children and calling me crazy and whatever, that sells. And fuck everybody participating in it.
I have called you crazy, and I apologize. What I'm going to tell you,
You
the
don't have to
ladies that I
apologize.
hang around, they
Decades
don't.
just like you
They
and
don't.
everybody else that call me crazy. I'm not crazy.
Well, you've said many times, and this is just, I can only talk for me, Jody, is you saying that somehow this is happening and that I know, I'm aware, I'm participating. I can only speak for myself. That
You don't.
isn't true. And that's why I was calling you crazy. And I am listening, Amber. She does have a right to feel this way. Whatever her and Andy went through and however horrific it was, I have a ton of empathy for that. What I can't stand by and listen to is when the ladies I'm friends with, they don't do any of that around me.
They might not
Ever.
do it around you, but there's evidence they do it, and you know it, and you hold counsel and seat with them. You either call them out for what they're doing and who they are, or you are just no better than they are chasing. You
Jason,
can't.
the fact is, they really are doing it. They have done it, and I've seen it. I've heard it. I've been there. I'm telling you, they have. And whether
So maybe
they've
it
done
happened.
it is.
I
Still
don't think it's happening.
It is.
I mean,
It is still
I talk to them every day, every single day.
I think just
and the things that we hold each other accountable on, like if this is just
and
too
I
much,
need you to hold them
this is too much.
accountable for what they've done to Jody.
Well,
if you hold them accountable as a favor to me, I would like you to hold them accountable for what they've been doing to Jody and to her children and to her whole entire life. And I really want it to stop.
All I can tell you, Tiffany, is it's not happening. What is it that's happening now? What is happening that
they are
that is
still
currently
continuing
happening?
to talk to her family? They need to cut communication. They need to stop. It's gone too far. They need to completely cut communication with anyone who's ever been a part of Jody's family. It's disgusting, and it is not appropriate at all. the communications and the relationships that have been formed with this woman's family is not okay. It needs to stop. And that, I think, is
They,
all I could probably ask. And
I don't think
if
that
they
they talk
would
to them.
even do that, if they respect you as their friend, if you were willing to have a talk with them about it, yeah,
They
I
didn't talk to
think
them
it would
because
be
my
helpful.
family says so. And chose me so. Jason.
They talk to them currently today, like now. You're
I
saying that
talk
they
to her
talk to your
sister
family.
daily. Jenny talks to Amy daily. She's told me over and over and over and over again. They're best friends. That's not okay. It's
What do
just
you
not.
think that does to any hope I ever have of
She
trying
also
to?
talks to Andy and Becca pretty much every day. It's
What
not
do you think that does? It helps keep eyes and ears and everything else in our lives feeds right back to our abuser chasing. That seem real healthy to you?
if they're going to go there and hand out pamphlets for domestic violence on Summer's Day, they need to stop talking to Andy. He is a abuser. They can't pass out any pamphlets about domestic violence, period. They shouldn't be holding one in their hand. That's a fucking disgrace in itself. They have been working with this woman's abuser. Okay. That is the ultimate. To hear that they're going to be passing out pamphlets about domestic violence, that is such a slap in the face to me, myself, as a domestic violence victim, because they don't have any right. They are protecting someone who has abused this woman. Truly. Think about that. That is insane that anybody who has had contact with Andy is going to pass out a domestic violence flyer at Summer's Day. Oh,
hold on.
my God.
Duchess says Chasing doesn't know what's been done to me. She isn't privy to those
Dutchie
things.
has a story too.
She can't be.
Stuff that has happened.
I don't know.
And you can't say they didn't reach out to my siblings and otherwise and family members in forms of blackmail and to target me because I have recordings of them planning to do so, some of which are public. So you can't deny that that's why they reached out to my family and others in the first place. It was to blackmail them, to harm them, and to insert in my life because the goal was to destroy, silence, etc. at any cost and to break me down as an entire human being. There are recordings that exist of it, JC.
Jason, I just don't think that you're aware of all the things, and rightfully so. We can't all be, but like
aware
Dutchie
of all
said,
of this. No.
I think you should talk to Dutchie because I think that you guys should have a conversation. There are things you really do need to be made aware of, I think, and this has to start somewhere where this is very dysfunctional. It's not.
I can tell you that I talk with them every day. I've stayed with Nana. She is one of the kindest, most caring, compassionate people I've ever met. Jennifer, I drove with the entire weekend.
Okay.
She was wonderful to me the entire time that I was
nice
there.
Things about her. I don't know her. I think I've spoke to her once or twice on a Discord call. I've heard she's a very nice lady.
She is.
I don't think Nana for Life has been involved in anything that I'm aware of. I have no knowledge of that. But Jenny.
The same with Jenny and Adrian. And well, Penny is not in the group that I'm in at all. There's 5 or 6 other people.
Is Penny
some of the nicest.
No, Penny's not. Okay.
And I'm not in any. I did go into the museum of Jody Sue and was like, "What even is this?" And I left.
So, what did you think about that Chasing when you went in there? If you don't mind,
there was nothing in there. It was a weird thing. I don't know what it was. I don't know. I was like, okay.
I can tell you that the receipts I hold for that. Penny literally deleted and edited in real time. And if you didn't catch it while she was typing as the screen moved up, it's not all there. It's also not all the rooms, calls, all the things that need to go with it. And she even, on one of the private Discord lives that we were in, admitted to Jenny that no, she hadn't turned even everything over to Jenny. And Jenny's like, what the hell? So Jenny and then this whole time been lied to by Penny. That Discord is nothing but bullshit anyway, because like day 3, we knew that they had set up this fake Fed thing and it was turned over and everything in it from that point forward is bullshit to keep them talking. And that seems to elude most people and their common sense, no matter how often I say it. It ain't cute what's been done by these people chasing in Summer's case. And if you care about Summer in her case, you would call them out for it. You can't pretend you're oblivious to what they do. You can't say, well, they're nice to me, so therefore. Well, you know what? Abusers are nice to all the people they don't abuse, too. Monsters really nice to all kinds of folks. That doesn't mean he was me, but I don't hold counsel with abusers, and I don't hang out with people who do that. And I call them out when I see, even if they're nice to me. You know,
it's Summer's case that brought us together, and I see how much they care about that and the work and the effort that they're putting into that.
And do you know how much domestic violence played a role in Summer and her brother's lives? That you've got people sitting beside you, targeting a domestic violence driver and her children, and you're okay with that?
No.
They say they care about domestic violence. They care about Summer. Domestic violence played a role in both of those hills to all of our children, and you're holding counsel people who are holding the hands of abusers. Does that make sense?
I also support the Wells, and there was probably a ton of domestic violence there.
And child abuse.
I'm the only one in our group who says, outwardly anyway, that I do, because I don't want to see them attacked. Period. I don't want to see it. I can't. Because I don't know if either of them were ever involved in anything. So the same crap that goes on with YouTubers when you step out of line or say the wrong thing and have to answer all these questions, it's what's done to them on a daily basis. And I hate it.
You change the subject. It's about domestic violence playing a role. You're hanging out people to be advocates who care about
you said on both hills. Domestic violence on both hills. And I'm saying, yes, I understand that. And I don't support that at all. Of course not.
Did you turn this on?
I don't know. I probably broke it.
About people who do support and domestic violence, who pretend they care about Summer. You can't say that, well, I'm going to support that. And, you know, and one thing and not the other, Jason.
I mean, there are domestic violence survivors in the group of ladies as well.
Yeah, that are helping abuse other survivors.
I don't know. I know you guys have gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think you're any less culpable than they are, as far as they hate you, you hate them. They hate you, you hate them. I mean, I think it's a waste of time. I don't think it helps Summer whatsoever.
You know that, right? They did something wrong to me, so I feel some type of way about it. Therefore, I'm somehow responsible for their poor little hurt feelings and deserve what I get.
No.
Way to go, chasing on your abuser pamphlet 101 language. Spare me.
I don't believe that.
Yes, you did.
No.
You're just culpable as they are. They did something to you, therefore you deserve them hating you. Wow, that was pretty roasting.
Going back and forth. As far as going back and forth, Jody.
Equally as culpable because they don't like me because they did shit to me and my children.
If you participate, are you culpable? If you sit on your lives and talk about them, are you culpable?
I didn't do that until they started supporting my abuser and helping with and targeting and tormenting chasing.
Okay.
I didn't. Have you seen me reach out to their families and ensconce in their lives? Hey, you said that they've also been abused in their lives, right? Did I reach out to their abusers, hold their hand, cleanse the scene for them on YouTube, bring them on as a weapon to use against them? Did I try to get Adrian's kids taken from her with false reports? But damn me to hell for feeling some type of way and calling them out like I see it and calling them out for what they were. I must deserve every little thing they do to me. Their poor little feelings. God love them.
I didn't say that.
You just said, Chasing. You used abuse.
And I'm telling you that is not what I meant. And I'm correcting it.
No. You
That
don't
is
get
not.
it. You just told
Okay.
me that was
Leave it
wrong.
there. I don't really care, Jody. I'm trying to
I
talk
know
to
you
you.
don't.
I'm
That's
telling you that
care who
I
your friends
think.
are either. So
Oh,
there's
good Lord in heaven.
no.
Guys,
You can
um,
spin shit. You just use
Okay.
abuse 101 language, and you and I both know it. You can't spin it back now.
Okay. I think that if you continue to talk about them and they continue to talk about you and you continue to talk about them and they continue to talk about you, you're all to blame. Period.
Okay,
Just
so
stop.
the people
Just
that are
stop.
abusing. Oh yeah, okay, there you go.
Just
Abuser
stop.
101 pamphlet, right?
Just stop.
Shut up about the abuser, and then it's okay if you just go silent. Let them do what they want, right? Chasing.
No, it should
Shut
all
up.
stop.
Just shut up.
Them, you, just stop.
Just shut up and take the hits. Don't call the abusers.
Listen, I'm not an abuser,
Let them away
so
with
don't
it.
even try and twist bullshit.
Right? You're
Abuser
using that
101.
language.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Don't
So
talk about
no.
bad things to you, then stop. It's your fault if you don't.
No,
I just got
that's not what I think.
are you guys able to hear me? I just don't know because my thing goes out sometimes. I just got a phone call from Scott, and I sent him a link because he started to talk to me about something, and I said, I think you should. He was blocked in here and couldn't get in. And I think that this is important. I would like you both to stay. Hold on.
Scott H?
Yeah, Scott H. And Scott, you want to stay on camera or off? On. Okay.
Right quick.
Okay.
Let me mute it. Sorry. There's a little lag there. Hey, how's everybody doing this Sunday morning?
Hey there.
Hey, Scott.
Afternoon by now. Listen, everybody knows our current situation between who likes who and who gets along at this present moment, because at any given time that could change, as it often does. But I'm here to tell you right now, Chasing, and listen, I'm not being argumentative or nothing.
He was
But-
just like screaming on the phone, pretty fired up. So like,
yeah, I was
That's
really
okay.
fired up, but I want to be calm on here because I know there's a lot of people that don't like me
it's okay.
on
Scott.
panel here and in chat, but I want to make sure everybody hears what I have to say, and the best way for people to hear it is if I talk normal and nobody screams at, and we don't talk over each other like that fucking shit show of Don and Dudley and Cher and Killer Looks. What a fucking mess. I don't know what kind of damn straws Killer Looks is reaching out. Some bitch, you need to change your damn direction of grip.
Well, at least we all agree on one thing.
Oh, fuck. I don't know. Killer, you're a cool dude and all, but man, all right then, you know. Chasing, I don't know if you're aware, but you were definitely friends with Jenny and Adrian when the phone call about Jody Sue's youngest child, her daughter, was that stuff coming out about her unaliving herself. You most certainly were. Now either one, you honestly didn't know anything about it. Two, you're really, really naive. Or three, you're lying.
No, I did not know
I don't
about
need
it.
to know the answer to any of those things. What I can tell you, and Adrian and Penny and Jenny know this. Benny Keys would have known it had he not been asleep. Tiffany knows it because she was there. Because all y'all have ever seen is parts of that call that people have wanted to put out for their own benefit. Now, if I wanted to get a lot of people, and I can't remember now because I don't take notes on all this stuff and everything like you all do. I don't do that. And I don't have screenshots saved from 2 years. But I can tell you this, there is a local here that Jenny and Adrian and Penny and probably you talk to that has a husband in a high position that they contacted in the middle of the fucking night after they had said, Adrian had said that they had contacted CPS and the law to get Jody Sue's daughter taken out of there. And I said, listen, if you felt like it was a need, you had the need. And you really felt like, because I wasn't around, I was just on the phone call. I said,
But I
if
wasn't.
you really had the need, felt you had the need to get CPS involved and the law involved, keep your goddamn nose out of Jody Sue's business and let them handle it. You all ain't got a badge. What did they do? I shut up from then on the damn recording. And what happened after that? They started getting on the fucking little contact list, trying to get a high-ranking official, a fucking magistrate. I'll go ahead and say it. Fuck y'all lying son of bitches. A magistrate in the fucking middle of the night to pull some damn strings to try to see if they could get the law to get Jody Sue's daughter out of there. It ain't their fucking business.
Hey guys,
If they call, here's the law. You said mandatory reporting. You see a child getting abused, you call the law. Then it's the law's decision on whether they get CPS involved, not yours, not a citizen. You call the law and the law takes it into their hands. Why? Because they're professionals at what they do. And if they felt like it's a need to call in a professional called CPS to deal with children, which the police are not trained to deal with, they do that. But no, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough. So they had to push a little bit harder and a little bit farther. As hard as they fucking could. And you know what? Andy's laying in the fucking bed. And I told him, listen, I said, her own fucking dad's laying in the fucking bed. Do you think he gives a shit?
guys, I have.
The law was standing there in Jody Sue's
Hold on 1 second.
apparently, and didn't take the fucking kids, didn't call CPS. So apparently they felt like her daughter wasn't in danger. It don't matter who you push or who you call, but that wasn't good enough. They wanted to try it any damn way, and that's wrong.
Yes,
that
Jody.
is wrong.
I'm explaining.
Hold on,
I was
Jody
not
keeps
part
trying-
of that.
Jody
I
keeps
didn't
trying to
know
say
about that
something.
until after.
Well, that's why I'm putting it out here, because Jody Sue's sitting here trying to tell you that you need to be aware of some stuff.
I understand, but you just said that I was friends and knew about these things. I didn't know about that.
Well, I said that at the beginning. Either you didn't know it, either you were naive, or either you were lying, and I didn't need to know the answer. Because it don't matter to me. Here's another thing about the production crew and all this kind of stuff that I've been hearing. Everybody that's been in all the chats wanting to know if it was here and there, and I seen it in chat just a little bit ago in Tiffany's chat. That's what originally got me to call, and then y'all started about me. Sorry, Jody Sue, Jody Sue's daughter.
Hold on, Scott. Hold on. Tiffany, Little walked in and she's not a fan of any of you all. They stay away from this despite public belief. I keep her moved from this, but she just walked in, and despite it being Scott and her not being a fan or chasing or view, she just heard Scott speaking truth. And for the very longest time, she has begged to speak, and I would not allow it. And I'm not going to allow her to speak long on here because this place will eat it. I do not want her tormented over it, but she has something she would like to say. And because of how she's working through things and the services I've gotten, all this, I think it's time you all hear Little's voice.
Yeah, you can go
she's
ahead and
gaining it.
I will allow your daughter to talk, Jody. Yes, I
She is
allow her
gaining
to.
it back, and she's gaining strength that our abuser almost broke.
That's fine.
And I think this
You're
could
her
be
mom.
helpful in her healing. But she has something she'd like to say.
Okay, sure.
Please do not be jumping on her. Ask her.
I know. I actually don't want anybody to say anything, or just let her speak. And, Yeah, that's totally fine. She has a voice
And
here.
then I'm gonna let her down, and then
Okay,
let her go back out so she doesn't hear this any further.
sure. Hmm.
There you go, little.
Thank you, Scott, for saying whatever.
You're welcome, young lady.
I just think all this stuff is just, it's laughable. I have never seen grown adults in their upper 40s act like a bunch of toddlers and make up stuff. And they're saying they're getting justice. This isn't justice. This is drama. This is all it is. And saying this is for summer is laughable. It's not. It never has been. If it was about summer, it wouldn't involve anything else besides summer and the stuff that TBI has. And to say that people on the internet are going to solve something is kind of funny. It's not like it was when, a few years ago even.
It's okay.
Like,
It's okay. Take a breath.
like, this isn't going to be solved at all by anyone on the internet.
I agree with you.
You're 100% right, young lady.
You're going about it in a very bad way that doesn't help anyone. You're just causing everyone's lives to be miserable while you gain money,
Maybe tell them how
fame.
it's made you feel and how it's affected your life,
I mean,
because it has. And I think that's an important part.
Y'all acting like me or my brother not seeing this isn't like detrimental to, our lives, our emotional being, when you as grown adults should realize that kids are going to be online, and it's like you're just saying whatever, and it's just a bunch of crap that you guys want to make up. And it's just like genuinely mind-blowing. Like, you guys will accuse anyone of anything when it's not true, and you're just taking something out of context. And it's just accusing children of murder, especially around here, could genuinely get one of the kids beaten to death. And I don't think any of you realize that.
Bullied, like they
Bullied.
bullied, you all harmed, targeted.
And it's like you guys don't even know the culture of schools around here. And I can tell you that most of the schools are rampant with bullying. If they get the slightest hint of like anything they can use on you, they will bully you until you emotionally just give up. The schools around here are crappy. They are underfunded. And it's just like, you guys don't care the repercussions of accusing children of stuff just because you hate my mom. You mostly hate her for no reason. And it's like, you're treating this like we're not real people with real lives, real thoughts, real feelings, and we're just entertainment. Even you treat Summer like that. You treat her like, you treat country people like we're illiterate and stupid. You act like we're stupid and like we don't know anything. That's how it's been from the beginning. That we're illiterate and because we come from somewhere in the middle of nowhere, that we don't know anything. That's not how it works. And then also, I genuinely believe half the locals in these chats are fake. There's no way these people are going on with blatant untruths, misunderstandings, and genuinely getting the entire community not how it actually is. So half of them are fake. Half of them either live like 5 hours away and drive down here once or twice a year or whatever. And it's just laughable that y'all are literally like in your upper 60s in chat saying, ha ha ha, I hope Jody Sue falls down the stairs and dies, which is really funny. And then it's also like, I've seen people in chat saying Jody Sue wished I went missing, and then laugh about how ugly I am. Like, do you guys think I haven't seen that? Or anything you say about me? And it's like Jenny and Gavel literally treat me and my brother like we're beat dogs on those like cheesy infomercials.
Or like y'all are two. Or
Like we're two and that we don't understand anything.
or like y'all know what you've been through or witnessed or
And it's just half these channels are just here for nothing but drama, money, and potential fame. And the people that are out there posting the photos that Dawn and Candace approved, the aged up photos, those are really bad, laughably bad. And it's also, some of y'all literally sexualize Summer in a really weird way. Really weird, guys. Not okay. Not good. I think you should reevaluate why you're sexualizing a child or all of us. It's really weird. Really weird.
and you've had them do that to you too.
I mean, I've had weirdos in chat say stuff about me, and it's just really wild.
Benny.
I mean, and we're like, any of this to be okay?
Oh, Rue, hun, you have the microphone covered up a little bit. There you go.
I think it's just breaking out.
Nope, that's good.
But it's just, it's laughable how half of you in the chats or the ones that have YouTube channels are literally acting like a bunch of teenagers that got scorned in high school. Like, and then anytime, that one time I said something and then everyone was like, Jody Sue's holding a gun to her head and making her say these things.
Oh, was that the one where you come out and you were like the
Yeah.
guy who taught
Oh, you covered it up again. I think she must have moved and covered it up. There
she
you
was
are.
talking about that time that they clipped that piece where she come in saying our abuser called her fat and made
Oh, okay. I remember that.
and how people told the whole world went, oh, Jody Sue made her so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jody Sue did.
And then it's like, and then half of you are like, no one in Kingsport knows about Summer. Like, dude, I talk to people, and half of them ask me, what do you think happened to Summer? And it's like, half of them know who Summer is. They've seen her on TV. And then also half of you locals, supposedly, are like mixing up Kingsport, Rogersville, and Johnson City somehow.
Oh,
And it's like, if you're a local, how are you mixing up like 50 different counties? You know? And then it's like,
What would you like them to do going forward?
I mean, I don't really know what any of you who are willing to listen are gonna
Tell us, for those that are willing to listen and for those that do care what you have to say, because there's a lot of people here that are really wanting to hear what you have to say, and they're really proud of you for speaking up, and they think you're well spoken. So yeah, please tell us what you would like to see going forward, and how, you know, how would you, if there was anything you could ask of people, even people that, like you said earlier, hate your mom, what can they do to make your life a little bit easier? Or things easier for you in any way at all? We're all listening, honey.
like I get half of you don't really have any jobs or whatever, and you're doing this for like money to feed yourselves and like whatever kids you have. But going after other people in the name of drama isn't going to get you there. And I think also categorizing your videos under like drama, whatever, drama, true crime or whatever.
Drama.
Drama. Yeah.
Or true crime is not the way to go, because this doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't mix. Crime and drama doesn't mix.
It doesn't. And it's like, I get like half of you don't have jobs, or you're doing this for money to feed yourselves or whatever. But using that on the name of like everyone and true crime is hurting real people to get money and get views and whatever else. And then also misusing your platform to spread misinformation when some of you have like 20,000 followers or more or less or whatever, and you're just spreading misinformation for no reason besides getting yourself money. And it's like, you can either advocate for missing children and get it right and make no money from that, or you could just be honestly just a terrible person on the internet.
Or honestly, they could have money, and they could end up being like Markiplier.
I mean, you can do good true crime, but you know, even like the mainstream true crime channels don't even care about the families. They just kind of say whatever they want. And I've known that for a long time about true crime, that most true crime YouTube channels are kind of crappy and that they just mistreat people. You know, this isn't just an issue with this specific group. You know, it's about the whole true crime community, you know, mistreating and misinformation or just assuming. And it's like just accusing everyone around Summer puts you on the same level as Don and Candace. Honestly. I mean, Don and Candace has been accusing everyone since day one. The mailman. I mean, the moon. I mean, they've accused everyone at this rate.
And y'all gotta think, this kid's been present for it in that road too, to watch Candace and Dawn do this in real life to everyone from the moments that Summer vanished. She's there for the scream to hear it. She's there for all of it. These are her neighbors. She knows Summer. The picture is out there of her holding Summer. Do you think it was like, you know, just something out of the blue? She knows Summer. She matters.
And you guys saying that Mom hated the boys or Summer is just hilarious.
How many times do we watch? How many times do we feed them
birthday
cake? Give them gifts. How many times?
I mean, I knew the boys. I mean, I held Summer. I mean, Mom didn't hate them at all. And that's just something you guys kind of made up, like out of nowhere.
How many times did Candace call? I don't know how to heal when I'm
I mean,
a snake, whatever.
I mean, Candace did like call mom about them all the time whenever something came up, and it's just this isn't helping Summer. And then also,
What do you
people,
think could help Summer, Rue? If there was like one thing, do you think that you would have a good idea for any of us that could help Summer? What do you think would help her? Do you have any ideas? You sound so smart and intelligent. Maybe you have a better idea than all of us.
I mean, there genuinely are real places to put posters. And, you know, most of you have platforms. I mean, at least share her stuff instead of making it about drama. Just share her stuff.
Maybe we could hang posters like in real life. Like maybe YouTube creators could start posting her face around where they live and taking a photo of it or something and letting everybody see where they're posting it. Like, so you think sharing her face and her info is really helpful? I think far more helpful than a lot of other things. You're a sweet girl.
I think sharing the photos and the actual information that the TBI has shared, would really help, and not convoluting it with whatever stuff you guys want to go on with.
I agree.
And it's just.
Rue, I hate to interrupt you, but do you think it would help if subscribers and creators alike would stay out of people's personal lives and stop going real life on them?
I think so. I think, you know.
I do too.
I think, you know, quite frankly, I think searching when you guys went to Ben Hill or whatever was really stupid. Because it's like, you guys don't even know the difference between, you know, my dad and his grandparents, and who owns that land and who doesn't, who does. And you guys in the beginning couldn't even tell the difference between my grandfather and my dad. I mean, some of you are genuinely, no offense, genuinely, really stupid. I mean, you want to treat me and my brother like we're idiots, or we came from backwards nowhere, and that we don't know anything, and we're so innocent, and that we're naive, and we don't know anything. And it's just kind of laughable on that part. And it's just like accusing everyone of everything is not going to help Summer. Convoluting Summer's entire case with stuff that isn't true is genuinely misinformation on a mass scale. I mean, I have seen mainstream videos by people on like TikTok who have people in their comment section who I've never seen before in these chats, or don't have the same like usernames, genuinely going with the misinformation they've heard on here. And it's like, it doesn't help Summer. Posting her picture, getting her photo out there, that helps. Getting her name out there helps. And then also, you guys literally relying on fake locals or pick-me's from around here is genuinely garbage. Because I can tell you something. Either you're going to find the pick-me's that are on crack every day, all day, that are in your inboxes like, I know Jody Sue Brown. And then they don't know Jody Sue Brown, but they know someone who knows 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 my mother. who doesn't actually know mom firsthand. And I can tell you, half these pick-me's in chat that says they're locals, like the ones that are actually from around here, I know they're on crack. I've seen them around town on crack. It's just, and then you guys accusing my mom of being drunk all the time is also because drunk or high or whatever else. Do you guys not understand that my mom has cancer, had throat surgery, and it's just wild. And it's like, I genuinely believe you guys placebo yourselves into believing my mother is mumbling. Like, you genuinely convince yourselves that she's mumbling, or she's acting drunk, or she's acting high. And then you guys also say, I've had thyroid cancer, and I've never acted that way. And it's like, do you guys not understand that everyone's flesh suit is different?
And
heals different?
Whether it's metastasized or whether they have the regular thyroid surgery, it all differs. Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, dazed and confused, and Annabella literally accused me of murder because I had an emo hair or something.
I'm sorry, Rue.
At
At
what point?
That's not right. I'm really sorry, and I don't know why they would do that. I don't think that they meant what they said. I hope not.
The nickname vote.
Maybe they needed views or something, but I don't think anybody would think that of you.
I mean,
The people are very cruel, honey, and terrible.
I mean, half the people on here are like, I remember the names of the people in chat that say this, but it's like, I just want to pick up Rue and cradle her in the arms. How tall do you think I am? How much do you think I weigh?
Oh my goodness.
Like, I'm nearly 6 feet tall, and you guys want to say, I want to pick her up. And then it's also like, a few months ago, you guys were going on about how my mom is literally, I don't know, you were making fun of her height and saying she must have done something or whatever because she's so tall and so manly that she must have done whatever. And then half of you guys were like, in comparison to Jody Sue, I'm so little. I'm so small. Look at me. Like, putting down other people to make yourselves feel better in a child's case is also really bad. Like,
Can I ask you a question, Rue, before I forget? So, like, a lot of people here, including myself, we don't know your mom like you do because we're not in her real life. If you could maybe pick 3 words to describe your mom, what would they be?
I'm really bad
with your mom. Like, if someone was to say, give me 3 words to describe your mom, if you could sum up your mom in 3 words, so what would they be?
And tonight's dessert depends on that.
And intelligent. I mean, kind, strong. I mean, she's nice.
Gee, thanks.
Like, you guys are on here like, Jody Sue must be a really mean person in real life because she hurt my feelings. My fifis are hurt, and she must be a real mean person in real life. Like, do you not understand that you guys are in chat all day, every day, like, being major
Girl, you better not use a curse word.
majorly rude and mean and bad, and it's just like, at a certain point, someone's gonna get bitter towards you.
Yeah.
Because half of you are repeats in chat, and it's like, you know, it's like the stuff with my brother. I mean,
Get him, Lou. Get him.
accusing him of accusing him of murder because someone saw him on the woods and lied about what day they saw him on is just kind of crappy too, you know. And it's like my brother was like under 18 when everything happened. I think it was like something. I don't know.
But he hadn't graduated yet.
But it's just, you guys in chat do not help just as much as the creators don't.
And it's like they don't know that there's been times where you and your brother have helped save kids over from things, but you damn sure wouldn't hurt them.
I mean, really,
I don't believe that you hurt anybody, just so you know. Okay, I just want to say that. I hope you don't think anybody here thinks that of you. Please don't think that, you know, anybody on this panel or in my chat would think that you hurt anybody, okay?
And then it's like, you guys will rally behind, you know, certain people on here, you know, and you know, he's just, you guys acted like during that stuff that he was the holiest saint on this planet to walk the earth, and that he should have me or whatever. But at the end of the day, he doesn't care. He doesn't care about me. He doesn't care about my brother. He doesn't care about anything but himself. And the last time we talked, it was just him being demeaning to me and being crappy and said crappy things to me. And then just told me straight up that he didn't care. Didn't care. Didn't matter. My feelings didn't matter. And didn't address anything I said. And at the end of the conversation, he was literally screaming at me.
And that it was a trade to leave you alone.
He was literally blackmailing me the last time we talked. It's a give or take situation. My sweet child, my sweetheart, my baby girl. He was literally blackmailing me. I know. But I'm just saying, it's just, you know, he's played a part in all the stuff that has made my life 10,000 times harder. And it's like, it's just, you guys, I don't think any of you really care about Summer. I just think you have that mentality of, I'm a savior, I'm going to save every single child, but also at the same time be really crappy to people. And it's like, talking to locals isn't going to help Summer, especially if the locals didn't know Summer. You know, it's just,
And the locals I do get a hold of, they
yeah.
torment.
And the locals you guys do get a hold of, I mean, most of them are like really bad people around here. Crackheads. Known crackheads. I mean, you guys don't know anything about Kingsport as a whole.
I mean, you're the witness here. You've heard the other locals and the other close neighbors talk to me and say they want them out of there. They don't want to be bothered. It ain't Jody Sue the mayor. You've heard it too.
And then it's just, I mean, I've heard other people throughout Beach Creek and Ben Hill say you guys are laughable. That what you're doing is crappy and they are annoyed by you. And it's just like, accusing everyone like Don and Candace do isn't gonna find Summer. And honestly, at the beginning, quite frankly, I also think Don and Candace did something with Summer. What that is, I do not know. I just know, that honestly, the way they're acting and whatever else, I just think they've done something to her. And it's like, you guys make up wild theories that isn't helping anyone. Yes, it's okay to come up with ideas or thoughts or whatever else with what you have. And I get that. That's a good thing, thinking about it. And if you know something, yeah, you should report it to the TBI. But spam calling the TBI over nothing is literally slowing down the process of finding someone. Every false call, every spam call to the TBI to report something that's already been reported like a gazillion times is not helping Summer. And honestly, the vigils, or whatever you're calling them, aren't helping anyone. I mean, calling them Summer's Day is really gross, really weird. And it's like talking about Summer like her kidnapping is the happiest day of her life is really wild. It's just, I think what happened last year with the raffles and whatever else was not good, guys. A vigil is supposed to be like, you're supposed to hope that she comes back, or to get the word out there, to join and pray for her to come back. It's not supposed to be a raffle. It's not supposed to be a party. It's not supposed to be with music. It's not supposed to be with dancing. It's supposed to be hoping that she comes back. So getting a cake, raffles, dancing, I don't know, twerking in front of the camera, isn't helping anyone. Even if you got 3 locals to come there and help you orchestrate it, I mean, that's really stupid.
Doesn't mean the rest agree or think it's okay.
It also doesn't validate what you're doing either. You found 3 stupid locals that fell for your crap and said, yeah, guy, we're joining it. And it's like, this is straight up just harassment, stalking, terrorization. And it's like, I don't care. I don't care if you say, well, they've never done it for me. That's like saying, that guy, I know he hit someone with a car.
We're going to have to work on your segues.
I know he hit someone with a car, but I didn't see it. So it must not have happened. Guys. I mean, it's just, it's wild. I mean, it's just whatever. Gavel and Jenny, wait, that's the same person. Never mind. Yep. Let me correct myself on that one. Adrian and Jenny have verifiably played a part, including Piper. Let's get that right. Piper. Okay.
Right.
Have played a part in messing with me and my brother. Lips included. It's not like I haven't you know, happened upon the stuff they go on about. You know, it's called the internet, and it's called search engines designed to tailor to you.
It's like the other day when you come here, you found that Reddit, and you thought it was
I swear to
cool
God.
and clear, and then all of a sudden there it is right in your face, even under clear count.
So someone's made like a 1,000-paged Reddit about my mother. That was really fun to be recommended. And it's like half of you are genuinely the worst people on this planet. Half of you are homophobic, misogynistic, ableist, or racist. And the list can go on. It's genuinely like all around, you're bigot. Okay? And you're classist. You, I guess, hate people from the South. And it's just like,
All right. And, yeah. We got chat saying that, you know, once again, that you're somehow being abused. You've been exposed to YouTube.
I'm gonna say something about that because I'm sure there'll be people with opinions,
They
but
don't
I'm just gonna sum it up
the
like this.
devices, her location alone pushes it to them. Even if we make the device clear, it pushes to her. She sees it. She's not
Jody,
aware.
first of all, don't even explain this. All right, this is a teenage girl who has been the subject of many conversations on YouTube. She's
And
allowed to
really-
have a voice. I just let her have one here. Jody was okay with it. That's her mom. I think that she's intelligent, very intelligent, well spoken. She sounds extremely smart, and I think she can handle speaking after being spoken about for so long. Of course, everybody knows I normally would never allow it, but I am in this circumstance because a lot has gone on in using her name. So this girl is allowed to speak.
And she's had
maybe people need to stop speaking
called-
about her so she doesn't have to come back again as a teenager to speak up and have a voice, because she should never have had to feel like she said had to say anything anyway. But after being spoken about for 2 years, I think the least we could do is let her talk, right?
and her being in court because of YouTube and cops showing up here because of
Exactly.
calls of Adrian and Jenny. Do you think she's oblivious to YouTube?
Well, another reason that I got up here today or called Tiffany was, which is totally out of character for me, but it is what it is. And I'm glad that I did it. For anybody else that's going to be asking, I'll go ahead and tell you now. Somebody mentioned to me in a chat yesterday that people are starting to rewrite history.
Yep.
And I've been seeing it go on, and I'm sure everyone else has been too. And certain people are portraying things to be or have happened in a way that did not happen. And that's just, it's well, I just sit here on a Sunday afternoon and I've just heard enough of the bullshit, because I know what happened because I was there. Tiffany, regardless of our deal 2 years ago, I don't even think about that anymore. Tiffany was there. She knows what went on.
I appreciate that you are speaking on it, because when I came live and did the Whiplash live, I can only say what I heard, right? Jenny holds that whole call. I know she does. I know she recorded the whole thing, because when we started the call, I said, is anybody going to record this? Because if not, I'll figure it out, right? She said, I've got it. And I know she recorded the whole thing.
If the retaliation is going to be, well, I'm going to play that whole video.
I think she should
folks,
play
I've been
the
around
whole
here
thing.
long enough to know that everybody on that call was recording that call. Anything that I would
think
say,
she should play the whole thing. And
anything I said then, I will stand by firmly today. Bet.
I know that you were about to say something when Jody had asked for her daughter to speak. It was about Skilo. I know
Yes.
that was what you got pretty heated about when you were talking to me on the phone.
I do want to finish that up before I jump down
please
for
do.
sure.
Don't forget to talk about that because I didn't even get to hear what you had to say, all of it. So,
Well,
I do.
like
Yeah.
I said, as far as I know, that was the plans then. Now, nobody take this out of context. Skilo reached out to me to see if she could interview me for this company that she works for that does documentaries and the like. I'm not going to dock Skilo and tell the name of that company because I don't want people going and hassling her at her job and where she works. But I looked it up on the internet and it's legit. And they have a portfolio of shows that they have done. And it's on, big channels, Discovery channels, things like that. I think it's legit. I'll say that. Now, I said that I would prefer not to be on camera because I live around here. And to be perfectly honest, with the type of people that Skilo associates with on the internet, I didn't trust her with what would be the outcome after the cutting room floor happened with that production company.
Yep.
So I was saying that in my mind, but I asked her, well, I said I didn't want to be on camera. She said they could shadow me out, to where you just see the silhouette of me. I would be in, the dark or whatever, and it would just be audio. Now, I'm smart enough to know that I'm almost 53 years old, and I've never in my whole entire life had a production company reach out to me for a documentary, and I've had 2 so far. So you kind of remember that when it happens. It's not an everyday occurrence. And I can assure you, I feel quite certain that their intent wasn't to come come to Tennessee just for me. You see what I mean?
absolutely.
So if anybody thinks that they were just going to come to Tennessee to interview Scott H., a dude that went to high school with some dudes in Beach Creek 35 years ago, you're sadly mistaken.
While they were here for that, they tried to trick me into meeting them in the middle of the night. And they also got run up on by Monster's family, who told them they were not to be on the property. So I think there's some issues.
Anyway, at that particular time is when the crew came to Tennessee. And like I said, as far as I know, Skilo wasn't planning on coming when the rest of the crew did. And I'm not going to name everybody else that was in that crew because the ones that have been in it have been through enough. I've tried to clear up on my live stream and on Circle Jerks the best that I knew what had happened to try, just like right now, to get everything straight. And I declined to do any interview, just like I did on the first production company that contacted me. Because when you know the griminess, and I don't care who gets mad and who gets their feelings hurt again, but you all are seeing the griminess that Adrian, that Jenny, that Fizzle, that BK, that Lips, that a host of all of them, all the ones that try to play internet are innocent. Y'all know the griminess, and this is just part of the griminess. There's more griminess that I can tell. And they're going to try to come out with griminess on me, but you know what? They can't, because there ain't none. Because like I said, anything you'll see in a Discord message or on a recorded phone call, I'll say again, because I mean it. Because it is what it is, whether you like it or not. I don't give a fuck whether you like it. You'll just have to get used to the truth. The truth is what the truth is. So I declined their offer because I didn't want no part of it. Because anybody that would hang around with the likes and mix company with people that stand up so strong for people that do the nasty, grimy shit that they do, trying to act like they're for something else, the goodness of humanity or what the fuck ever, while they're trying to reach out to high-powered officials in this fucking town to go after somebody else that I don't even like in this fucking town to try to get their kid took away when they got no fucking evidence. And if you're ever fucking wondering right now, Jenny, Adrian, Penny, and all you fucking grimy people, rewind this and listen to Rue talk. That sounds like a girl that's been raised to me.
It sure does.
Now, if some of y'all would have known a little bit more than that, or maybe you did know and just didn't give a fuck, which one is it? I'm going to say you just didn't give a fuck. Because we've all heard it been said by Adrian and that crew, that they wanted to torment the hell out of Jody Sue. I can't remember the exact words, but it was on a live stream way back when.
Yeah.
It was like a 6-hour damn live. Now listen, I don't get along with Jody Sue because she keeps trying to loop me in to some scamathon with the Reward Fund Marathon, and I never pocketed a dime. Now, whether she believes that or not is up to her. I don't give a damn whether she does, because she don't affect me one way or the other. I don't plan on paying her damn light bill, and I ain't expecting her to pay mine, so why do I give a shit about her? I wasn't. I never scammed no money. Now, can I prove it to Jody Sue? No. Can she go on for 2 more years about me being involved in the scamathon? If she wants to, she can. I don't care. She'll never be able to prove that I did. Now, Penny and the rest of them, I don't know. I don't hold their pocketbook strings. I don't know. All I know is I didn't. And most of y'all know whenever I've called something out to be the truth, it is.
So, Scott, did Skilo bring the production company there already, or?
I have no idea. After the gang came down here, and certain people were treated certain ways by certain individuals. Now there was y'all go ahead and make your inferences and to try to think about what I'm thinking about, because you don't know which situation I'm referring to, but you're going to make it about you that Scott H was talking about us. Well,
Maybe you
take
were.
your self-centered self and go on about yourself. You'll be all right. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to eat ice cream later and not think a thing about y'all. It'll eat you all, though. You'll probably go live and make a video and drag me. That's all right, though.
I'm more concerned about the fact that Summers was going to actually
when the gang came down here, I was getting lots of messages from lots of different people on what was going on. So I took an overview of that, and I made a decision because I'd long since pulled away from Jenny and Adrian, long since. All that bunch. Penny, all that bunch. Didn't want nothing to do with Skilo, all them. Don't want nothing to do with them. Still don't want nothing to do with them. And so I don't know if Skilo's crew ever came down here. I cannot say whether they did. I honestly don't know, because my contact with them, I deleted all the emails that Skilo had sent me because I was done with her. I heard what I heard and saw what I saw, and I made my decision based on that. And I was like, there is no way that I'm having my name attached to that, no matter how much money they would or wouldn't pay me for a documentary. I wouldn't have my damn name. attached to something that would soil Summer in my community, the place I grew up. And like I said, I made a judgment call based upon the type of people that she mixes company with in the internet. Because if she condones that grimy behavior from people on the internet, my thoughts are she probably condones that type of behavior with people she associates with in real life. That's usually the way it goes. And that ain't my kind of game. I didn't want no part of it. None. So my communication stopped with all of them. And I don't give a damn how many live streams and videos and stuff and community posts they want to make about it. Because listen, YouTube ain't my life. I don't give a shit what y'all think about me or not. I know the real people on here that know the real people that don't ever have grimy shit proven about them. But I know a whole lot of shit. I don't know what they call it, plausible deniability. When something goes on and everything's all good and fine until you get questioned about it, and then you don't know what the fuck went on. It's like Andy Bernard. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember. Shit.
Yeah, I lived with it for 30 years.
So Cheesecake Mafia is asking, Scott, so did they pose as a production company to Scott? I'm trying to understand. I can't answer
No,
that.
she told me she was upfront and honest. She wasn't trying to be, shady or nothing like that. The shady part is acting like they wasn't planning on coming and doing something to do with filming stuff and camera for a TV company when they damn sure was. They wasn't going to tote that shit from wherever the fuck they're stationed at to here to not use it. Fuck.
I was told all about it.
Rouge
I
just
was
got through
told all
telling
about
you.
it.
Rouge just got through telling y'all we ain't stupid. And she's just a damn kid. Hell, I've grown up and lived a damn life.
Yeah.
You would think, surely, gosh, I've got some damn experience with how people act and everything. That's not a shot across the bow at Rue, but hell, you can't beat experience. The longer you live on this earth, the more shit you learn. But
I can tell you that
the company that she worked for and her position and everything like that. And
well, nobody told me that we were going to be for some production, whatever. And I was with the same people going down there. So
did you
if that was their plan,
body cam, or did they give one to you
no,
and take it back?
nobody had only Adrian had on a body camera, and she told us that it was in case anything was found, so it would be documented. It was while we were on the search. Nobody else was allowed to record anything. You can't use your phone out there. It doesn't work.
No one was allowed
There
to
was no
record anything? Is that what
production.
they told you?
Yeah, we all agreed on it. My whole thing was, when I was told about it, I said, well, I don't want this to be some YouTube fucking weird shit. And they were like, no, we agree 100%. I said, okay, so we're going there to search, to actually be serious and search, like boots, the whole 9 yards. And they said, yeah,
Which
that's
was
exactly
an
what we're going to
entirely
do.
separate thing than what Skilo was planning on doing. As I said, Skilo did not want to have the production company tied together with the group that came down here in case there was any drama. It's what she told me.
Okay.
So she said that she was going to come down about a month later. Because I asked her, I said, when are you coming down? I said, are you coming down with Jeannie and Adrian and then? And she said, no. She said, I'll probably wait about a month before we come down. We referring to her and I guess it was her producer and then one cameraman that is, from what I understood. I mean, it wasn't like it was going to be a big ordeal. I mean, they were just going to be interviewing, me. So
We were told they did hit ground, and everybody was wearing vests and stuff with cameras on them. That BBK was also involved. Her dogs were peeing on quote evidence, which was basically somehow 36-cent markers or something, and animal bone, ham bone, I don't know. And I said ham, Ham. And then Bella was removed, and then, of course, while they were here, they had them trying to trick me to meet them in the middle of the night while they're here. It was a little weird.
Who did that?
I'm not sure. They came in my chat under a different name. Wanted me to meet them at the Pals up in, I'm sure Scott knows where it's at. The one that's up on the Hawkins side, up there towards the bridge and all that, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, no, how about Stone Drive? And then they were going under the thing, an icon that said not Kool-Aid. And they're like, once you see me, you'll know who I am. But I already knew you all were heading there. I don't know how much quiet it was supposed to be, because I wasn't supposed to know. But I knew before y'all ever touched ground. And was kept pretty apprised of the situation by neighbors' eyes and others. I was also told that Monster's family took some sort of exception with filming on property it didn't belong to, and nobody's supposed to be on. There's all kinds of things that went on.
Okay, I have yesterday while I was up on panel, and I was confronting everybody. It's emergency me, and I'm only here for a short period of time. Yesterday,
Emergency me, welcome.
Hey, hon. So yesterday when I was on panel confronting Skilo about her Innocent Project thing, and she then changed her story up and said that she didn't work for the Innocent Project, that she worked for this production company and everything else. Anyways, I then had to go. I had a family thing going on. And so when I came back to to Discord, I had messages for me. In my messages was the information that somebody provided to me about the production company that Skilo said she worked for while she was on Tiffany's panel.
Do you know the name of that?
Yes, I do.
Can you put that in private chat?
Can we not dox her?
Yeah.
No, we're not protecting that. No, we are not protecting these fucking assholes anymore. I'm sick of it. I am so sick and tired of. Listen,
I'm not going really off. I
I
was
have
just wondering
had
if it was
so up to my head with
Quite
this.
frankly,
oh, don't dox this one. No, if they're doing this fuck shit, just put
Okay,
the info
let's-
out already.
Quite
Just
frankly,
give me 60 seconds, Tiffany.
Yeah.
60
Skilo
seconds.
said.
Let's
Skilo said it
imagine that
yesterday.
all of this is true. Okay, let's say that all of this is accurate. And somewhere there's some documentary about Summer Wells being made. I can tell you the search we did is not part of that. But maybe, let's imagine that it's somewhere else out there and a Summer Wells documentary is being made. That's
Well, it
why
looks
would that
to
be
that way.
why would that be
Skilos
bad?
wrote it here.
Okay,
It's on
if
the
she's
screen.
working for a production company and that is happening, let's say, and this is completely made up, why is that a bad thing?
Number
It
one,
would get
I'm
her
not
face
saying it would be a bad
national,
thing.
right?
I
If it's
said
some
I didn't
big
want to be
production company.
associated with her and
Sure.
her group.
Yeah, I'm with Scott on this.
Okay.
Never
I don't
said a
know.
documentary on Summer would be a bad thing.
Here, I don't give a fuck because Skilo said it yesterday on Tiffany's panel. So the name of what Skilo provided was undisclosed. That, if you look
That's
at
a
it,
podcast.
but yeah,
That's the podcast.
yeah, which she
Yeah.
said she worked for Undisclosed Podcast. They also do Undisclosed is a TV show. Okay, now that company disbanded a year ago. They stopped working together a year ago.
No.
Thank you, emergency.
So explain to me, if Skilo says that she's working for a production company, again, I don't fucking care about you guys. Quite frankly, I'm all about Summer and I only care about the truth. So again, I caught Skilo out yesterday because Skilo said that she worked for a Innocence Project. She doesn't. So now she's saying
No,
she
she
works for
didn't
this
say that she
production
works for
company.
the Innocent Project.
Yes, she did.
No.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
I watched
No.
the
Did.
live.
She
No,
presented.
Stacey.
This was a while
The
back.
Innocence
Yes.
Project is a whole organization.
Yes, Chasing, and I watched the live where she
For-
presented herself as a person who works for the Innocent Project. I watched it. I watched it.
Many of us did. Skilo has represented.
And that was
herself
yesterday?
as-
No.
No, this was many months ago, in the
Yes.
very early days.
I thought she was saying yesterday.
Yeah.
No. She said
Okay.
that she
I mean-
worked for the Innocence Project.
Now she's saying she never said it.
Yes.
Mhm.
But I called her out on it yesterday.
Yeah.
And she was like, no. And I was like, yeah, I know you don't. So now she's saying that she works for a production company. But the production company she says she works for disbanded a year ago. So what? Give me the truth here, Skilo. I'm really asking.
The
Why are you
production
saying
company that you just
I mean, it
named, the
takes-
undisclosed production company, is a different name of the production company that she told me she was coming down here with.
Okay, so why is she telling yesterday that she's working for a production company called Undisclosed that disbanded a year ago and telling everybody else a different thing?
That's why I came on here, called
Maybe she
Tiffany
worked on
Marie.
that.
Maybe,
don't
but
know.
then
Maybe
why
she
is she
worked
representing
on
herself
that?
again? Why is she representing herself again yesterday as working for this company that it does is no longer in existence? Can we get a straight answer anywhere? Because everybody that associates themselves to anything is a liar. How can you come up and say, like when she first starts, I work for the Innocent Project. You don't work for the Innocent Project. You come up yesterday and you say, I work for a podcast that called Undisclosed, but they're no longer in existence as a year ago.
So
What's
the
the
way that
truth?
the
Jenny
podcast
says that she
usually
doesn't
works,
know anything about Skilo working for a production company and coming down here. When again, either she's naive, she truly doesn't know, or she's lying.
Well, we know that Skilo's lying.
okay. So the way that the
Well, I know all of them
podcast
have
works
lied. All of
is
them have lied.
They have.
they've got a production company for each of the different podcasts, right? You hire a production company.
Stacey, can I ask
They
you
do
a
the
question?
research
Hold on a
and
second. How do you know?
hold
all
on.
this?
Non-argumentative.
Because I have a
Stacey.
podcast?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, I thought you were speaking of hers. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm saying in
Okay.
general.
I thought you were
right?
speaking of hers. Okay.
No. But the Innocence Project, so there's a website, you guys can all look it up. A podcast may focus on a person from the Innocence Project, right? Let's just take this guy
She said
that
she
I've been learning
worked
about,
for
Mr.
the
Flowers. She could be a writer, a researcher. I have no idea
Right.
about the Innocence Project itself. I don't think she does. I think she works with podcasts, right? That's totally different. They may work with victims of the Innocence Project. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can pick any number of cases off the Innocence Project and represent that story itself.
Chasing, I understand what you're saying, but when I say
Okay.
I work with an organization that deals with trafficking victims, I don't say I'm an FBI
Mhm.
agent. So when you represent yourself as one
Right.
thing, you don't upgrade it to something that you're not. You don't say I work with this, but then represent yourself as I work for the Innocent Project. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't have to lie to kick it.
Mm-hmm.
That gives you no credibility. That gives you nothing. And right here, I've caught this girl in 2 lies. I've caught her straight-handed. I don't know this girl. I have nothing against her. I got nothing out for nobody. But don't straight lie. Don't. It means nothing to nobody. And we're talking about a 5-year-old missing girl. It's not about you people. It's never.
No, Summer is a movie to Skilo. It's a fucking production. Didn't you know? This is what it's all for. I am over these fucking people.
I am too. That's
Over
why
it.
I'm chasing, not argumentative. And you know, me and you all have always been able to have a conversation and stuff.
Sure.
But I really have to ask.
Yeah.
You know for a fact, or maybe you don't know for a fact. Maybe again, it's you don't know. You're naive or you're lying. But you know the likes of the people, and you know they have lied about stuff because
Which
everybody.
people?
Adrian's lied about stuff. Jenny's lied about stuff. Penny's lied about a whole hell of a lot. Benny Keys has lied about a whole hell of a lot. You know that. And you, for whatever reason, I banged my damn head against the fucking wall because I'm like, why does she dive and so fucking hard to try to take the damn, to make light of it?
I'll tell you whatever you want to know.
What the fuck is it about those people that are so goddamn endearing?
I know nothing about Benny
Everybody
Keys.
tries to fucking make light when they're lying about shit. Is it because you fucking like them?
I know nothing about Benny Keys. I know nothing about Penny
Don't
at all.
Don't tell me you don't know anything about Benny Keys ever lying.
I don't. No, I said I don't
This
know
whole
anything
damn
about
chat
Benny.
was
Like,
all-
we're not.
Everybody on the fucking internet knows Benny Keys lies.
I didn't. Okay, Scott, you're not listening to me. Benny
I have listened
and
to you.
Penny, you haven't asked me anything about them. I don't go in their chats. They don't come in mine.
Yes,
Does
they
Benny
do.
even go live anymore?
They're all moderators in your chats, or were one time. Certainly were.
Benny?
Yeah.
Benny?
Yeah. And Jenny and Adrian
There's a
and
moderator here
Jenny and
too.
Adrian are.
Yeah.
I mean,
So they have been. They may not be now, but they have been.
I don't
But regardless of
associate
that, they have
Jenny
been
and
in my
Adrian.
chat. I'm not talking about stupid YouTube wrenches. I'm talking about principles, morals, and values. When somebody is dishonest and you know they're being dishonest, but you try to divert and deflect everybody away from them being dishonest because they're your fucking friends. It's fucking
Jenny and
sickening.
Adrian are my friends. Yeah. Well, they are my friends, Jenny and Adrian.
Well,
I
good.
don't deny that at all. But,
So
I
that's
mean, I'm
why
not
you
friends with Benny or.
Okay, that explains why you go so hard and deep to try to deflect away from the grimy lies and shit that they tell because they're your friends. Well, listen, Summer Wells is missing, and I don't give a fuck about your friends.
I agree. Ask me anything you want. I'm not going to lie to you about it. Period. I'm not. And if you have proof I'm lying, I want you to tell people.
Well, you
ask me a question. Ask me, Scott. I'll tell you anything that you want to know right now.
I don't have to ask you, Jason, because I already know.
Why?
My question
Know
is
what?
asking you is why do you go to so many links to defend them? And I see.
I came up here to defend
I was
me.
seeing in a Discord earlier today. What the fuck's the matter? Is Tiffany Marie scared of chasing? And I see that all the time. People are like, gosh, they're scared of chasing. Oh, they'll never do that because it's chasing.
No, I'm trying to maintain the
And
same
well, Tiffany, I'm not
relationship that I
speaking
had with
specifically
chasing
of you.
way back
But
when.
you're somebody that ain't scared of chasing. That's just asking a simple question. I know
Nobody
they
needs
lie.
to be
I don't
scared
have
of
to
me.
ask you or tell you about a certain lie that they told. My question is, why do you go so deep and hard trying to defend them
When
they've been dishonest?
I came up here about
anything?
me. I came up here about me.
That's like somebody beating the shit out of you for a week and buying you fucking roses on Friday night and saying, "I'll never do it again. Let's make up." And then the next 10
telling
weeks,
me anything.
shit happens again. It's the same deal. It just ain't happened to you yet. When you become
But
a
you're not-
liability to them, just like every fucking body else that they've been around on YouTube, same as anybody else that's been around Thizzle or anybody else that's been around Benny Keys or anybody that's been around fucking Laura or Molly or any fucking body.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. You talk quite a bit. Nobody needs to be scared of me. Y'all were all friends with them way before I was. Y'all were on the phone calls. Y'all, not me.
Right.
Not
y'all,
me. I'm not involved in any of that. I wasn't involved in any of that.
This one had a reason because I knew they were fucking lying and being grimy. So when they sent me an invite to their Discord so I could get in there and see the grimy shit they was doing, I took a damn advantage. Why? Because I don't know how many people that are in Tiffany Marie's chat right now, 529 people can know how grimy they fucking are.
Well, if I was one of those people, wouldn't I have been invited too? If I was somebody who put up with all of this and listened to all of this, wouldn't I have been in there too?
Get set up.
I didn't go to the Discord until the beginning of December.
With them.
No, I wasn't. I didn't go into that Discord until December.
Well, I can tell you right now, all of them will tell you something, and then they'll tell me something, then they'll tell Tiffany something, then they'll tell Jody Sue something, and then they'll tell Emergency Me something.
No, I don't. Here's
everybody will tell everybody just a little bit different version of what is really fucking happening.
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I told you, ask me. What do you want to know?
Okay,
I came up here because people were talking about
you
me
answered me. I
specifically
asked you
in
why
the
you
chat.
went so deep and hard to defend it when you
Never
know they're
have.
dishonest, and you said it's because they're your friends. So
Not
that tells me about what you condone.
Chasing and
Not
Scott.
what I said.
Stop. Hold on. Okay, Scott, you're on point. I don't know. I have to say probably for the first time I've ever heard you. But no offense. But Chasing, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
History has a way of repeating itself over and over again. And being blind to what's happened gives you no reason for ignorance. Okay?
No.
Just because you
it
are,
doesn't.
please listen to me. Okay? Just because you refuse to see what's happened doesn't give you the right to play naive. Okay?
You said it much better, Emergency Me. Thank you.
No problem. Okay.
But Emergency Me.
Oh no, I'm
These
not
people
finished
weren't
yet.
my
I'm
mods.
not finished.
They
Ma'am,
weren't.
I'm not finished
Okay.
yet. Okay.
I'm
not
listening
finished
to you.
yet.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What you need to do instead of continuing to go along with bullshit, because that's truly what it is. It is bullshit. They're lying to you. We've truly, in this whole thing, we've explained that to you. It is in your hands right now to either stop and take a look at everything that has been shown to you, displayed to you, explained to you properly, or for you to ignore it and then continue on with what you're doing. Because it has been provided to you on a silver platter of what they did to Tiffany, what they did to Scott, what they did to all of us, because they did. Gavel came into this live stream, not this one, but this was months ago, to unravel everything that Tiffany was talking about, to put Jody's daughter up on a chopping block, Jody on a chopping block, then put Tiffany in a position to do a 13-hour call of bullshit on something that they lied to Tiffany, they lied to Scott, they lied to every single one of us. Not just Tiffany, not just Scott, not just that 13-hour call. Gavel came into a live stream and said it to all of us. There was multiple videos in regards to it. It went on for months. Chasing. Then Gavel hit it. Gavel hit it all. So to play naive in this, it doesn't look good. Again,
I'm not
we all
naive.
have our own lives. Okay. You have a life, you have a job, you have all of these things. So do all we. This isn't our main attraction, but we have, I mean, you're not oblivious. You cannot be. And then, but so we all have it. We all seen it. We all were experiencing it. But it was a fucking lie. It was a lie. So now and then it all unravels and we find out about it. And then all this shit happens. And just to play like, oh, well, I wasn't there. And again, you were not there, but you cannot play dumb. And like, well, I wasn't there. Okay, you
No, I'm
personally
not
weren't
saying I
there.
don't know about it now.
Okay, but so
No, I
then you
wasn't.
open your eyes to the people that you're around, the things that they've done. Okay, guilty by association is still guilty.
No.
And that's the difference between what Tiffany has done. She has separated, she experienced it. She didn't like it and learned her lesson and removed herself from the what happened and is learning to fix it. Scott obviously learned what was going on, changed the situation and removed himself from it and is trying to fix the problem. They're not creating more of the problem. You're with the people that created the problem and haven't changed their own behavior and have wrapped you up in the same bullshit that they have created, continue to create, and are going to continue to create and use you as an scapegoat like they did with Tiffany. They did it with Scott, and they've done it with every other single person that they have been doing it with. And you're going to be their fallback guy. Take a lesson from Tiffany, take a lesson from Scott, take a lesson from every single one of us that were guilty by association because we were a part of it too. And now we all have to say sorry to Rue. We all have to say sorry to Boog. We all have to say sorry to Jody. And we all have to say, I'm fucking sorry because we were a part of it also. Because we were lied to and we believed it hook, line, and sinker. Because we trusted him. We were friends with him. We were a part of the problem.
Besides Cal Lady and Prayer Garden, everybody has noticed that since Benny Keys, Fizzle, Adrian, and Jenny have not been on YouTube, it's been pretty damn peaceful.
But they're behind the scenes causing the same problems,
Right.
doing the same things, and still targeting and harassing everybody. Why is that? And why are they using you as their spokesperson?
Cal Lady and Prayer Garden never hurt the community. But the other ones had their nose on every fucking panel any point of the day to make sure all that shit, just like Emergency Me said, it was a lie to every one of us. Every one. And that bullshit of fucking Fizzle bringing the community together, this community is driven farther apart right now than it has ever been because of them trying to get everybody in their little circle of lies and misinformation.
I'm just going to wait till it's my turn to speak.
And quit doing lies, and the next thing you know, you finally see people are starting to get along together. Nobody's getting fucking railroaded. Nobody's getting fucking doxed as much. Nobody's getting fucking threats. Except Benny's over there threatening his fucking ex-wife over on his Facebook. I mean, that motherfucker's had, what, 4 or 5 channels taken down? And then you're going to support him on his next one that he brings up? I mean, what kind of fucker? I think YouTube's got a pretty good goddamn reason for pulling 5 of them motherfuckers away from him. I think the law had a pretty damn good reason for throwing his ass in jail for harassing his ex-wife. I mean, that's the company that you fucking keep. And you may not disagree. You may disagree because I heard you going, it's an Emergency Me. But the guilty by association or whatever, listen, if the law comes and there's a bunch of fuck shit going on, everybody goes to jail and then you got to prove yourself that you wasn't involved in it then. But on the, out here, I mean, you might not. Hell, I don't know. I learned what I needed to know. You go deep and hard to cover up their bullshit because they're your friends.
Where, Scott?
I don't have to give you.
All right, Jason, I'll give you an example.
But you can't. You can't accuse me of that, Scott.
A guy that's had his
Hold on,
YouTube channel
hold on,
full
please.
I would like to
Hold
give the
on.
example
Hold on,
right now
please.
because it's very important.
Oh my God.
Jason, I'm going to tell you the
Bang my
example.
damn head.
Jody.
No, I'm
It's the
speaking
perfect
directly to Scott.
example.
Yeah. Are you
Jody,
on?
the
Yeah.
perfect example of what you just said. Can you give me an example? He didn't have one right away. I do. What
Okay.
they've done to Jody and her kids, and that we spoke about earlier. And you said you've never seen them do these things in front of you.
Since I've been friends with them,
Yes.
Jody's children,
Yes.
Jody herself, in the Discord that we're in, that does not come up.
Oh, in the Discord.
It does not.
Right.
Just because you don't see the shit happening, don't mean it ain't happening.
And
when
it
you
could be
get a-
happening.
When
But it
when you
isn't
get a prize
happening.
of it happening and you still don't make any actions to change it, it makes people wonder. It just
I'm
really
not
makes.
saying that prior and when this phone call went on and all of those things happening, I am not denying that those things happened. I was in the chat, in Tiffany's chat. Jody made a comment and then somebody else did. Tiffany then said, yes, chasing's part of it, and I'm not ashamed to say that, or I'm not afraid to say that. I said, I'm here. Can I answer any questions? It was not about Gavel. It wasn't about Adrian. It was specifically my name. That's why I said I started chatting back and forth with Jody. Then whoever else was asking questions about Summer's Day. I'm not taking up for anybody. I came in here because it was specifically to me what was being said. Specifically, my name to me. I didn't come in here to take up for anybody. And I don't need to take up for anybody. I don't know when this recorded phone call happened, the 13-hour, it was back, I don't know when. I heard it when Gavel recently put out a clip of Andy speaking to his son. That's the one I was talking about. That's the one I know about. And I heard on Gavel's stream. Whatever they were doing, like Tiffany said, yeah, she watched her 24 hours a day in her Discord. She doesn't do that in the Discord that I'm in. She doesn't talk about harassing her and doing all this stuff to her. We've been organizing stuff for Summer's Day. That's what we do. So it isn't ignorance. It's the reality of it. It's not happening.
With people that reach out to a magistrate in the middle of the night to pressure Hawkins County law enforcement to take the kids, even though they had already been down there and made their decision that they weren't going to do that.
Y'all were
She
involved
said
in that,
she was
Scott.
making the call.
You guys were on that phone. I wasn't.
If the whole phone,
But what did y'all
like I
do
said,
about it?
If the
What y'all do
I
about it?
spoke about it. I
I
spoke
told
about
them
it
to
and
keep
made
their
sure
nose out
people
of it.
knew what was going on by the time I figured out everything that was going on and that the call wasn't even real, that they tried to tell me happened that day. Then I find out it happened in fucking February, and the shit they said was happening at Jody's house didn't even have anything to do with the call because I never
Nothing.
heard the call because I was live. It was put out on another channel. Jenny came up here crying, told me it had to come down. It had to come down. I got Shay to take the call down. Then Jenny goes and takes it upon herself just a couple days ago to upload. It makes zero sense, but at the end of the day, what did I do? I went and told everybody what happened on that call. I told everybody, and I told Jody, I had to go to Jody to tell her that this happened because I'm like, oh my God. And this magistrate's
So somebody
wife and
presents
pushed me even
you guys.
farther. I dare these motherfuckers because I'm going to tell everybody who it is. I've had enough. This woman, seriously, better tell her friends to back off and stop the bullshit. I've had it up over my head with the lies, the deceit, the shaming of people that have done absolutely nothing wrong. They're attacking the fuck out of people. They're affecting people's real lives, going after children. They're on a fucking witch hunt against kids.
Fucking
Kids.
sick.
So
It's not
whatever was
okay. And I've
presented
been
in that
saying
phone
it.
call.
So when you ask, what did I do about it? I
Yeah,
spoke up weeks ago.
there was a
Jason.
13-hour phone call, right? And at the end of that call, or whatever
Jenny has
time,
that whole call. She
okay.
refuses to put it out. And
That's
says
what I'm saying, Chasing. That's what's so screwed up about it, because they only put out the parts that they want you to hear. I don't know if you heard the beginning of this Tiffany's live stream, but I plainly said when I first came on panel, they haven't played the part when I said, Adrian, if you honestly felt like that you needed to make a call against Jody Sue because Rue was in danger, and you honestly felt like you needed to call the law to get them down there, that happened, and you should let them, the professionals, take care of it and keep your nose out of it.
I agree with that.
And they didn't do that. I got real quiet on that phone call because I wanted to see what the hell they were going to do. And in the middle of the damn night, they reached out to one of their local friends here, who apparently, the way I understand it, their husband is a magistrate, to get things taken care of. And that's Penny and Adrian right there for you. Now, I don't know what went on after that, or when I got on the call, or what all was spoken on that call, but I do remember that particular part. And as far as another part, and Tiffany, you can feel the way that you want to about this or not, but Linda, the part that was on that phone call, if the part when I was cussing her out is on that, if that ever comes out, I still feel the same damn way. Because all the lying and conniving and things she would tell one creator and then turn around and tell another creator that, when I thought, honestly, that she was a good lady that lived here locally, that honestly cared about Summer, but it turns out she had a bunch of different motives because she's quite the little busybody. And then that makes me look like a fool to a whole lot of people that I've done nothing but try to help understand what's happening down here with Summer's case. So I am madder than hell at the shit that Linda did. I don't let it bother me. It is what it is. I said what I had to say that night to her and said I was done with her. And that's the way that it is. I don't trust her, never will trust her, don't want to have nothing to do with her. Just like the rest of all the people that I pulled away from that lie and are busybodies, like Jenny and Adrian and Benny and Fizzle and all them fuckers. It's for a damn reason. It's not because I just fucking woke up and make this shit up. It's because it's the damn truth. And
there isn't a chance in hell I'm going to ever participate in any of it. There ain't a chance in hell. It ain't ever going to happen. If it did happen, then it's wrong. Interfering in people's lives, all of that.
Well, Chasing, do you think that's maybe why they don't involve you? Because
yes,
they know
it is
that
why they don't involve her, because they are smart enough to know how to handle it. And Chasing doesn't know a lot of things. It's very obvious. They live out of a lot of
I
things.
don't involve myself in that kind of stuff.
Look
at me. Look at how fucking
like
good
to
I am.
turn your cheek the other way and not
Right.
pay attention and act like it's not happening.
I'm in the chats I'm in the Discord with them. They're not doing it. So how am I turning my cheek? If it happened, you guys were involved in it. You should have given them the right advice.
They have? Do you know how many rooms they have in the Discords that they do have? I mean, we were.
Well, then how does that involve me? How is that fair?
With a Discord, I mean, truly, it could be a Discord, a phone call, an email. It could be a Facebook Messenger, DM, whatever. It doesn't matter. These people are not the savory people you believe they are, and I'm not going to change anybody's mind. People have to learn for themselves, and I know for a fact they're going to have to rip your heart open for you to see that. And I hate that for you, because I don't believe that they are the friends to you that you are to them. But that's just my opinion. I don't want this going on anymore. I don't want the badgering of people, the nonstop targeting of people. It's got to stop. You just heard this little girl chasing. They
Agreed.
affected her. They
I
really did
absolutely
affect
heard
her.
everything that she said,
Yeah,
and I
and
took
it's
it to
really
heart.
sad. Like your friends, they did that.
And
And
all
I'm
that
so
shit
glad
was
to say
Well,
they are not
I
my
don't I don't think just my friends.
No,
I
they
think a
did.
lot of people
They
were out
really did.
here
Mm,
accusing people of crazy shit. A
I'm
lot of
talking about
people.
what they did to Jody's kids directly, her family unit. They did that. Not a
With
lot of
their dad's
people.
help, apparently, right? With
I'm
her dad's
sorry.
help, apparently. With Andy's help, apparently. Did you hear the
Absolutely. This
first
is
part of
what's
that little
going
thing?
on. And but you don't know any of this? Like, how are they
It
leaving
was
you out of
just
all of this?
played. It was just played in that
No, it's
video.
been
I
out.
heard it
It's
myself.
been out for many months. I don't know
months.
how it was just played.
Well, I didn't hear any
No,
of that until
she
the
is
recent video.
she's purposely mixing up the phone call of my kid and the phone call you all
Yes.
are talking
I'm
about
not
with
confused. And I don't know
with
how it can be confused. I mean,
that. Well, I mean,
I
make it.
heard the Andy phone call, Jody. That's the one I
Yeah,
heard. The Andy one.
there's like 16 of those that were illegally recorded by others. But they're also talking about the planning calls around everything to put the plan into effect and how they were going to target my child and
Well,
do
who
all
was
the
involved in those calls?
all kinds of creators, including Adrian, Jenny.
Huh.
And look, chasing their pictures are on the thing. There's no look. Here's the bottom line. You can say you weren't in a tiny little Discord and you didn't know, or you weren't involved in the call to plan. All you want.
I didn't even get in there, Jody. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, look. For a year now, this has took to wind through court since they did that. The whole world has been aware of it. Adrian and Jenny have been on panel after panel. The rumors exist. I've heard speak on it. You are not oblivious to what has been done to my daughter by them as they rode panel after panel after Adrian's posted going, Jody's lying. This really happened. La 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 la. And if you see something, say something. You're not oblivious to their role or what they've done to my daughter. There are tens of thousands of chats and subs and members here who've seen it, knew what was happening.
I agree.
You can't tell me you're oblivious to what Adrian and Jenny and the rest did, even if you weren't involved in the Discord or the 16-hour planning session or knew any of the background work. You were damn well aware of how they targeted my kid.
Can we pause? Because Scott talked, then Tiffany got to talk, now you're talking.
So here we go. So you're not going to address the fact that there's no way that your
I
math
am.
adds up. You cannot be oblivious to a year's worth of them being on panels, riding this into the ground, going after my kids. There's no way you're oblivious to their role in it, whether you were in that Discord or whether you were on the call, the 16-hour planning. Do not play oblivious to what Adrian and Jenny and your buddies are or what they did. It was out in front of the world. You cannot make myself or all these tens of thousands of eyes who've seen it and know they did it believe that you, chasing truth, somehow didn't. Give me a
never
break.
said that. I
Okay,
said
then you know what
clearly
they are.
in the chat, you said I was running shit behind the scenes. I come up here to address that. The people that I'm friends with, they do not do that around me. I didn't say they didn't do it. I didn't say they weren't doing it. I said, you respond to them. They're doing whatever they're doing to you. They don't do it in front of me. They don't even go live anymore. I don't know if any of this should exist now.
Now you're off onto another sheet instead of directly addressing what I said.
I am addressing it.
Oh, you're not. You went off on how you were somehow mentioned in chat. Look, I've been around your people long. You went off in a different direction, so you did not have to address what I
said that
saying.
I'm acting like I didn't know what was going on between Jenny and Adrian and you. Yes, I knew. They hate you and you hate them for whatever fucking reason.
To my
I didn't know about calls. I'm not involved in calls. I'm not
Chase,
involved in harassing you. I'm not
then
involved
how
in
you,
targeting
okay,
you, stalking you. None of it. None
okay.
of it.
Here's the thing: you are oblivious to who they are, what they did, and you support them.
I'm not oblivious. Did I just say that? Like, how many more times do you want me to say that I understand?
Okay, you're
And
supporting.
Tiffany just explained it. She just explained that 13-hour call, right?
Well,
I said I heard Andy confirming that on the video that Gavel put out like a month
you
ago.
are mixing up two calls on purpose because you want to direct attention to the call.
What was that
with my
13-hour call about?
son.
What was
The
it about?
13-hour call is not
Was
with
about
my
what?
son and Andy and
No,
whoever.
it is not.
Okay.
What was it about?
All right. The 13-hour
I know the
call.
answer. I'm telling you, what was it about? I already know the answer because they've already explained it. They said, Tiffany just said they got her in a call to get her to agree. And Scott said he didn't want any part of it. He just stayed there to listen. Was it not all the same outcome? Was it not all about your daughter? I'm not confusing shit. I'm telling you I wasn't part of that.
And then, but
I ain't saying that it didn't happen. Clearly it happened. There's 2 people on the panel who were involved in it.
what did she come up here saying? She made sure to mention the other day had released the phone call between my son and Andy. She is purposefully doing this shit to direct attention at it. They're gonna just help target my Jason is only a cleaner and a fixer. She doesn't know anything, guys. She doesn't know anything any of her buddies are up to. She doesn't know shit about these YouTube streets, but by God, you talk shit about one of them, and 2 seconds later, she knows exactly how to lick a butthole and pave the walkway for him and defend him till hell freezes over.
Is that what's happening here?
That is exactly what you do everywhere. That's your role.
That's
in
literally
YouTube.
not
You are
happening.
a cleaner and a fixer, and you think you are that smooth, and you might be the people who can't see what you are chasing, but I see you.
This literally is not happening. That isn't
Yeah,
what
we're
happened.
all
It's not what's
crazy.
happening now.
We're all just crazy.
Fuck.
Absolutely, girl. You just care anywhere. You are not worth my time.
Okay. Bye, Jody. Tiffany, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. The 2 calls.
Yeah.
Right? One is, I think, what she's calling the planning call. I think. I don't know for sure.
Well,
the one that
because
you
these-
guys heard or you guys were on listening to, right?
No. All right. So the 13-hour call, we did not listen to any call. I don't recall listening to any phone call on that call. That was just a call that actually was put out. There was some of it put out. Penny put out an hour and 11 minutes or something, or an hour and 40. I don't even know. Jenny put out like 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Okay.
The phone call was like 13 hours. I had 11 minutes or something, and there's no sound on it. And it was only me recording Linda screen sharing. So I picked up no sound anyway.
Okay.
I tried to get that call put out, but it didn't work. Okay. Jenny refuses to put that call out.
What I was asking is, was what was in the 13 hours, was that in regards to whatever they assumed was going on with
Yes.
the
All
daughter?
of that 13-hour call was about getting Rue to safety and away from Jody.
Okay.
And
So I'm clearly not confusing the 2 calls. I
the
know that
other
there were
call
2.
is the call of Andy and Jody's son.
His son. Right.
That call that they used, and allegedly there's another call. I've never heard the call at all. I've never heard that phone call. They used that to their advantage because I never heard it. I didn't even know it was on it. They were telling me that that phone call that I guess was actually recorded in February, 7 months before we even were on this phone call, what I'm told didn't even have anything to do with that specifically in it. Whether it does or not, I don't know because I never heard it. But I guess there's another phone call too, because all of these assholes have all these recorded calls of Jody's kid. They're recording phone calls of her son. and of Andy. And they've got all these calls. I guess there's a number of phone calls. So I guess it would be
Okay.
easy to confuse them or not know which one or here and there, but there's only two that I'm speaking of. And that one is the one that they used to get me on that 13-hour phone call that I had never even heard, saying that Rue was in danger. She was in imminent danger, that she was being held hostage by Jody, and Jody was a harm and a danger to her, and that the police were on their way. And I mean, it was a really, I was scared. I thought it was really happening. They had me
Right.
believing this was happening, and it wasn't. It wasn't happening.
Okay.
All right. And then
At what point after that did you learn that it wasn't true?
I did not know until, hold on, it was just recent. I want to say within the last month and a half. I did not know until let me see something, because I believe I reached out to Jody when I figured out around, well, it was, I think, about a week after or so. When I found out that the call had been recorded in February, I hit the roof because I could not believe it was this way. I was in disbelief. Still cannot believe it, but it's really true. So, okay.
That's when I started paying attention to the mess again,
I
because I hadn't
literally
paid
just
attention for a
found
long
out.
time. But then when I found out all that ruckus that went on 7 months prior to that was being portrayed to, well, like Tiffany said, she had to stop her live stream. Not only that whole audience, but Ziggy's whole audience too. And then remembering the links that went to beyond that. So there was a whole lot about when the whole thing happened, but at the same time,
I'm literally asking them right now. When was this call from? Was it from
in
February?
a different
Do you know what the
time,
answer is?
they were actually
August
trying
28th.
to get Rue taken.
No, that's the 13-hour call. The 13-hour call is August 28th. And tell them you're not talking about the call with me. You're talking about the phone call of Andy and Jody's son that Shay
Andy
put out. And I know that
phone
they're listening
call.
and watching. They're not dumb, and they're lying to you on top of it.
Yep, that's
I'm
what I was
asking
going to say.
specifically.
You may have been told something, but that does not mean that what you were told was true.
And this I found out
You were
thanks
told
to
a version of what they wanted Chasing Truth to hear. And then that's when they got one of their little masks on. And then they'll take their little mask off and do other stuff that Chasing doesn't know about in another set of discourse with another group of people. That's the same way that Fizzle and Benny operated. Is they look one way so that they look all holy, and then but behind the scenes to the people that are really in their group, they're doing all kinds of nasty stuff to frame and portray a certain incident to look a certain way.
They said it was August 28th, that it was recorded on August 28th, and it was August 28th. The call with the son and Andy was that same day.
Okay.
Same day. What I was just told.
I would ask to see proof of that.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know anything about all that.
Gabble said she did prove that. She said
I know they were
she
trying
proved
to
it.
push things harder and harder and harder to get Jody Sue's daughter taken when the police had already made their decision.
So
that
Nurse
it didn't need to be.
Nurse Rojo, do you want to come clean? Because I've had enough, bitch. Why don't you let everybody know, okay, what your role here in that call was, Nurse Rojo? Because I'm not dealing with the lies at all. I said earlier, fuck around, find out. Jenny, you want to keep lying? Keep lying. I've had it. I'm not putting up with this bullshit, okay? You fuck around with these magistrates' wives and judges here, social worker from here, this person that works here, there, and everywhere, involving yourselves in these groups of people that know certain people so you can get information about Summer's brothers. Everybody sees you're fucking weird, right? Don't ever go near those boys. There's something wrong with you.
Creepy as fuck going real life.
There's
people.
something wrong with these people. And I've had it. So Nurse Rojo, she's going to have to explain to everybody what her role in that phone call was. Because Jenny wants to lie. So keep lying, Jenny.
Who is Nurse Rojo?
Birdie. You know Birdie, Nurse
Birdie?
Rojo, same person. She uses 2 different names. And that's the, she must have it. Maybe she has a different name for you. Because this is how these people operate. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Ever. I'm just shocked. And I can't believe they're going to sit there and lie. And just lie like a rug.
They have been.
Over. Jenny lied right to my face yesterday. And I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And
that's why I called Tiffany, because when I was hearing that stuff yesterday, I was like, man, well, I can show Discord messages probably, but fuck it, I ain't got to, you believe me or not. And then I heard with somebody called me today and said that Tiffany was going on round 2. So I got on, and that's when I started hearing about all the other stuff. And I was like, man,
Nurse Rojo isn't in here. She was on the call. And I'm calling her out.
Yeah.
Nurse Rojo, Birdie, this sweet little lady.
Well, that's kind of what got me all amped up, because yesterday over on Circle Jerks, they were all in there, all being all good and getting everybody to fall for them. And I was sitting there getting sick to my damn stomach because everybody was like, oh, you know, and putting on Summer's Day is a great thing. And I even said yesterday in that chat, if they needed any help, I would help them, because I gave a donation last year. They're not taking any donations this year. But that's a totally different thing than the line thing. That's helping people in the community that I live in and things. That's not starting a whole bunch of, it's just the whole fucking thing is disgusting as hell. And then I hear Tiffany starting on today. So we had Tiffany's live yesterday, and then the Circle Jerks stream, seeing everybody all falling for them and getting gushy and all that kind of stuff. And then Tiffany's stream again today. And then, like I said, that person yesterday saying people are trying to rewrite history here. And I'm like, no. Because y'all know I hadn't been doing live streams for a long time. It's a reason. They ain't nothing to talk about new about Summer Wells. And the rest of the shit's disgusting as hell. But I guess everybody, I get in the mood. Y'all know how I do.
Well, you know how I do too. I don't talk to Scott. It's a cold day in hell. My phone is ringing 423, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't even know who the hell this could be. But it's Scott.
Well, I had to call her. I couldn't chat it because she's got me blocked in chat. I tried to pay her through a super chat to let her know. I tried to text her on the number. That don't even work. It was invalid. So hell, I had to call her. Otherwise,
no, I appreciate that you did. No, listen.
I'm glad I did. Like I said, this time I'm definitely glad that I called you.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you did, because like I said, I've always said, I don't
all
care.
That other stuff. I can put all that stuff behind. This is present day. This is right now. Stuff that's been going on for months right now. That's continuing in today right now, and the shit is getting deeper and deeper and more twists and turns and lies. And I didn't work for this person, and I didn't work for that person, and they didn't say this. When we know how it actually happened, and they know that we know how it actually happened.
I'm going to say for the record that I didn't get up here to defend anybody except for myself and Summer's Day. My part in Summer's Day, what looks like to me, what it's supposed to be, or what I think it's supposed to be anyway. I'm not here to defend them, their actions, where people work, what they don't work on or do. That's it. I wasn't coming up here to argue about anybody at all. I said if
Yeah,
anybody
no,
had
I know
questions
you
for me,
weren't.
I'm
I'm
happy to
not.
answer them. I can't
I'm
answer
not
for
under that
anybody else.
impression at all. You don't give the impression you were trying to argue or anything like
Yeah.
that. Julie.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, people think in the chat that I'm covering and skirting and acting like I don't know. No, I don't. I mean, I'm happy, more than happy while I'm up here to answer any fucking questions anybody has so that people know exactly where I stand. I'm not going to play around and play games and be like, oh, no, they're so innocent. They never done anything. As far as I know, with me, they don't do none of that sneaky stuff, none of this whatever the fuck, and especially nothing
Well,
about Jody Sue.
now you do. If it's for your benefit, good. If it's not, good. You know, I don't have any particular beef with you. My question was just why do you do that, and you answered it sufficiently for me. But now you know. Now you know.
So, okay, hold on a second. Is this really the magistrate's wife here
Hold
that wants
on,
a
is
link?
this the same Birdie that was stalking me in person and follows
I'm not
on?
informed. Oh, I'm informed, Birdie. We were on that call together and Scott was there too. You might want to walk that back before you come up here and lie. I'm not putting up with your crap. You can come on up though. Don't
Is
think
this
you're gonna
the
pull any
same
bullshit
Birdie
on
that
me.
kept
I got news for you. It's not
accidentally?
happening.
Is
Okay.
this the same Birdie that
This is
was?
who they reach out to
That's
in
the
the middle
part
of
of
the
the phone
night.
call that's not getting played.
Yeah, this is
Is
what's
me
going on.
saying for them to keep their damn nose out of Jody Sue's business and let professionals do what professionals do, law enforcement and child protective services, who made their decision that Rue did not need to be removed from Jody Sue. And they pushed it because that wasn't satisfactory for them. Professionals' decision was not satisfactory, so they wanted to reach higher to pull some strings, to put the finger down on Hawkins County a little bit harder to see if they could still get Rue taken.
Don't tell me I'm misinformed.
To
You
try
know
to
I want
to try to get him to have some say in her well-being when he was taking a nap and not giving a fuck, but the rest of them are running all over God's creation, all hours of the night, trying to pull strings and get shit done. And then everybody, even though, like I said, you know, Jody Sue's got her thoughts about me, she can have them, but fuck, that shit ain't right. And I said on one of my live streams a long time ago that Jody Sue ain't half as damn crazy as what everybody thinks she is.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain a little while ago because I'm going to agree with you.
Now, some of the
very
stuff,
much. That's
some of the
not true.
stuff,
She's not.
some of the stuff she's off base on a little bit.
Well, yeah,
But
and
some of the
like all
stuff
of us are
she's
at
dead
some
on.
point.
But the problem, you know, she gets off base on a little bit of it, and then everybody thinks that, you know, she's off base on everything. Well, it ain't that way. Not after I said in that phone call, like I said, yes, I was on that phone call because I wanted to see how fucking grimy they were.
Hurry up, Birdie. I don't have all day. I'm
Now
going
stop.
out for a cigarette. So come on up or you're going to have to wait. Actually, you can just wait because I already waited for you. I'm smoking a cigarette first. So if you can't come up here, Birdie, you're going to have to wait for me to come back in from smoking. Go ahead, Scott. Apologies. I just really need
All right.
a cigarette. And I don't know where this
I mean-
lady's taking so long, but I'm not going to wait. So I'll do it when I get back.
I mean, all of y'all should know how I feel about going real life and, you know, contacting people's jobs and putting people's personal name out and phone number.
I'm
Even though
supposed to be
Jody
doing
Sue's
that,
done that
yeah.
to me, it don't matter.
Look, that Birdie one, I'm pretty sure that's the one that kept accidentally running into us and being everywhere we were for quite a while.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Wait.
Her own channel usually has the heart icon, but swears now it's accidental. But she's running up to us down here at Meadview, at Food City, everywhere we went. Pretty sure she was the one that showed up in the laundromat one day. She was always in my chat. Then somehow all this.
Well, she's
but
not
now-
going to be hard to identify. I mean, considering who she is, I don't think she should really be following anybody around. If that's the case, I think
And
she should stop
recently
doing
she
that.
came in chat and denied it. No, I just seen you that one time, but I have proof that she kept running into us.
I
And it
hope
was
that's
like,
not
That's what's so
true.
mind-boggling. People talk about how corrupt Northeast Tennessee is, how corrupt Hawkins County is, and everything. But then you've got all these fuckers that don't even live around here, getting locals to nose around in higher ups positions, trying to get shit done. That's corrupt as fuck.
Well, it's funny. I remember Penny being so positive she could help.
I'd still like some freaking explanation for the Becca secretary down here. What the hell was that?
The what?
Scott talked to him too, didn't you, Scott? The Becky or whatever her name was.
Oh, I've heard. Yeah.
No, I didn't talk to
I
them.
really thought it was fake at first, dude, so I didn't pay no mind to it because it was Soap Eater Extraordinaire over there with Smiley, you know. And I thought it had to be fake, you know. But no, I called the voicemail, and the voicemail adds up to the actual phone recording. Smiley put it. I was like, what the hell is this secretary at the DA's office doing, talking about not just Summer's case, but also Boswell's, like, and her being that close to the Fed level. I mean, she could screw up so many cases. I don't care what the woman's opinion is of me, but damn, like, having something like that in your office answering a freaking phone, just
No
mouth
secrets,
down.
Birdie. Okay, I don't think there is any secrets. I already told what happened. I don't know. Are you got secrets? Why would you say no secrets? Do you have secrets? Probably, but I don't really care. I only care about what happened on that phone call.
Oh dear.
Formerly, Birdie, formerly Nurse Rojo, no secrets. Okay, well, why don't you come up here and let Jody know what they did that night on the phone? And that'll make 3 of us. And I'm sure your word will be credible, seeing as you are who you are, right? How often do you normally get calls from them to help with things out there in Hawkins County?
In the middle of the night.
Well, and the funny thing is, wasn't even Hawkins County. So
You got to think about it.
Yeah.
To be close enough to somebody to where you feel comfortable enough in the middle of the night to call them, to get their husband up, to try to make another phone call, or at least do it first thing in the morning to pull some strings, just because you don't like somebody, Jody Sue on YouTube.
And that the Birdie character, I have proof, was the one continually running into us is just a little weird, guys, right? A long time
I
before
hope
that.
she wasn't running into you anywhere, like
Oh
multiple
yeah,
times.
she would come into my chats and be like, "I seen you at Food City. I seen you here, ran into you there. I saw you in your little." Like, girl, how would you know? It's so nondescript. How would you know it was us? There's no way. It was weird and freaky. Then one ended up at a laundromat with us. It was so strange. And then recently, when she finally come back into chats, I said something. She's like, no, it was just that one time, I swear. Up next to like Priceless or somewhere, y'all were going back and forth. I'm like, yeah. But I have receipts that show different.
Nobody in this chat would accept that happening to them in their life. If they found out that there was creators that they knew getting people to pull strings behind their back to get their kids taken,
well, they had Aubrey
they
over.
would be okay with one person in this chat.
Well, Aubrey's.
I don't care about, like I said, Jody Sue can call me whatever she wants to on the internet. Anybody can call me anything they want to on the internet. You pull up in my driveway.
Okay,
So
well,
here's
here's
the story. If I still had kids, young kids, if somebody pulled up in my driveway, the law, and said, I'm here to investigate your kid, I'd say, on what grounds?
These were SWAT teams,
And
bro.
then find out that it was people on YouTube with local friends calling them in the middle of the night to get their husbands to pull strings because they didn't like me.
And
nobody in this chat would find that acceptable.
And I want y'all to know that Aubrey over there, her channel was built and the date on it coincides with when Adrian and Jenny popped up attacking my little, made those calls. Her channel was built overnight. She's a CASA worker. And for years behind the scenes in their Facebook group, she's been feeding them information on other children's cases illegally, according to them. Anyway, I have the behind the scenes stuff. But also, as soon as Aubrey come up over there and puts herself out as a CASA worker, let me tell you, our abuser, Stahl, Adrian and Jenny were in every chat, and most of the videos this Aubrey CASA worker put out were directed at me. And that somebody like that can then touch base with real CASA workers here on the ground that have to do home checks and stuff during custody things that we're going through, because that's part of the process. That's scary as hell. It's not a conspiracy. It's really happened, and it is really happening. And that's how far they've gone and go.
Hello, Adrian.
And that's just the shit that
Hello.
Adrian's here.
We're aware of. It is truly untelling the links and the things that they're liable to have done. I can tell you that's why I pulled away from them in the very beginning, is because I wouldn't put nothing past them.
I won't put nothing past him.
And the shit has just played out. And prove me right. They proved me right.
I don't want any verbal contact with Adrian because I do plan on suing her and pressing criminal charges.
Okay.
I welcome it because I've done nothing.
Okay, she doesn't want any communication with you, Adrian. She just said, so
That's
please
fine.
don't address her. All right, thanks. You can
Do not mention my children. Do not mention myself. That is the end of it. You can say whatever else you want. Otherwise, but I'm telling you, like full on cease and desist here and now. Do not mention me or my children again. You've been warned. Many times. Now you have it in my voice. Don't do it.
Okay.
I
I'm
have
here.
nothing to say
So
to you because I find you disgusting.
I
You
find
even
you
address
disgusting as
me.
well. No problem. Yep. Okay. I'm here so you can ask me anything, Tiffany.
I mean, I've been asking questions for quite some time now, Adrian. I haven't gotten any response from you. What about today made you want to come up to answer questions? First, you could start with that 13-hour phone call. Where's your friend Birdie? She was trying to get up here.
I
Y'all
don't have a
want me to shut
clue.
down? I'll email you or call you back, Tiff, if I want to come back up or.
Okay.
I don't know who Birdie is. I never had any contact with Birdie whatsoever.
You don't know Nurse Nicole?
I knew of her. I've never talked to her.
I gotta stay here. for a
Penny,
minute.
Adrian, she
Penny
was on
talked to her.
the phone with
Penny
us.
talked to her. I did not talk to her, and I did not ask Penny to reach out to her. She said after the fact that she was calling her, and I was like,
No.
okay, fine. Yes, ma'am.
You were
Yes,
on that
ma'am.
call.
Yes, I was on that call in and out all day long. I wasn't on there for 13
You came
hours.
on late. You were
Late.
literally hours late. Yeah.
Yeah, I was not on. I don't have a clue what you guys
she didn't
talked
get
about
on the
before
call
that.
till like 11, 12 o'clock at night. Probably was 2 o'clock in the morning because it was 13 hours long. Who knows what time it was? It was
I was-
the middle of the night.
I had
You were on the
COVID. I had COVID, and I
Oh, so
have
maybe you
children
had
as
COVID
well.
brain and you don't remember, but you were on the call and you spoke to her. So you
I-
came up
I'm-
here
with
instead
Nurse
of her.
Rojo? No, ma'am. I have never talked to Nurse Rojo or Birdie or whatever. I've
You've
seen
been
her
on
in
the phone
chats
that night.
as Birdie. I've never talked to her ever. Never.
Well, I guess then you must really need to go get checked out, Adrian.
I'm
glad
telling
you
you,
think this is
I
great.
never talked to her ever.
Yes, you have.
I'm not on YouTube very often. I
weren't
am
on
not
YouTube.
around
You were
very
on the
often.
call. This
I'm not
wasn't-
on Summer's case anymore. I don't cover her
You're
at
not
all.
on
I
Summer's
don't go
case,
live.
but you're having Summer's Day. Is that correct?
What
You're
is
not
so
on Summer's
wrong with honoring a missing
Oh, you
child,
don't talk
Tiffany?
about
Why do
Summer
you
anymore.
you
That's
continue
right. Okay.
you
You don't talk
continue
about
to try
Summer.
to shit on anything for Summer? What is your
Why do you care?
problem?
You don't cover Summer anymore, and you don't talk
No,
about
I
it because you're
don't.
having
Because
Summer's
I don't have
Day.
any desire to be involved with the bullshit anymore.
Oh, you just cause all the bullshit.
I don't watch Jody anymore. I don't
Oh.
care to watch her. If
Adrian,
she
if you're gonna
wants to
come up
take me
here
to
and lie
court,
through your
I
teeth,
welcome
tell
it.
me one more lie, and you're just gonna get booted. I can't deal with you. So, are you going
Because
to be honest about
I'm
speaking with
he-
Nurse
I do
Robo?
want to ask you, where's the bench at in the garden that was promised
The
last year?
bench,
Where's
the
it at?
bench
Oh my gosh.
is
Yeah.
very expensive and it takes a lot of red tape because it's a state park.
There should be no red tape for a
There
bench.
is red tape because it has to be an approved, board approved bench. And we
And I
never
was
raised
playing
any money
last
from the
year.
public for that. We were going to pay out of pocket for that. So why is it anybody's business about whether the bench is put in? We don't have the money to do that. So when we get the money, there is red tape that is also involved with it being a state park.
All over the place,
I
I'm
go
sure,
with
wherever
I
you're
know we got 'em
concerned.
all
Red
listed
tape
down.
everywhere. Okay, so
See, this is why I
We're
don't
only
even
gonna get
like
somewhere if
engage.
we can talk to each other, guys. We're not gonna get
Yeah.
anywhere.
This is why I
Adrian,
don't
did you
even
come up
watch
here?
you
You
or
want me to
engage
ask you
with you.
questions?
Ask me a question.
I just
And I
asked
said,
you.
yeah, and I gave you the truth. You can look into it yourself,
I've never
Tiffany. You can
talked
call
to her
Warriors and ask
before.
them.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll believe
And
that
there's a
one
delay,
because I was
y'all.
on the call and I heard you.
There's
were
a little
there.
delay.
Penny was there. Penny was there. Benny was
I've never talked to
sleeping.
Nurse
Scott was
Rojo.
there. Oh, we all talked. Did we
Well,
not?
if you talked to her, I did not. I have never spoken to
I
her.
believe I said hello to the lady when she got on the phone. Did you not?
I was not there.
Yes, you were.
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Adrian, oh my God. Oh my God.
Ask her. I've never talked to her.
I'm not
Penny
asking
is the
for
one.
anything.
It was friends with
She
her. It
is
was
a
not
liar
me.
too. Let me depend on the woman who didn't come up here, but you did. Sure, let me do that.
I came
How
up
about
because
no?
of the lies. So
What
you
lies?
ask me
Tell me
anything that
one lie.
your lies,
Example,
Scott's fucking lies,
Example,
Jody's lies.
Shit.
Example, please.
Right.
Okay.
You ain't lying about a
For
damn thing, girl.
For example, me and Scott just don't like each other, but he had to jump on the bandwagon after Benny was upset and did his live. That's what this is about.
I
Oh,
don't
you
Scott
think
doesn't
that's
like
very
me.
easy
over
without
You
doing
don't
it?
like me, and I don't like you.
care.
Neither of you.
Don't bring that bullshit
You're
in there.
still
I don't care enough
crying
about
about
Benny
Benny.
to
I
worry.
don't care. I don't care about you crying over Benny.
I don't care
Please
either.
don't even bring him up here if you don't mind. And
That's fine.
thank you.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
now
Mhm.
let's keep moving in a forward direction to try to figure out where this lapse is in your memory that you don't remember Nurse Rojo being on the call or talking to her.
She's gonna
Scott,
fucking
I
believe it.
wasn't. You just said it yourself that I wasn't in there until late that night. I
That's
wasn't.
when she came
I was
in.
not
You came
there.
in 3 hours into the phone call. No, Adrian, you're not going to twist my words. You came in 3 hours into the call and you
I was
stayed
not on there for 10
all night.
hours, ma'am. I'm sorry, I was not.
I know you were on the call.
I wasn't
You
on there
were
for 10
on
hours.
The phone call.
I was on the last little bit, and it was right before everything started getting recorded from everybody. I don't have a recording. I didn't record it because I was on my phone, and so that I came in about maybe an hour before that recording started.
No, Adrian, you came in about
Yes, I
3
did.
hours into the phone call. Okay. By the
I
time I
popped
picked up
in
the
and then
phone,
left.
you're gonna shut up, or you're only gonna talk when I start talking. I can't stand that. Don't do that to me. Okay? You're on my panel. This is not the sassy show. All right? You came in 3 hours into that call and you stayed. You didn't come in an hour before anybody started recording. That is just simply not true. I do remember you being ill. Maybe that's why you don't remember. I've heard that people who have COVID don't remember things or have brain fog, etc. If so, that's fine. Say so, but don't say you never talked to her. You don't know her. Enough with the bullshit. Yes, you do. Yes, you have. Yes, you did. All right?
Tiffany, I was not on that call the
Okay,
full
well
10
then
hours.
I
I
need
was
Penny
in and
to
out
put it out
several
and to
times.
prove that you weren't on the call, because you were. And now you're gonna lie about even being on the call. Something is wrong.
No,
A major
listen, I'm
problem
not
with it.
denying being on the call. I'm saying
You're denying
that
being on it when that phone call took place.
when Nurse Rojo was in there,
Mhm.
yeah, I
And
am
when the
denying that
social
because
worker
that
was
never
called.
happened. That
And
never
the social
happened.
worker.
Tiffany.
They were called back to back right in the same
What social worker?
25 minutes.
What social worker?
You're really, really good at pretending to be dumb, huh?
No.
What social worker? Okay. Well,
What social worker was
take it up with
called on that
Penny
phone
then.
call?
Penny and Jenny maybe can fix this for you.
I don't need anybody to fix anything for me
You're gonna
because
need
I
someone to
know
fix
what
something for you, because now
I
you
know
have
that I've not lied about anything, and I'm tired of people twisting everything.
not putting up with this shit, man. You are a gas fucking lighter. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now. Do not
Yep.
lie to this whole entire community about this shit.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not. Tiffany, I'm not.
I've already proven her to be a liar. My son has in his own words. Even Monster's
This is her
own
problem,
damn
Jody,
messenger.
truly. It's her problem.
Even Monster's own messages was stalling their talking for him. Prove Adrian to be a fucking liar.
What have I lied about?
What was said by my kid? You know what? I'm just gonna take her to court, y'all. I ain't. We've already proven her to be a liar.
I welcome
All the
Have a good day,
receipts.
Adrian.
All the receipts are over. I'm just taking her to court, and we're still working on criminal charges because they thought the other day when they re-released that, went, ha ha, it'll only last for 6 or 7 months. They restarted the civil time clock 2 times 2. And if they're doing it in a group and targeted manner that can be proven by them all being in that call, we all have recorded, meets a whole different level of crime, and it goes into federal criminal territory for targeting and harassing someone in a group manner online. It doesn't protect you like you thought, sunshine, especially where it concerns minors.
If it's all recorded, why doesn't somebody just put the whole thing out
Jenny
there?
won't do it. She refuses to put it out. And yesterday, she didn't want to put it out, so much so that she was so worried about what I said on the call. And I said, don't worry about what I said on the call. Put the call out. You sure you want me to do? Yes, put the call out. I've been asking and asking and asking and asking for her to put that call out, and she will not do it.
Didn't Jody just say everybody has it recorded?
I don't have anything other than 11 minutes, and I have no sound, and it's just of what Linda was screen sharing. Penny had an hour and 14 minutes that she put out. I believe is still up.
They all have
And-
different pieces and parts of that long live. And you had to catch it when they were putting them up at first as the unlisted this and whatever that, and grab them, because each one has the other one silenced during, depending on
Yes,
who's
so
recording.
Penny had the recording where
Some of their little traders were nice enough to send them over, though, for, certain other receipts. So I
she
traded.
doesn't want that call out. That's right, Luda. Why? Because it would prove they did exactly what I said that they did to Jody and her daughter. They don't want anybody to hear that. She's worried about what I said. I don't give a fuck what I said. It was like 13 hours long. I'm sure I've said worse on here. So put it out, Jenny. Put it out. Even Chasing is asking for you to put it out.
Might as well at this point.
Just
This
put
a mess.
the call out.
Birdie's bird lady. Can you come up here?
She said my
I don't know who you are, nurse, lady,
Let me
ma'am.
the link to her one more time. Here you go, Birdie. Try it one more time. Who knows? I have no
It's
idea.
right there, Birdie.
Or not. Penny sent me a message. She said, "Where's Penny at now?" Well, she sure as fuck isn't coming in here.
It
I wouldn't
is
talk to her if
true
my
because
light was on fire.
other people have sent missing parts, other little tragedy pimps, and then the pieces that were put out individually are all there, and it is quite enough to charge them and do what needs to be done as proof. It's been out there. So yeah, sticky.
So you don't think that whatever they were told that day, Jody, whatever was said
I know
to
it's
them,
not, and even
that they weren't
Adrian
actually
Peterson-
worried?
No, they weren't worried. They were playing. Who in the fuck worries about a kid 13
I
hours
was
a day?
worried they knew it was fake.
They're
They all knew.
15 hours, and look, you can see in the damn things, and even in Monsters inbox and things, you can see him being whole confused. He even says that Adrian and Jenny and him got it twisted and lied about it, and that Penny lied about it, and that he's being punished because then he won't get money for his Cash App because they all got it twisted. What Saul even said initially to them is not what they later made it out to be. That I was holding my daughter hostage, telling her to hurt herself, that my son had said this and the other. I have it live and in real time recordings of my son that I've already played with him being like, I don't know how this Adrian lady, because that's not what was said. And Adrian herself with the post that she has put up, what is there is exactly what, and she proved her own self to be a liar if she twisted it. And so did Jenny. I'm done with it. They had no business doing it in the first place. And if Monster or any of the others were ever worried about my child, they didn't have to involve YouTube, did they? No, it was an abuser using my child and children as Cash App gang and to torment and abuse further, and YouTube playing in it to target and torment us further. And, that's all it was. YouTube should have never been involved in any of that, but Adrian and Jenny and the rest were, like Penny, gaslighting shit out of it and playing gas car machine like always, because the goal, like they've stated openly, is to break me, destroy my family, target my children, take everything from me, and break my spirit as a human being, and even so much as make me unalive myself or whatever. At this point, they've at least caused a heart attack, so they're halfway there, I guess, chasing.
Is there any interest at all in getting any of this animosity squashed?
There's no forgiving or forgetting what they did to innocent children, survivors, victims. No. And I am taking them to court. And I am.
I can't hear you, Tiff.
And I did turn them and all the then they are listed in what they did on the newest order protection. What they did is part of the newest order. So, it's taken seriously, and all their buddies, including Audrey over there, and the rest have been reported to law enforcement. I'm done with it. It's not a joke. It's not forgivable. It's not I'm going to make friends with. It's serious and needs to be prosecuted, and they need to be held accountable for it. I'm not going to play olive branch with monsters like that who target and torment human beings.
I was just asking if it could be fixed in some way. I don't know. Birdie's saying it says continue as name and email. I'm sorry, I'm not risking that. You just change your name to whatever you want. Change it to Flying Bird if you feel like it. Put in a fake email. It doesn't matter. It's going to let you on. We don't see it. We can't. As a creator, you cannot see it.
All you do is click where your name shows up and you put a different name. Birdie, nurse, whatever.
Yeah, we can't see any of that at all. That would be a huge security
I
thing
wouldn't even
for
let
StreamYard.
on if
They,
her full name showed. I wouldn't put her up here. I wouldn't do that to anybody. But
yeah.
I've seen
StreamYards wouldn't
people-
allow that. The program itself is not going to have people putting their private information out there. It would be a huge security thing. Just change it to whatever you want.
Luda, get her out of here, please. If she's in here, I don't want her in my chat. And I can't see her. She's got me blocked and she does not need to be in here. Sorry. I don't even know. These people have such nerve. Yeah, there's no you have some fucking nerve coming in my chat, Tragedy Pimps Exposed. Who the fuck do you think you are? Why would you even come in here after the disgusting things that you have said about me in the recent days? Get fucked. Damn. So, all right. I might need to say a couple rosaries tonight, Chrissy, I might guess, because whew. Anyway, I don't know if this lady is able to make it up here or not. Birdie, I'm gonna go. I think it's like 8 hours here. And she's already admitted Penny reached out to her. So we've got that. I highlighted that on my screen. Penny reached out to her. Adrienne wants to pretend she didn't speak to this woman. That's fine. She can pretend all she wants. Jenny knows the truth. She's got it recorded. And she also said back here, and I'll make sure I say this, if I can get up here. Funny how quick people come running in your chat when you go back live, but when you're not around, they got all kinds of shit to say. Come around like nothing ever happened. Trust, I don't forget. So she also said that she ended up calling a family member in law enforcement, and they advised her, hold on a minute. I have to go back through
I'm
here to find
mom
it.
to 4. I meant going forward.
Right here.
Going forward. That's all.
I was contacted for advice on how to help Andy Bernard with the alleged situation that night, which I've now learned was not presented in how it happened. Birdie, I think that we do need to talk at some point, but that's all up to you. Or maybe you could go live on your own channel and talk about your experience and what you were asked to do. You could write it in my chat also if you wanted, if you have the time to explain what you were asked to do by them, because what has taken place is extremely concerning. And if it's happened to Jody, it could happen again to somebody else. You obviously had a connection to Penny where she felt comfortable enough to ask your husband for a favor. And I'm going to be honest with you. I have people that I know in real life that hold positions of power. I would never even dare to ask something like that. And you're not even family to her. That blows my mind.
This has been depressing.
Well, I mean, I felt like I got hit over the head with a 2x4 when I found out that it wasn't even true and that this didn't happen. And that I was sitting there thinking for 13 hours that Jody's child was in danger and, she was getting ready to take her off the face of the planet. But this never even happened. And I was lied to.
I'm being told it did.
That I thought were being truthful.
I think they might have been lied to, too, at this point.
By who?
Andy. Or his wife or somebody. I don't know.
When I asked Andy.
Penny lied to him as well. She added in the whole being held hostage thing. And here's the weird part. Never in the world did I ever say such thing. And one of the last things very recently that a certain abuser said to Little was this wild stuff that made everybody's jaw drop. It's almost like he took Penny's line and swore that had been said to him, I guess, at some point, and it never had. So it's almost like they're feeding off each other and
I'm
covering each
wondering.
other's lately on this.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm wondering. I'm wondering what exactly is going on because I'm asking the questions and I'm being shown dates right here. And Andy is in this whether he wants to admit it or not. So I don't know what the fuck his deal is. These are his kids, and this isn't a fucking game. And now it looks like people made stuff up that they're saying absolutely not. Absolutely not.
I've played their recording immediately after Eldest has no clue, and even Monsters on Words say it was a lie. I can see the interactions in real time with Lips, who was feeding it to Linda, who was feeding it to Penny, and all these things. And what was said to them was not what was later on put out and called in to law enforcement. None of that happened.
So I also want to say when I got on that call, Andy was sleeping. I asked immediately. I was like, well, where's Andy? And I was told he was sleeping. So how did this story even come about? So I'm like, what do you mean he's sleeping? So this is going on with his daughter and he's sleeping? I swear. So how this came about, I mean, I would totally say, oh yeah, well, maybe he did, but I don't know. Somebody did it. I don't know who made this story up or why, but it certainly seemed like a very valiant effort when I was up on my live. Jenny came up, we ended it, and within an hour, I ended up on a phone call, and I mean, it lasted for 13 whole hours. So
My understanding from her is she truly believes that there was life danger.
Who?
Not. We have witnesses. None of that ever happened. Nobody's ever held anyone hostage or told them to unalive themselves. Eldest is entirely upset and pissed about the entire situation, everyone involved. You know, those calls that were recorded were not recorded by anybody legal enough to release them. And the whole thing is a mess. Penny's at the helm of it for sure. Lips as well. Lips was buddy with Candace at the time, targeted other children and witnesses around Summer's case. Then she started on mine with this group, another witness to target around Summer's case. And then she has turned right back around since becoming, quote, buddies again with Candace in the past 3 weeks, and started doing the exact same thing as soon as the Hill didn't like what I was saying or doing 3 weeks ago. There is no coincidence. But if I had my guesses right now, considering the lineup here, where Lips jumps in, threatens to tell our abuser, whatever, to contact him, that way he can, you know, like a ha-ha again, and saying that my daughter's in danger to me, like, as a threat, okay, twice. Also mentioning my sibling. Then Monster makes a post. Now this place is trying to create this on purpose drama around all these calls, probably, most likely, to get this call to come up from thousands, for all these calls to be released, and so all these creators can feel whatever to do so.
Well, that's the question, Jody. Do you not want that call out? Do you want it to just stay private?
I want, no, I mean, like, the one where they're all planning and plotting it, sure, they can release whatever the hell. Otherwise, I want my kids left the hell alone. I've had enough. They've had enough. They've been used and abused by abusers in that one, and it's been trained and targeted and tormented, like I explained earlier. Should not have to explain again. We all want free. That's it. It's that simple. Let us go free and stop targeting children in a group that's supposed to be advocates for and supposed to understand domestic violence further than just Black Eye and Budweiser. Stop targeting children, especially children who happen to also be witnesses in Summer's case, and that Lips is buddies with the parents who seem to be directing targeting through Mullen, and they've all admitted so. at people around Summer's case. That doesn't seem odd to anybody else?
It is odd, Jody.
Okay, so you're either here for Summer, or you're about targeting and attacking what seems to be the witnesses, PIs, neighbors, community members, everybody else that seemingly aren't really POIs or suspects at all, but those who are a little too close to Candace and Dawn, or might know a little bit more about their lives, or could maybe be taken as credible anything unless they're discredited on such a world stage. It seems a little too damn convenient, doesn't it?
I don't believe in coincidences.
And that Mullen is sitting right there at BK, and he's admitted to it. They've admitted to it. PG's admitted to it. Many creators have admitted to working for the Wells to harass, target, and torment those like myself and others around Summer's case. Should concern everyone.
Well, the problem is there are people involved who refuse to tell the truth, and they will not be transparent. They're not being honest. I have asked over and over for the simplest things that I just can't obtain, and I can only say what I know. And fucking Scott came up here today to even say what he knew. I mean, he called on the phone and
Scott attack me and be the one to herald in the attacking, honestly, on me and the misinformation. So, but sometimes every now and then Scott steps up for some unknown reason.
Every once in a while, and every now and again, Scott will come through for something that's important. And I have to say, me and Scott have not had a good run at all. There's been several times that he's done the right thing, and I appreciate that. I really do, because I do the same thing when faced with a situation that there's times I've talked to people I truly don't want to talk to.
They're saying Birdie is a judge's wife. The thing is, we only have 2 judges here. I know both, and I highly doubt Birdie is a judge's wife. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so you even question she is who she is.
Huh. And you wonder, is this Birdie the same little Birdie Don B talks to? Who knows, really?
That Don B talks to, I don't know. Zip, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, hold on a sec. Let me say, so mom of 4 boys, BB Diamond, HDC, that's me. Gemini Moon, C'est La Vie, Caslin, Kelly Becker, Grammy H, Birdie's Crime Chat, Sky Purple, all got memberships from Zip. Thank you so much from everybody. In case some of them aren't here, I appreciate that so much, Zippity Doodah. Gabble was going for the Academy Award that day on your live, TM. Yeah, Sunshine Girl, I know. I believed all of it, don't worry.
She pulled the same Academy Award her and Adrian did the night Penny handed him the Discord, and on her live, she's like, oh gosh, this could really get somebody hurt or murdered or their children hurt if we released it, and they should never see the light of day. And then 2 days later, like, all right, guys, let's release the Discord. You know, I'm like, okay, so you clearly thought it could get us murdered, hurt, harm, but you did anyway, because I guess tragedy of women's birthday, right? And then the trouble started, and then they're like, oh, but Jody's being mean to us. And then I called them stupid, and then they took some issue, and like all good abusers, they ran down the line, blaming, you know, and it's just what it is. Yep. I always have an excuse for it, right? Always.
Well, hopefully,
and let's not forget, they also ensconced a person known to them and around this group, and I know most of y'all gonna know what I'm talking about, in my channel for almost a year as a weapon. But that person held wrenches there, other places, has a notorious history of setting up all kinds of folks around these YouTube streets, many different clothes. That's how far they went. So just gonna put that there for now.
Okay. Well, Jody, before I end this live, I wanted to say your daughter was really I think it was really good to hear her, and her message was very powerful. I think you've done a wonderful job with your daughter, and everybody in the chat was really impressed by her. And I think that I hope that it will help in terms of people stopping and like to hear her, is maybe they have a little bit in their heart somewhere to knock it off, but I really
She kind of got off and she's like, Mom, I didn't get across quite what I was trying to say. And she's nervous and she's got so much held up.
so great.
But I
She
know
didn't
that
sound nervous at all. She sounded great.
this, I think, because I've seen her be able to confront an abuser I never thought she'd be able to. I watched her voice get stronger. And she heard Scott speaking the truth, and she wanted to say thank you. And I told her it should be short. But then she had so much pent up, I think. She kind of went a little bit everywhere. Plus, she's got a little of her mama in her. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, no worries. No, if this was a year ago, I would have said no way. But
I think this will help free her a little bit from the torment of this and what it's done, being able to be heard. Because she has asked for so long, guys, and I said no. No, they'll eat you, they'll torment you, they'll use it against me. And they did in your chat. They're like, oh, this kid's been exposed to too much YouTube. Look, for the most part, she's not present. I keep a whole lot.
She's a teenager. I would like to know if there's any parents in here that have a 15-year-old or whatever. Forget it. Forget 15. Let me know if you even have a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old that doesn't use YouTube or the internet or please. These people are.
My daughter would not have been so nice. My daughter would not have. She would have.
When she's an abuser using YouTube, which she's fully aware of, an abuser manipulating her brother, when she has YouTube making SWAT calls and Benny Keys calling in false calls, and we have all these things in real life on Ben Hill happening because of YouTube before we ever move out, before we ever meet social media. When you can't say my child has been exposed to too much YouTube and social media and crazy did this. Before we were ever even part of social media, we were hunted down also like prize deer. But when she's confronted by SWAT teams because of people like Adrian and Jenny, that's not me putting her anywhere in her social media. When I have clean devices for her, but because of our location and names and all this other stuff, the devices pick up things. It's like the other day, she was on entirely clean devices, nothing associated, and she runs across a 13 or a 30-page Reddit or whatever about me, thinking she was in a safe area. It's what happens because of who we are, where we are, targeted based ads, algorithms, addresses, all of it.
Both of my kids have run across things that I've said on YouTube, and my daughter is 17 and she thinks you guys are adults, and I know that you care, but this is ridiculous.
And
she said, I've never even seen my friends act like this, and they're idiots.
No,
it's ridiculous, Mom. I'm like, yeah.
Penny and Adrian and all of them tagging her in things, but also cross-platforming and doing things with my name and her real name and all this involved. You see that also doesn't help. So it ain't just that she's exposed like I'm a bad mom or something. It doesn't matter what you do. Clean device, fully wiped, brand new, it comes.
Shay, can I ask you who encouraged you strongly to play the call? I was encouraged strongly to play a call, and it was nothing about any danger to Rue. And that blows my mind because I never heard the call, and I was told that's what it was.
I have the call that Shay played that day. There's really nothing to it. But there are also almost 20 others floating around that one of our other stalkers that seemingly filed a crazy, wild, legal civil thing against me that's kin to Monster and others. they're playing handsy and footsie with these creators as well, coming up on panels, calling me a murderer and stuff for months before I even realized who she was. That one seems to have been around people recording things that weren't supposed to be, so in that way they're illegal. Others were recording things. But yeah, we have I mean, it's a little dark and deep, y'all. And it's that crazy. But I have the ones that Shay was gonna do, and they're really not much of.
Yeah. Mountain Cat, yeah, I'm pretty snarky and, sometimes I think I'm coming off as joking and it comes off really condescending. And I get it, I'm a Bostonian and sometimes that's just how it is. Sometimes I mean it to be that way. And I understood by coming up here that I was going to, the chat wasn't going to be too pleased, but I wanted to hear, what needed to be said to me, about what people think. You can't
I
correct
don't
shit
think that
if you
it's
don't
all
listen.
the way fair, though, Chasing, that you have to, like, when you first
Only
came in,
here
and I
for
was
me.
like, don't, don't take on what other people have said or whatever. Like, I don't think that's right. And listen,
I'm not.
you've been
I'm
around a
not.
long time. You know what you want to do, and that's your thing. You know what I mean? But like, I don't want people to lump you into something you have not done. This is other people who have done certain things. Like, I don't want people looking at you and say, oh, she did this, this, and this. That's not what happened. The people who really did the things that I was bringing up, they didn't show up. Adrian showed up but lied. There's nothing.
I mean, I get that, people are like, you're just taking up and I'm stopped. I'm going to say this, and I really do believe this from while I'm chatting here, I'm chatting there, and trying to get receipts and understanding.
Mhm.
They seemed genuinely like they were concerned and thought, oh shit, now that we know this, what do we
I don't know.
do? Lying to them? Sure, but they have where it's being sent, and they're concerned. Like, well, we don't know what the fuck to do. If you see something, say something, right? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? Well, yeah, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know what role other people
The
from
wild
off of
part
here are
is,
playing in this whole thing, but I think
here's
something
the
else
stupid
is fucking
part.
going on here.
Monster comes by the other day and makes sure that they can call, which proves they're driving by, like I've been saying for
Who's
eons.
driving by?
But
Monster?
yeah, every day, just about, and it's eyes and ears on always. It will always be as long as we're here. But anyway, called and was like, oh my gosh, this certain thing happened. Right, reached out and called, left messages, and then he could call about that, right? If he was so concerned about my daughter in any way, he could have went straight to any of my family members and had them walk right out this door. And I'm telling you what, if any of that had been going on, every one of my family members would have shoved their foot straight up my ass.
Well, BB Diamond, she thought that it was. She still, right now, this very second that I'm talking to you, thinks that it is. Thinks it was the same day.
And so that's how absurd. He can call the other day for something silly and well, not silly and stupid. It's really bad what happened the other day. But he could call for that. But if he truly, and he knows better, thought something was happening to these children, and he knows better though. All he ever had to do was call a family member, and they literally would have walked out the door and shoved a foot up my ass.
Well, the phone call that I did here with your son, he seemed very disinterested. Your son was trying to talk, and it just seemed to me like he couldn't have been less interested in what was being said, like kind of only using it because he knew that he was recording it or something. It bothered me. I didn't like it. I thought he's gross after that.
Because my son was very much throughout his entire life, from the time he was in diapers, taught by abuser and abuser's true monsters that if he wasn't talking shit about the abuser or myself, then he was not loved or accepted and shit. And abusers took full advantage of it. So every time abuser's around, that's the way eldest is made to feel. And then he comes here and he's like, I'm sorry. It happened again. But people don't understand that type of abuse. And I
do
didn't
understand
shout it publicly, and I still don't want it. I don't want to have to say it publicly. But that's the way in which he was done manipulating, and it's not fair or right.
Maybe that's why I recognize it, because I had a mom similar to that. That she would fight with people and wanted me to fight with them, and if I wasn't fighting with them, then the conversation wasn't right, and I was kind of blown off, and it didn't feel good. So the more negativity I put out, the more attention I got back then, and it.
Well, for anybody else, it doesn't happen, but it's like, and then Monster making waves towards other people he had never waved waves or friends with before, put my eldest in a very bad situation to where he felt very pushed and pulled and like he had no choice. And it made it quadruple worse, and it damn near broke his and Little's bond apart, and it wasn't fair to either of them to be done that way. By people who didn't know us well enough to know the abuse, the details of it, how we were done trained, and things I didn't want to be public about either of them and stood in front of. It's not right. And it wasn't
Can I ask
right.
you something, Jody? If, let's say the roles were different and you were Adrian and she was you and all the same shit happened, right? And her ex provides you with this information.
But
and
nobody provided her with that.
Well, she didn't record it herself, right? Somebody gave that to them. Correct?
Nobody
Where did it
gave
come
her
from?
what she says was given to her that was later called in the way it was. Nobody gave her that, and she's proved it herself. On top of that, what they were doing and planning behind the scenes for months and months and months, chasing, proves they were out to break me as a human being, and I have it recorded. Most of these chatters have seen and heard on live, just like Scott told you. That was their plan along. It follows that blackmail letter to a T as well, to break my family unit, to take my kids from me, to do whatever. It followed it to a T. And they threatened Scott in that blackmail letter too, and then Scott openly showed his face. All these things happened. They followed it to a T, but we have them vocally admitting that's what they're after from us. I can see and watch and have the proof that Adrian and Jenny have built up rooms, had these, whatever they are, custom members, all these others, these birdies, all these things involved, Linda, manipulating behind the scenes to absolutely try to break me as a human being and get my kids taken from me. And abuser, and that happened at a convenient moment to where they could target us with it. Simple as that.
Okay.
It wasn't.
I was coming at it from that, this is provided, and what would you do? You're saying there's a hell of a lot more to it, and
yeah.
Okay.
Now, if I thought her child was in danger in some way or something, like in the same sense, like something like that, I would immediately call 911. I wouldn't wait 16 hours and have a powwow planning it with an abuser to her. Would you chasing? Is that what you would do?
Yeah. If it was somebody on YouTube and I wasn't 100% sure, I would try to get other people's opinions privately. Like, I'm not sure what the fuck to do with this, but it seems really serious.
And by that,
if I thought it was, I'd call the police for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And by that point, you got to think one of those two, Jenny's already ensconced in family members' inboxes. At any point, if Monster himself was worried, he could have called, come out like he does the other day. He stops right up next door, does whatever, talks to people. He could have called if he was that worried. He knows it. He knew better. That's why he was sleeping. He knew better.
That feels like a fuck of a lot of manipulation to me. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm assuming he was spoken to on that very day and then went to bed.
I don't know. One of them in the receipts that I have says I don't want to deal with this. He's going to go to bed. He's too stressed. Yeah, okay. because he knew better, but he wanted to please everybody. He didn't want people to know the real anything about him,
I mean,
including
my
the
kid's
news.
dad would have kicked my door in and got my daughter out. That's what he would have done.
But
If
he
he
don't
thought that I
care.
was doing that.
He needs certain supplies right now to believe the story he's lied for so long about to them and others, especially the public, to believe it. It's as simple as that. It's part of the abuse. It's what abusers do, Chasing.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that this live is ending on this note, because in the beginning, because I know you guys have never gotten off like on a good foot or whatever, but it took us like hours and hours to get to this point. And I'm glad that, like, I don't know, you guys are communicating really well in this moment. So I'm glad for that. And Chasing, I appreciate that you came up here and stayed as long as you did to get to this point and to talk, to hear Jody and what she was saying, and to listen to me and what I was saying and searching for answers over there on your end. I appreciate, and I know that you most likely will continue. This is why I respect Chasing. I really do. I know she's a good person, and I've seen her do great things for people. And I know that she cares. So listen, no matter who it communicates with who or whatever, I know her from way before this. And all I know is my experience with her, and what you see right here is that she stayed this entire time. She didn't have to do that. She could have been gone hours ago. I don't know if I would have stayed that long. Do you know what I mean? It's a Sunday. She has taken a lot of time to be here today. I appreciate that. And that she's listening to Jody and hearing her out and taking her seriously, because I think that probably means a whole lot. And it's, I think, helpful also to the community to see people actually be able to communicate, to be able to handle situations like this. Not that I'm the best at handling situations, because I'm not. I blow up sometimes, but depending on who it is.
I know that Summer brought us all here together.
Yeah.
She did, and it's a little weird. And I have heard Jody say that, like, you guys act like you knew her.
Yeah.
And I agree.
I'm sure it is weird.
Very, very,
I would imagine it would be weird.
so strange. And it's a little creepy sometimes, and it makes me feel a little yuck, right?
Yeah.
Even my husband was trying to give me his opinion on what happened to her the other night. And I said, if there's even a bit of negativity, don't even say it.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, you got to be realistic. I said, no, I don't. So, and I know that's weird.
You don't.
It's not normal.
I think all of us know we don't need it in our face, you know what I mean, or to be told or to be descriptive. You know what I mean? We're all
can't take
but
it,
I
Jody.
can't go with the negative or people saying, "Oh, this," because people come at us crazy. Like even Don, when he says the crazy stuff he does in this descriptive manner about how Summer, man, I don't know how in the hell he even utters it, lets alone thinks it. I don't know, because it's just a brick wall for me when people talk about her. Like I can't like that. I can't.
It literally makes my skin crawl and my stomach hurt. And I know, for me personally, Nana for life as well, it isn't healthy. It's not healthy, right? But what she did is brought out a fucking passion in so many people, hate or love, right? She brought it out to some people who just were going along about their day on YouTube. She brought that because people got so connected to this. You look at her face and you're like, fuck, where is she?
Summer has
It kind of drives you a little crazy. It drives you a little nuts. So I can't imagine what it's like being the person who lived across the street. I don't know if you did anything, if you were some nefarious nutcase or the nicest lady on the block, right? I don't know that.
What I did for her is I mumbled, Chasing, here's my deal. Summer has saved so many other lives already, including her brother's. She has freed myself and my children in a way, and I feel like she's left behind. And as protective as I am about my own voice and my children's voices as they grow and they can speak and they get their power back, I want Summer to one day tell her own. I cannot live. I cannot fathom the day that my life ends on this universe and never knowing what's happened or feeling like she's somehow left behind. Because it feels like it, even if she's not on the road or wherever, I feel like she's been left behind and she's still stuck there, and I want her voice to speak for her. She is
100%.
so many, and her story will continue to save. Her story involves DV, it involves child abuse, it involves drug addiction, it involves all these things, and she has shined a great light on a great many things if people would allow it to grow and to save more instead of dampening it and make it about drama. And help really come together and find her and find the answers. Because somewhere out there is someone that could hear somebody or something, most likely close to the community. And if they can hear the voices and something stupid hits their ears and they realize, wait a minute, and they do hold that small thing Lawson says is the key.
And I swear, there's got to be somebody there. There has to be.
There
And
has to.
Can you understand then? And you don't have to respect it, but the same 2 years, the same way that you're talking, like my stomach hurts listening to you because that's exactly how people feel too. I don't want to go there and disrespect your community, Jody.
I don't want to leave
her to help.
behind, and I don't want her drowned out in drama or her parents using her as chaos factor for whatever reason they're doing so and have been doing so since June 15th, 2021.
No, and that's not what that event is going to be for. It is not. It isn't.
I don't,
We're trying to do the very best that we
You
can
heard how
do.
my daughter feels, how I feel. I know most of Beach Creek and the community feels like it's just like they did last year. There's a reason you don't see us out there.
Will you at least keep an open mind and see what's done?
Nope, not with the fingers involved in it that are involved in it, and neither will the community, and I know how they already feel about it. It's not for Summer, it's for Tragedy Pimps and and it's about soap eaters, and it's about people who make Summer into this.
Who are the soap eaters? I don't understand that part.
Oh, Smiley's. She ate soap one night.
And they dress like all of us and do things, but they for us it's for people who want a virtue signal, people who want to cry in front of a camera, people who want 5 minutes on YouTube, all these other things. And
So is it better if it's not live streamed, do you think? Do you think it's better if there's no stream to it?
Indeed.
Because it wasn't going to be, and then we're like, who the fuck are we not to stream it if people want to see it? So you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, because it's either you don't, and people are like, what's wrong with you? It's not your day. Or you do it, and they're like, oh my God.
It won't matter if y'all do or you don't. The real locals, those who really know Summer, won't really show for that because they know
So you'd never consider coming. You would not. You would never consider going.
Nope.
Really?
Nope. And
Would you consider getting coffee?
The days that you all are in town, and for a few days after, we don't even leave the house. Everything's covered. We can't even go put out flowers or anything else because we know pictures will be taken. Someone will be like, oh, Jody, Sue, and Rue or Eldest are out putting out this thing in a place, and they'll steal it. Or they'll be like, I wonder what it means. What's the meaning behind it? I bet she's done something. They've murdered Summer. So we very much are followed during those days, terrorized, people honking like we're some zoo animals. We're just trapped in. So the people that really know her inside the community, we all have the same drill. We stay inside. We don't, until
Nana's saying the same thing. She's like, Jody's so welcome to be there. And That's true. It's
Yep.
true.
I'm sure I am welcome there, just like I am others, but I'll be
Like
using
no cameras, no phones in your face, nothing. Just
later
if you
on.
wanted to say, if you want to come and critique and say, let me just look at it. Nobody will even speak to you if you don't want them to. But you
Nope.
got to see that it's true intention. It isn't bullshit. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Just look at the shit and say, all right, well, it's better than it was, or it's worse, or I still
Nope.
hate them all. No.
I'm
Okay.
with
Well,
Scott.
I tried.
Fingers that are involved are the same ones that have been involved in some of the worst things in Summer's case and for the worst people and bad actors around it, and I won't participate.
Fair enough. I tried. Fair enough. I get it. There's a lot of bad blood there, but I know what their intentions are for Summer's Day. That's all I can say is I know what they are. And if it's streamed, it definitely won't be on any monetized channel. It won't be on my channel. It's not going to be on the either of Gavel or Jenny's, Gavel or Adrian's. Nowhere where it's monetized. I mean, it is what it is. I wish I could explain it better. It isn't. There's nothing more I can say about it except it's going to be respectful. There won't be any drama. Amber, that's the whole point.
Good.
Amber E. Who'd put them around people who've been toxic to them? I'm trying to get rid of that if it's at all possible. We're adults. I know a lot has been done, and she's very hurt, and they're hurt, and they're upset,
I'm an
and they feel
adult.
like people are lying. But we could try.
You
for
name
Summer.
any of them that their moms have had heart attacks that were grieving for their recently deceased brother. Name one of those. Have Jenny and Adrian, did they have a heart attack because of what was being done to them by people just like them? Name one, Craig. Name one.
A lot is going on in there. I can tell
It's not forgivable. It's prosecutable. It's civil caseable, but it's not forgivable. There's no bad blood to wash under a bridge. There's me seeing them in court. This isn't shaking hands and olive branches. This is my real life they've really fucked with, and my real kids they've really fucked with, and I still stand beside a fuck around and find out, and they
I
surely have.
am not. Listen, I'm the same way. Fuck around and find out. Listen, I was about to meet some lady down there in Kingsport. Like, I have no qualms. None. Zero. You're going to meet? Great. We can have coffee or we can do other things. But I'm not trying to be that. I'm trying to say we're not going down there to disrespect you. I can promise you that. From me personally, that will never happen.
I believe that from
Not going to.
chasing. I really do. I do believe that for only in regards to chasing. I truly believe chasing when she says that. When it comes to anyone else, I can't say the same. I'm sorry, but I do believe chasing.
I was with them the whole time. They didn't do anything crazy.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Chasing, there's some really weird, bad stuff that's gone on, and they've got to clear this shit up and stop what they're doing and everything. And like when you asked,
I believe people want it to continue. I'm not saying Jody. I'm saying people, like, as I read the chat.
Oh, like the subs and stuff?
Absolutely.
I would hope not, because a lot of them, I know a lot of them aren't okay with this. Truly, are not okay with this. They're fed up. They're tired. I saw people in here today that I haven't seen in a while that were really upset about this. So, like, I definitely, I know there's, you're right. Like the majority of people, they love the drama, but I don't think that they like knowing. See, there's a very fine line. They don't like knowing that Jody's daughter was hurt.
No, and hearing Jody's daughter is what's making me say these words. Hearing what she had to say and how she put everything makes me want to say, without going and getting permission from Jody or from Adrian or Jenny, by the way. I see Nana in the chat, and I'm like, okay, well, that's enough backup. That's all I need. I want it to be over. I'm not saying don't continue on with whatever it is that you're doing, Jody. I'm saying the day is for Summer. I assure you, nobody is going to bother you on that day. or any of the days that I'm
Listen,
not
I
there.
have faith in
'Cause
you.
that's not what it's
I have
for.
faith in you to handle shit the right way. I can't, like I said, I can't say the same. I feel the same way as Jody. Probably not as strongly as Jody, naturally, because they didn't do what they did to her to me. But I do have faith in you that things will be respectful. And I
Those were
trust
not our paper lanterns, Mountain Cat.
no.
Those were not ours. We do not light things on fire.
But listen, I gotta
Butterflies
end
were,
this.
but
I've been live for so long. I'm gonna go eat dinner and appreciate that both of you came up. Jody, are you good? Do you have anything that you need to say before I wrap this up? Because I don't want to just hop off if you're not finished saying what you have to and chasing also.
And just remember, share a picture information, call her by her name, and remember you can do that all days of the year. You can do that from anywhere, and you can help all kinds of others by also sharing out the universal hand signal and DV hand signal. You can save lives that way.
Here, I put her up right now. I just went and grabbed her from I wanted to put up, we'll just put it up really quick. I'll make it full screen really fast. Speaking of, thank you, Jody, for reminding me to share her photo. Hold on. There she is, beautiful Summer. She is 7 years old now, but she was 5 when she went missing. Please share her information here. Take this link, you guys.
I hate when people say she's still 5.
What?
Yeah, right? Me too.
All the time people say it. She's still 5 because she's missing and blah, blah, blah. No, she's out there and she's 7. And she's not 5. Shit.
Oh, and Muscles and Mascara just dropped the link for the TBI. Make sure you guys have that as creators, as subscribers, as moderators. You guys know where that link is all the time. And make sure you drop it in chats when you guys are talking about Summer and Emergency Me as NamUs. So those 3 links are super important. They're all factual. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NamUs, and the TBI. Those are all in the chat. And hold on, I'll take this down. All right. And I'll probably be back sometime this week. So chasing everything's, I'm glad everything went good, and everything always does usually when we talk. So that's a good thing. And I appreciate that, you stayed as long as you did. And Jody also, and for your daughter, because I thought that what she had to say was truly important. And I hope that that message was heard by everybody. And no matter how someone might feel about you, I hope that you have enough respect for your daughter.
She came up just to tell Scott, despite how she feels about all of you, thank you for speaking the truth.
Yeah, she did a great job.
And she got a little extra because she has so much pent up. Oh, y'all don't even know.
I'm sure.
She took a whole southern driveway and she's like, Mom, I'm not as concise as I wanted to be. I was like, it's okay. I think you got your point
Yeah,
across.
but you know what? She would probably feel that way no matter what. Nothing, you always do when you're, even myself, I'm like, oh, I forgot to bring this up, or I didn't do what I needed to do all the way, right? Like,
Oh, she did.
she'll
I got
never
to
be
the
happy
point,
with
and I was like, no, ma'am, you're not going back up right now. So she's had enough for the day, and it'll probably be the last y'all hear her speak.
Yeah,
So
well, I appreciate that she felt comfortable to speak here anyway. And all right, well, have a good night, Jody and Chasing. Thank you very much for coming up and being here.
No problem.
Not to him.
Good night, everyone.
All right. Good night, guys. All right, I'm out, guys. Good night. Sweet dreams. Have a nice dinner, whatever you might do. Have a great beginning of your week tomorrow. Back to the grind. I'll talk to you later. Make sure that, like Jody said, you share Summer's photo and her information. Say her name always. And lots of love. Bye.